Good morning. All right. We just had a tornado warning expire at 9:15. Now it's very quiet. The storm has passed way to our west. It went through Atlanta, I believe, over the top of Atlanta. Can anybody confirm? And it's headed towards Tennessee now, I believe. So it should start breaking up. Thunderstorms. Okay, Joe K. Looking at DocuSign. Joe K. mentioning some interesting calls on DocuSign. Okay, we might do something with that. What's Intel doing? Intel is okay. All right. All right. Very unusually humid on the back of that storm that passed through. Hurricane, I think it's just a storm now. Unusually humid. It was pretty cool in front of the storm, and then it got very humid, all that moisture coming off the Gulf and the Atlantic. Albemarle been most active. Where do you see us kind of running into some resistance? Yeah, Albemarle has been most active, Bobby. Been seeing that. Been seeing that a lot lately. Albemarle, been seeing a lot of activity on that one. Looks like it'll blow. It's got a bullish bias for today, though. It has a bullish bias for today. You can see the way it closed at the top of the Bollinger Bands. Bullish candle above Wednesday's high. Okay, looks good. RSI is rising too. RSI rising. Volume above average. MACD bullish. All right, so NVIDIA pulling back a little bit with 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Unity Software trying to get back to recent highs. I sold all my nano nuclear. I sold it into strength this morning. You need to sell into strength and buy into weakness. Now, this could make it all the way up to 1750. So, nano nuclear. Okay, that was a cheap name. I started getting in on this one around 1420, 1425 a few days back. And then I added some, what was it, yesterday? It was up $1.30 or so. So pre-market, yeah, it looked pretty good. I had to take it off. It was just a gift. I probably had too many shares because when it pulled back, it was a little disconcerting. Nano Nuclear. All right, let's take a look at Nano. Reminds me of Robin Williams. Nano. Okay, so Nano Nuclear. Let's take a look at that chart. Okay, so we already laid this out. Okay, so support, resistance, buy on the dips, sell on the rips. Now, if this makes it through 1650 today, that could be foretelling the next run, the next leg higher. Okay, but it's Friday, so I want to book some gains. I want to book some gains on this one anyway. So, Nano Nuclear. CRM was higher. I saw that one up a little bit. We've got the top 5 on the S&P 500: Las Vegas Sands, Bristol Myers Squibb, Albemarle, Best Buy, and Wynn Resorts. On the NASDAQ 100, PDD is number 1 again. On semiconductor, Tesla is number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Where is Tesla? Tesla's number 7 or 8 on the S&P 500. So Tesla doing its thing with the events coming up next week and the following week. PayPal's number 5 on the NASDAQ 100. Looks like Warner Brothers, Airbnb, Lam Research, Lulu, those are pushing a bit higher. Micron's pushing 109. Micron. Looking for Micron to fade a little bit more so I can roll or take the call side of that iron condor off. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the catch up. Appreciate the thoughts and the framework. Thanks very much. Good luck with the Chinese stocks.
Okay, so this is still looking good. RSI is rising on Nano.
Coming up, we'll check in with Mr. Kevin Green on the levels and flow data to watch into this week's expiry. And then also, we've also got next month expiry early next week. Then we'll talk some earnings in Costco with Diane, as well as a couple fun notes out, downgrade in HPQ, and some action around Bristol Myers for schizophrenia drug.
Okay, MACD is good. On Nano Nuclear. Okay, so let's get ready for the opening bell. Nano. Okay, so number 1 is Las Vegas Sands. Elvis is number 1. Pinduoduo. Las Vegas Sands number 1 on the S&P 500. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Pinduoduo. Okay, Intel. All right, keep an eye on Tesla, Unity, Tesla. Let's keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla more important. Tesla. Okay, folks. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table. Reassess the markets after 949.50, looking for stocks with high relative volume. VWAP up and to the right for bullish trades, down on the right for bearish trades, flat VWAP for range-bound strategies. It's a Friday, so I'm not expecting a whole lot. Let's see if we can't sell some into strength, reduce our exposure into the weekend. We've had a decent week. Actually, the last few weeks have been pretty good.
That's my favorite client.
All right, and we're off.
Yeah, at Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management advice and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Okay.
Have a choice.
See CRM, watching that one. Bristol Myers pulling back, a little profit taking.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every
WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance. WBA is on the move. Watch DocuSign. DocuSign being mentioned by
Empower your portfolio.
Joe K. Joe K talking about DocuSign.
I'm Betty Horn. Join us
Okay. It's Algo's time of the day. DocuSign. Okay. Albemarle. Looking at Albemarle. Albemarle clearing. Okay, Albemarle clearing. I'm going to do something with Albemarle. I'm going to set up a trade here. I don't want to jump the gun, but Albemarle looking pretty good. Albemarle.
Nice Friday rambunctious opening bell. And we do see stocks.
Where's Albemarle? 797.
Exception of the Russell. And pretty good rally there, but also a little bit off the highs. We've got a good bit of action in other places. You got a decent rally in Bitcoin.
Some big. Okay, here we go. All right, starting to see some decent.
Down $1. That's getting a little bit of pushback here.
98.
Did bounce back a tiny bit there in the last 10
98.
Bond's pretty firm, coming off a little bit here. So we've got some maneuvering happening.
Okay, watching Albemarle for a follow through. Albemarle looking for a follow through.
Trend, but nothing
Nice pop there.
this morning on which way this is going to go today. Though generally, when you got the Russell up and dollar down, that's a message about inflation coming off, continuing to cool.
Let's see.
Economic data, though, cooling alongside it. Just keep in mind that this is the
Elvis.
spending report.
All right, Lulu on the move. Lulu's on the move.
In the general right direction, you've also got cooling and spending and income. So we'll see how the market interprets.
Lulu popping.
News flow and company specifics.
Okay, let's take a look at Lulu. Lulu.
Drugs they're working on.
Lulu taking off to the upside. Lulu.
Qs, a little tech chat
Okay,
there.
Lulu looks pretty good.
Let's start with Kevin Green.
Let me see. Lulu, what we want to do with Lulu.
Into the weekend here.
Lulu.
Where's the big,
Did they already have earnings, Lulu?
watch?
Let's see, Lulu. I don't see anything there. Lulu.
Going into the 5770, so that would be your secondary area of resistance for the market if we were going to have a bull run to the upside.
Tell you what, I hope that tornado doesn't hit us because I'm not I'm not paying attention. I'm watching the markets. I got headphones on. I can't hear anything except what's in the immediate background. Okay, Lulu. Okay, it looks like it's bottoming. Lulu. Lulu. Pretty big spreads in the markets and the options. Yeah, so I can't do anything with the options on Lulu at the moment. Wait for it to settle down. There goes Intel. Intel pop. Tesla. All right, there goes Tesla. Okay, back to Tesla. Sorry, back to Tesla. Just looking at the markets. Okay, we're looking for 265. 265 is the target. Tesla 265. These bull flies.
Yeah, and it seems like we continue to attempt breakouts. We keep trying.
265 is the target.
Candle walls to the upside, and we're kind of seeing.
Okay, there goes Intel. Intel. I'm going to take some Intel off into strength. I did a scalp yesterday. Turned out to be a swing. I got 20. I got the 25th. Okay, so 25th of October. I got time. Let me just let this run for a bit. Intel pushing higher. Okay, Tesla looking good. Tesla.
56.50 up to the high 57, and so that kind of gap, right? That was kind of a similar way where we were trying.
Waiting for the implied volatility to pick up so we can get a little bit better fills on those flies.
To some degree, a little bit of a range trade.
Intel.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, every time that you hit a resistance area and the closer you get to it, basically.
Okay, what's Nano doing? Nano nuclear. Super micro turning up. Okay, nano nuclear. Micron pull. Okay, Micron pulling back. I'm gonna take some of this these iron condors off if this continues to drop. But there's no hurry. This is October 11th, so waiting on that. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 5 minutes into the trading day, Friday the 27th. hurricane breaking up into more of a storm now, going up the middle of the Georgia, Tennessee area, passing far to our west, but we're getting rain bands and tornado warnings and gusts of wind. Now there's nothing. It's quiet. Should dissipate. Turn sunny, really, for too long. Tesla looking good. Okay, Tesla looking good. Intel. Meta. Okay, Meta. We were looking at Meta yesterday. Meta. Okay, the FANG stocks. We got Tesla moving, we got Meta popping and pulling back now. Apple. I hesitated doing anything with Apple yesterday. It's up this morning. Closed with a bullish bias. NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. CRM pushing higher. CRM's the top of my list. Let's see. I have November calls on CRM, so I'm going to hold on to CRM. I'm looking for much higher on CRM. I'm looking for 300 on CRM. That one was brought to you by Paticus. Take a bow.
Let me just put this on the radar. Next week, it's going to be employment week, right? It's jobs week, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to have ADP data that comes out. We know this time, earlier this month, ADP data was weaker than street expectations. Everybody was bearish. Market sold off. We know the jobs report wasn't as great. Market kind of sold off. So we might actually have some turbulence for next week just because of the cycles that we've seen on a month-to-month basis. We have employment data that kind of ruins sentiment. We have inflation data that actually improves sentiment. We have Fed commentary that also improves sentiment. Next month, we will not have Fed comment during the next meeting is going to be for November. So keep your eye on that trend. It did not break this month. It's the same thing that happened last month, and I would say that probably will continue moving forward here.
All right, yeah, so we got one more print here coming out this morning. Sentiment 24 minutes. Definitely interesting after the confidence miss earlier this week when you think there's a lot of reasons for sentiment to improve, for sure. Thanks, KG. Good talk.
Okay, CRM.
As S&P 500 stalling out a little at 57.50. NASDAQ just went red too.
280, 290, 280.
Let's talk some Costco. A reliable trade, but sometimes Diane,
Bristol Myers Squibb looking pretty good. Bristol Myers, yeah, that's most actives. That's changed trends from down to up. Frano and I both were in this one on the way down. We took it off with a small, well, hopefully a small loss for Frano. I was off a couple of bucks. I had shares, unfortunately. That one stung a little bit, but turning around now. Bristol Myers looks good. Okay, Supermicro. Big reversal on Supermicro. Supermicro.
Rose 5.4%, also slightly below forecast. U.S. same-store sales comps there rose 5.3%. Off the back of their earnings call, the CFO said that the membership fee increase, so that is something that went.
Dan Ives upped his price target on CRM. Thank you. Cool. All right, that's good. Good job. I like Dan Ives. The guy dresses. He dresses really wild, like he's in a Mardi Gras parade.
They said that younger consumers they're getting more younger consumers, those under 40 who are signing up for their membership. So that's a good sign. And they're not finding the need to cut prices compared to competitors to bring in more traffic. So that's one of the things they noted. They did say that they noticed that the consumer is being more choiceful in how they're spending their dollars. And that's a conversation we've been having.
Many Chinese stocks look good.
Retailers and grocers, etc. Costco had been holding up, but again, they had mixed results this latest quarter. Gas prices did climb, obviously in the road report, we'll probably expect to see that lower given the trajectory of crude oil and the impact of gas prices. For them, e-commerce sales rose by nearly 19%. That was less than the prior period when they saw e-commerce jump more than 20%. So all in all, mixed results. But again, that membership fee increase, they're expecting this.
Yeah, David Tepper talking about China stocks yesterday.
Stat about the demographic base skewing a little bit younger, folks below 40. Maybe
Okay, they're looking really good here. Okay, cool.
jeweler stock to see if like young people getting married is gonna come over Costco.
All right, let them run, folks. Let them run.
That's right. I mean, and they can also mention on
If you have time, let them run. See how far we can get this the first hour or so of the trading day. Tesla, I've already seen some profit taking. Okay, Unity Software trying to break higher. Unity trying to break higher.
Peter Schiff buys his gold at Costco. Next time he's on, I'll have to ask him. I don't think so. I think he's got like his own vault.
All right. And then in terms of the analyst reaction, you have some analysts boosting their price targets today. Chelsea Advisory Group, they boosted their price target for Costco to $1,000 bucks a share. They previously had it at
Okay, Unity Software. Let's see. I'm off $30 per contract. Oh, I have a single. Sorry, singles. The December 23 call. Okay. Buy the dips only. If you're buying options, always buy dips.
All right, some profit taking, but pretty good numbers. Nice mid-digit single. Growth, pretty good at this point.
Okay. What are we booming over? What are we booming?
Institution like Costco. All right, so shares coming off a little bit, but again, it's like I feel like generally most people are going to look at that and they're going to see it as a buying opportunity when the trade and trend has been as reliable as it has been in the stock. Let's talk maybe some BMY real quick. I think this is pretty interesting because we've got a lot going on in the neurological department. It's one of the major verticals that a lot of these biotech companies are really pushing right now. So FDA approval of schizophrenia drug.
All right, looking good.
Coming off a little bit, but it still seems notable to build out the the suite of products, etc.
The eye is still south of you? What am I looking at? Why does it show the storm? All right. Is this weather radar that I have wrong? That'd be messed up. Let's see. Or is the storm that big? Let me see what this is. All right, let me just look at this real quick. I'm looking at taking some profits off on a few things. Okay, let me see what this is. All right. Tesla pulling back a little bit. Okay, it looks like people taking profits off the table. Okay. Early profit taking on many stocks. Supermicro up. Supermicro's going. Man, if this thing catches some legs, looks like that low yesterday was doing quite well for an entry. Okay, so wrong channel. Let's see. Where is this Ryan? Ryan Hall's pretty good. Ryan Hall. Where the hell is he? He might not be on. I think he's in the Midwest, right? Ryan Hall, you guys know? He's good. He's got a good weather station. Okay, there goes Intel. Intel going.
diversifying tool for the revenue stream. So the stock should be up 2.5%.
Yeah, still getting wind gusts, lots of rain.
Really coming off a little bit. Some of the weight loss drugs have cooled somewhat, so maybe we need a fresh healthcare winner. Hey Dan, real quick, let's talk tech for a moment. Not the biggest news, but a notable downgrade. Give me the quick rundown on this Bank of America note. They were bullish on HPQ, but now they're kind of giving up, and the stock is not liking it.
No, it's not. I mean, it's
Okay.
continuing to turn lower. Initially, it was just a little thing there on the stock, but now you see HPQ down at 4%. BFA downgrading it to a neutral from a 5.
Tesla bouncing. All right, so there goes Intel. Intel on the move.
They view that any growth will come from shared buyback. They believe that any
Intel, big move on Intel. All right, I'm going to sell some Intel into strength here.
offset by reduced print margins, and they believe that the print margins will come in the middle of the long-term range. And so they believe because of the downside to print margins, that could increase pressure on earnings. So again, they say that, you know, some cost takeouts and even some supply chain issues, they believe that'll create a transitory higher margin environment.
Intel,
Printing, they don't think that it's sustainable, so that's why they're
23. Okay, Intel.
Okay. All right. Big response. Losing a bowl. Not a lot of them. You don't hear a ton of talk about HPQ.
Intel, I'm going to exit some Intel into strength and reassess the markets. You know what I do? I do the first 15 minutes. How many times have we looked at stocks the last couple of days that pop up in the morning and pull back? Look what Tesla did yesterday. Hit the high, sold into strength for those of you who had short-term trades, dropped ABCD pattern and closed a little bit off the low. Tesla yesterday. Okay, so many of these stocks did the same thing. Apple yesterday, high of the day at the open, pulled back, sell into strength. That's what I like to do. And it's a Friday too, so the excitement will dissipate pretty quick. So I want to take some opportunities off the table. Take some profits off the table. Opportunities yesterday on the dip. IQ. Okay, I have three Chinese stock. No, I got four Chinese stocks now. I have YINN, Win. Okay, I got four Chinese stocks right now. Okay, I'm looking to add Win. Okay, looking for that. You can see that's starting to turn up. I'll keep this one for a while. Win, pushing higher. Also have IQ. I'm buying the ones that are not that haven't taken off to the upside like Baba, because David Tepper said he was buying some things. He was buying some stocks that haven't already pushed higher, and he didn't want to say what they were. But I saw the volume yesterday on IQ. That looked pretty good. A little early, but looks good. IQ. Baozun. Baozun's another one we traded before. I know that Jennifer, you've traded this one with me before in the past, like years ago, when the last time we got a very bullish run in these Chinese stocks. There goes Baozun. Okay, if you look at the weekly and you zoom out a ways, you can see where this has come from. So Baozun, years ago, it has to be 5 years now, right? We were trading over here. Jennifer, you remember that, right? I'm sure you do. This pulled back. All the Chinese meddling with their companies. Looking for these to get back now. Baozun's another one. Cheetah Mobile, cellular company in China. Okay, some people don't want to trade Chinese cellular companies, but I think it's got potential. Can we get a double on this one? Maybe. Okay, so I got four. I got YINN, IQ, Baozun, BZUN, and Cheetah Mobile, CMCM. I think that's all I have, right? Yeah, that's all I have for now.
Shares responded in kind. How big of a deal is this for a company that's been a very, very reliable trade for a long time?
Well, Visa and MasterCard as well as part of the card network dynamic in the U.S. and globally. They've both been the subject of various actions in the past. This isn't something that's particularly new. We've seen Dodd-Frank and the Durbin Act.
What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA, where are you, NVIDIA? Pull back a little bit. All right, Tesla, Unity. There goes Unity Software. Unity Software going to help you out.
And MasterCard to allow merchants to route to multiple debit card networks. And so this is just another layer that we're seeing come on in terms of the DOJ's allegations around the dynamics and the competitive dynamics in the marketplace for debit. But Visa is very scaled, very well penetrated, and has many value-added services that continue to drive the value proposition for merchants. So even though pricing concerns that the DOJ may be having, or ability to use other networks, or
Luckin Coffee, Luckin, right?
Platforms to merchants to use for whether it's better pricing or consumer preference. All of that still has to live in the world of chargebacks and fraud and cybersecurity, and all of those categories are areas where Visa adds value and brings a value proposition to merchants and to issuers that can't be negated simply by saying that there's a better price somewhere.
Okay, Upstart, yeah. Ryan Hall, y'all, yeah.
So then,
He's pretty good.
the idea then is the
Let's see.
value proposition that they're-
Where is he? He's got to be from the.
you know,
No,
obviously,
maybe not from the Midwest.
should get
The
paid
term y'all.
charge for it.
Okay, Doc Hunter.
I've also seen that the DOJ is like insistent on finding
Apple.
any openings
Apple trying to go.
inside
Apple's trying to go.
of,
Okay, yesterday Apple looked really good. Is it going to lift off today? Maybe.
financial
Maybe
value.
we'll take a trade on Apple.
Imagine that they would
Let's take a look at what the
often
chart
accept
says.
something that's like,
Survey says.
you know, high probability of missing.
Apple.
Think that they're going to have to pay something.
Yeah, looks
We're not
pretty good.
antitrust lawyers, but if we think about actions in the payment space, we did have an FTC action against MasterCard in 23 that was settled. And that was around tokenization and how tokenization, which is basically how you encrypt credentials, how that was potentially or allegedly creating a moat for MasterCard. And that was settled in 23. So it's not necessarily the first or the
PMZ is positive for Apple.
There
Apple.
is some legislation that's been in process that hasn't come up for vote around network routing.
PMZ is
But
bullish for Apple.
we're not antitrust lawyers, but we do cover stocks where we've seen DOJ actions and where they've sought out remedies. So our view is that if the DOJ's position or the allegations are that there's an anti-competitive dynamic, maybe they look for remedies where they put a monitor in or someone to ensure that dealings with partners or
Okay, Apple's going here. Watch Apple.
furthering what they may
Apple looking pretty good. Thank you.
It's not to say that it is or isn't happening. Again,
Thank you, David.
but
Appreciate
in
it.
terms of what they might seek
Apple looking good.
to remedy the situation.
Okay, Unity Software. Unity on the move.
The DOJ's had monitors put in place to monitor dealings between divisions of companies. And then in terms of fines, we've also seen fines in the past for other companies with this type of action. But Visa is very well capitalized in our view. And so our view at the moment is that we would
Supermicro looking good.
financially,
Okay.
material to Visa's balance sheet or
If you got caught on Unity, that one's on the move right now. It's about back up to the recent highs. Unity Software. Think about taking some things off. If you're up 100%, definitely a reason to take some off. Okay.
Keep everything coming through their own revenue streams. Because one of the things that the antitrust lawsuit talks about is Visa is what they frame it, making
Meta.
block. And some of the
Okay,
things that
watching
they're
those
trying
FANG
to
stocks.
get into some of the
Pinduoduo is still number one on the NASDAQ 100. It's been number one for like the entire week. Pinduoduo. Supermicro number two. Now this one has a history of fading the high of the day. So early morning. So be wary of it. institutions are going to want to get out at higher prices. All right. So they might buy some to push the prices up. So just be aware of it. Okay. People chase it. They can sell into that strength. You know, they don't want to sell on a waterfall. Okay. So if institutions are bugged by this government probe into their actions, you know, it's in their benefit to get the stock to bounce. So just be aware of it. You can play the bounce, but I don't know. It's getting a little bit more worrisome with the government getting involved.
People circumvent the debit card credential and go straight to the checking account. Because from a consumer's perspective, it's cash out of their account in either case. So it really is, they would be indifferent.
Okay, Intel, nice move on Intel to sell into. Okay, Tesla looking for the bounce. AMD looking for a follow through. AMD.
So to speak, right? We don't necessarily know the specific details of
Albemarle.
payments may look like. If it resembles the PayPal resolution, it would be essentially a lower fee in exchange for routing through the Visa credential. But that's, again, just based on what we've seen with another covered company, an example of how that came to a resolution.
Okay, very helpful. Paul, thanks for the details. Good framework for us to think about as we kind of navigate this. Appreciate that very much. A lot to unpack when the government's knocking on everyone's door. Every sector, yeah, totally. All right, so Visa shares kind of bouncing back here. Tom, when you look at the options, what stands out to you?
Well, the bounce back that we're seeing, and it's at some key inflection points as far as technical levels too. The 50-day moving average right there, dropping.
Yeah, Unity Software trying to get back up to the recent highs. Unity.
Around 276, we bounced off of those lows. So I looked at a strategy that avoids earnings. We've got earnings on the 22nd of October, so I want to avoid that, but maybe it grinds higher into that. So here's the option strategy. I've got a skewed or unbalanced call butterfly to the upside here out in the October 18th monthly cycle. So just 3 weeks to expiration, where I'm going to buy one of the 275 strike calls, basically just about $1.50 in the money. Buy one of the 275 calls, sell two of the 282.5 strike calls, and then buy one of the 285 strike calls. So in essence, I'm buying a $7.50 wide bullish call vertical, offsetting some of the cost by selling that $2.50 wide call vertical. You're paying roughly about a $2.75 debit for it. So that takes that break even up to 270. Approach to a bullish trade here by using the unbalanced call butterfly.
Okay. All right. Like it. So bullish approach.
Yeah.
Okay. Using some of the vol here to buy the dip. You got one on PayPal too, real quick. Hit me.
PayPal, a little bit more long term on this one because the stock has risen about 11% so far this month. Now up over 30% so far this year. It's had a good run, good bounce back on their transition with the new CEO. So I looked at something long-term out in the December monthly cycle. So over 80 days till expiration on this, where I'm going to buy basically the at-the-money call, the December 80 strike call. But I want to offset some of the costs on it, right? Because maybe it continues to grind higher, but doesn't explode maybe to 100. So selling the 90 strike call against a bullish $10 wide call vertical to the upside, paying roughly about a 370 debit for that. There's your risk on it. It can expand to $10. If the stock's trading above 90 at December expiration over the next 84 days, that break even, you see there 83.70, only about 5% above the current share price in PayPal. So taking advantage of the rally that we've seen, implied volatility levels have come down, a directionally biased bullish call vertical here with a pretty good risk reward setup.
Okay. So two ways to buy into payments group. Bullish in nature. Give me the numbers.
All right.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast.
Okay, let's see. Unity Software is on the move. Unity blasting higher.
A history and a geography degree. How did you find your way into trading?
Unity's going. Unity Software. Okay.
So
Man, what a shakeout.
being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous.
Okay, there goes Unity Software. Apple looking good. Apple looking for the follow through.
The best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition.
Tesla.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales. Turns out I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. We got sentiment coming in a little bit above expectations on the top line.
University of Michigan sentiment up.
Stocks are trying to hold on to gains in the Russell mostly. Dow firming up.
University of Michigan sentiment is up.
Highs of the morning. Nasdaq took a little bit of
That's a positive.
right at the open, but didn't dip too far. We're going to talk Tesla. That's our highlight in the Mag 7 category this morning. But we're also going to continue the China discussion and trade wind resorts, looking at the impact of recovery abroad. So that's an important story. And next week, we've got some earnings that we'll look at.
All right, sentiment is positive. It's plus 70. Forecast was 69.4. Previous was 69. So that was a dip recently.
Nike and Constellation Brands. But right now, it's number. Mr. Kevin Hanks back with me. 70.1. Not a bad little figure there, Kev. Maybe inflation expectations kind of sticky, but seems like a solid number again.
I'm getting a mixed report. I'm getting 69 and 2.7.
Yeah? Huh. 70.1. My Bloomberg UMISH sentiment.
Intel,
Yeah, definitely.
Unity. Okay, Unity popped up. It looks like they sold, somebody sold into strength there. Apple's on the move. Apple going.
Tiny bit above the 3% they were looking for the 5 to 10 year inflation expectations. That would be the only maybe negative thing.
All right, now
They were looking for 69.4, so pretty decent little print.
yields have ticked up a little slightly since that number came out. Yields down to or 3.5 here, just a slightly higher. I'd love to go to the 1 minute charts here to see what the reactions are to these numbers. Looks like the dollar's slightly higher.
All right, Apple's on the move.
Overall, E-minis. Yeah, we're a little changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supermicro flagging right now. Supermicro.
Just ahead of it, a little softer after that.
So it's in the institution's interest to let or
Yeah, I mean, look, I just don't think
produce some sort of tailwind to push prices higher
it seems like right now on the trend.
so they can get out at higher levels. They don't want to all sell in a waterfall because then you could see the stock drop precipitously.
10 of 11 sectors in the
Supermicro,
with only information
just being aware of what's going on.
Nvidia is still losing its bid. Yes, Nvidia is still down.
Yeah, it is down,
So information technology is the only sector that's lower in the S&P 500. You know, Nvidia.
What is small caps doing? Small caps still have yet to turn. Small caps trying to turn. Small caps turning. Might be a dip buying opportunity.
Is a little sluggish to start with a few of those big tech names down, but yeah, every other sector is higher right now. So it's a pretty nice broad rally.
NASDAQ actually getting a little stronger here as we get through.
IWM with a dip buying opportunity. It's bouncing off the 90 MA the last couple of days.
Kind of had the question now, coming into this week about whether or not economic data were going to be points of volatility. I think I'm kind of getting my answer here, which is closer to no.
Algin, Align Technologies, ALGN. AL, thank you, Brian.
The cuts, and you get them, and you go 50, and
Yeah, I like it too. Oh, that's really nice.
a new cycle, a new regime confirming that we're in a down cycle for rates. It just seems like you're going to have real surprise in the data to disrupt any of that narrative. It feels like we're kind of locked in.
That's really nice. Yeah, I like it. Higher lows, higher highs. Next higher high should take you to 270. Higher high, 270. Next, 200 day. Align Technologies. Boeing looking good. Okay, Boeing.
That's what he's telling us to focus on. Let's see if the market does. Because he's clearly told us inflation not as important, and the reactions to the inflation data are showing that we believe him when he tells us that.
Okay,
It's going to be a solid week.
let's get Apple. All right, so this is Align Technologies brought to you by Mr. Flood.
Beating expectations, coming in lighter.
Apple still going. Okay, let me turn off pre-market. Apple pre-market. Okay, Apple, you can see where supply is overhead.
In the early summer, and then from the spring into the summer, we kind of deeply rolled over in the quality of our economic data. The economic surprise right now is going back up. So it's nice to get the 50 bip cut. At the same time, you start getting some numbers. Pretty good situation.
Believe me, if we can.
My wife just went shopping. It's like pouring out. But she wanted to go shopping because there's nobody there. Shoppers don't tend to go out when it's raining, I guess. That's what she's thinking. Hope she doesn't. Well, there'll probably be less people on the road, too. My son's off of school. They canceled school today because of the storm.
I'm with you. And because that's a really nice combination and a way to thread the needle. To have data this week, to have jobless claims firm, and then the only downside of that being inflation risk.
Okay, Apple on the move. Apple looking pretty good here. Apple.
It's a fresh supply catalyst. If you're worried about inflation, this is not a good week for you.
Right. If you're worried about it,
Exactly.
Exactly right.
If you're trying to trade like reflation trade, this is not a good week for you.
Yeah, even though, because when headline PCE year over year comes in 2.2% and 0.1, that's energy. That's what's taking that down. We saw it in the CPI data. We saw it in the PPI data. It's energy dominating on that. There's other parts that have softened, like used car prices. That's also happening, but man, the energy is still dominating the lower inflation narrative.
Yeah. All right. Also, energy stocks are actually hanging in there today with a 1% bounce despite crude being down. So I can be trying to behave a little bit.
Okay, Bitcoin bounce.
Inflation this morning, it's up to the market now to take it and turn it into a rally. It seems like we've got.
Okay, Bitcoin, looking for that to go.
NASDAQ is going from down to up to back down.
Yeah.
Since we've been in here,
Well, NVIDIA.
BITO, I have BITO and CONL.
I don't think it's that big a deal just yet. But right, like if you had a list of all the things this week that were going to matter, and now we're here on Friday. They're all pretty
Getting back to even on BITO, BITO. Not too much, not off too much. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And Coinbase, that's looking a lot better. Coinbase. Okay, you going again? You going again? All right, there goes Unity Software popping up. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, let's look at the S&P 500. Elvis has had a good run. Okay, so I'm looking for some profit taking in Elvis so I can get into it. All right, I get back into it. Okay, we had a trend break, a little short-sighted to take profit too soon. It gapped up the last 2 days, but I was looking for this flag to build a little bit more on Las Vegas Sands. Instead, it just took off to the upside. So this is what we originally saw on Las Vegas Sands. If you've been around for the last week or so, you know what we were thinking on Las Vegas Sands. We had this trend break, phase 2 starting. I don't want to chase it up here, though. I want it to pull back a little bit towards the 9 and 21 day. It may not. That's institutions buying. They don't have a problem buying high and selling higher. They do have a problem, though, selling into weakness. Okay, so they like stocks like Supermicro. They look for that to bounce. You know, there'll be some selling on the waterfall, but they're not going to sell their entire positions on waterfall events. They're going to look for a bounce. Manufacture ways, get upgrades, give it an upgrade at the low so they can get out at a higher price. Stuff like that. Okay, CRM looks pretty good. Okay, do I have CRM? No, CRM looks good. Okay, grinding along, CRM. Looking for this to get up to like 300. Yeah. Yeah, I love Janis Joplin's back in the day. That Canada tour, the Canada Rail tour. That seemed like a lot of fun. The Canada Railway tour with Janis Joplin and a bunch of the 60s folks that were on the train. I think the band was on the train too, right? Might have been a few other people. All right, Intel pulling back. So selling Intel into strength. You see what I'm talking about? Look at Intel. That's why I like to sell into strength, into the first 15 minutes. Look at Intel. Okay, first 15 minutes, it runs up, pulls back. You're going to get another opportunity. The deal with Intel is not going to go away, it seems. So people take profits. We'll look for it to dip. And around 11, 12 o'clock, we'll look for an opportunity to buy.
This stock seems to be driven by China. It's been like that for a while. So, I mean, going from 75 to 96.
Yeah, exactly.
To me, that's still, you know, the move in the China specific stocks looks even bigger.
Corey bringing up a good point, right? Russell, a while back, Russell's been around since the beginning. Good buddy, Russell. Let's see. Freeport McMoran. Let's look at Freeport. So one of the things that Russell will look for is how many days. I think it's 4 days. I don't know if Russell's listening, but 4 days outside the upper Bollinger Band. That's a reason to take some profits off. Okay. So there's 4 days right there. So while at the moment we could see some more follow through, we're overbought. You could call it overbought. I'm showing that as strength of trend. Bollinger Bands whipping in the other directions, but you definitely don't want to buy up here. You want to be a net seller. Look for it to pull back in. The trends with China stimulus are going to be effective probably over months, weeks and months. So you don't need to chase it. Let's look at what was the other one that was up? Oh, the same thing goes on the reverse. Supermicro. Okay. Not outside the Bollinger Bands yet. What else? What else has moved a lot lately? Intel. Okay, Intel's okay. It's been running the upper bands 5 days running. So this is a good reason to sell some Intel. Look for it to pull back to say 22, 23 for a better entry. Take your profits into strength. That's what institutions do. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple moving to the upper Bollinger Band. Okay.
cheap.
Micron. Okay, Micron's dropping. Micron is dropping. We want to get out of this iron condor with a profit. So watch Micron dropping.
So they're going to need to basically lift their guidance. But if they do, then the stock should effectively get cheaper. So there could be some real kind of snowball effect, is my point, when you've got an analyst community that remains, somewhat kind of, mixed on it. Price target of $109 on average. So they're not really expecting.
Okay, for you iron condor traders, okay, that took Micron, looking for it to drop a bit more. Okay, Micron looking for it to drop a bit more. I have the 110, 105. Okay, so I'm short the 105. I'm long the 110. So we're getting pretty close. Let's see. Micron, where are you, Micron? Where did Micron go? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I'm off about $100 per contract right now. All right, so I'll wait for this a little bit longer. The implied volatility is going to collapse further. I can capitalize on that. Originally, we were thinking about taking today's expiration, but I thought better of it because lately these stocks have done the exact opposite or moved a lot more than the expected move. This one had an 8.6% expected move, I believe, and it jumped, 15, 16, 18% or something like that. Intel still pulling back. Okay, you're looking at Exxon. Let's look at the energy stocks, energy. Okay, bounce. Okay, let's take a look at the most actives. S&P 500, Walgreens Boots Alliance, number one, up 6%. That's a cheap stock. That might actually be a good trade. Let's take a look. Walgreens, when are their earnings? Okay, Walgreens Boots Alliance. Okay, Walgreens, that's up 6.5%. Walgreens. Okay, it needs to break the downtrend. So the most I would anticipate, if I was going to trade this, the most I'd anticipate is a move to 10, 50-day, and then a move back and continue the trend down. If it does break trend, the moving averages will start to flatten out. Phase 1 accumulation is what we're looking for. This is phase 4 markdown still on Walgreens. Whenever I've been in a Walgreens around me, it's hardly anybody in there. Hardly anybody in the Walgreens. CVS a little better. You got these big chains like Kroger and Publix and Safeway and a few others, Albertson, whatever. They have their own pharmacies. So I think that's taken a lot of business from CVS. Got the right idea. They started putting on those emergency rooms or emergency medical kiosks. They have one technician in there, a nurse usually. That's pretty good. But Walgreens, I don't think they have that kind of service. Anyway, this one's most active right now. I wouldn't chase it. Las Vegas Sands and Wynn, look for these to pull back in. They're way outside the upper Bollinger Bands for a few days now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. That's strength of trend. Echoed in RSI. Intel still pulling back. Okay, let's look at some of these Chinese stocks like IQ, cheap name, coming off the lows. David Tepper talking about these names. It looks like a suspect right there, right? 65 million shares trading hands. He said that he had other stocks he was going to buy, but he wasn't going to mention them because, quote unquote, what he said was he didn't want the stock to jump when they start buying or as they buy into these positions. So IQ is a pretty good candidate. I mean, look at the volume there. That looks like something he might have bought. IQ, Baozun, which is another one that I bought on his initial comments. Look at the volume. Look at the volume yesterday. Okay, these look like he's been taking positions. Now, Baozun is a e-commerce company in China. I would imagine they would do very well. If it gets anywhere near like 236 Fibonacci from this weekly time frame, 236 would probably put you around what, 14 to 18, something like that. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see what a Fibonacci on this one would look like. Okay. Okay, so here's the high over here. I'm just going to take it from over here. Oops, that's not what I want. Okay, let me turn it to red. Okay, about here, down to there. Turn on 236. Okay, 236, yeah. See? Dead on. Dead on. 14 to 16. 236. All right, so from 3 to, that's what? A 4-bagger? I could handle a 4-bagger on Baozun. Okay, so that's just one example. Let me put that in the Chinese stocks group. Let's see what some of these Chinese stocks look like Baba. Did it get too far ahead of itself? Nope, Baba is still going. Baba is still going. Alibaba, Baidu. Yeah, these are definitely taking off. Look at the volume. Institutions buying. Now, what David Tepper said was that the Bank of Japan, the People's Bank of China, one of the official, I think it was the official, I'm not sure, don't quote me, but paraphrasing what Tepper said, he's buying everything. Or he was looking at everything moving higher. Obviously, buying selective names. But the stocks that have taken off, you don't want to chase them like Alibaba or Baidu or Tencent Music. You could buy KWeb. KWeb has Tencent Music in there and a few others, but you can't chase this. I mean, this could be down to 32 tomorrow, or unless you trade Saturday. It could be down to 32 or even lower on Monday. So these are not the ones you want to chase. You don't want to chase anything. You want to be looking at stocks like IQ coming off the low yesterday, or this week, I should say. The volume shows probably Tepper or somebody else buying 60 million shares. So if you're in these, you probably want to just stay seated for a while on the train. Baozun, we just talked about. Okay, Wynn, WYINN. I don't know why I have a hard time pronouncing that. That's moving. Okay, so this is an ETF. China Bull 3 times. Okay. So Tepper mentioned it on Wednesday. Moved higher yesterday. Okay. What was the other one? Cheetah Mobile. Cheetah Mobile, a cheap stock. Mobile. No, it's CMCM. CMCM. Okay. So this one's cheap still. The volume's starting to pick up. It's only 100,000. It traded yesterday. So this is probably the least likely candidate. Let's look at some of the other ones. Let's look at a candle glance. That way we can look at the whole group. Okay, let's take a look at these. Okay. You want to look at the ones that aren't too far extended, that don't have gappy, like Baozun. That one looks good, Baozun. Okay, I don't know why I have 2 charts of Baozun. Oh, I just put one in there, that's why. Cheetah Mobile, CWeb, gappy. You can't chase those. DQ, Solar, Chinese Solar. Ginkgo Solar's an, oh, I have Ginkgo too. Where is that Ginkgo? Did I buy Ginkgo? I thought I did. Did I not get a fill? Shoot. Let me see.
No politics, no noise.
I thought I bought Ginkgo Solar.
Available anytime.
Where the hell is it? JNK. I don't. Damn it, Janet. Ginkgo Solar. Okay, so Ginkgo Solar, that's the panels that I have on my house are manufactured by Ginkgo, but installed and I don't know what you want to call it. They're Ginkgo solar panels, but I have Enphase. Okay, Ginkgo. Shit, I thought I bought this. I thought I bought this. Damn it, Janet. Okay, well, I missed that one. Ginkgo Solar.
Some of the auto strain will find some relief now that we're cutting rates here and abroad. What's going on, guys?
I think it's a few things.
Okay. Micron pulling back even more. Okay, going to give us an opportunity to exit those Iron Condor call side spreads. Okay, still not there yet.
And you know the street's looking for about 460, but it'll be the first quarter in 3 quarters we're actually going to show growth again. We're looking for about 6% year-over-year growth, and Cybertruck is contributing to that. Cybertruck
Okay.
is doing like 20 a quarter now, so it's called 100 per year.
Okay, so Baozun, Ginkgo Solar. Damn it, I missed that one. That really ticks me off. I thought I got into it. Ginkgo. I really liked what I saw. Okay, so anyway, Momo, that's another one. Okay, this is another one. I know, Jennifer, you've traded this one too. Momo and Baozun. Momo, remember this one? Okay, it's not too far away yet. Okay, Momo looks really good.
There's still too many interventions, and when you like, there's stuff out there that you can look at. There's a Tesla crowd tracker or Tesla FSD tracker, it's called .com. You could see people upload their data, and you can see that there's still about 97% what they call efficacy, so about 3%.
Okay, Momo looks good.
To have a Robotax. So I think what we're going to see at the Robotax event, which I'll be there, will be an unveil, you know, a promise that at some point they're going to get to unsupervised, but at least today there's still a supervised FSD, which is in the stock.
Huya, another one. Huya.
Means somebody has to continue to hold on.
Okay, volume is there. Huya, another.
Unsupervised, and I don't think Tesla is there yet.
What about the competition?
Who you gonna call? Huya. All right. Let's see. QD, Quidan. QD. $2 stock.
What do you think they could do to really surprise and win over the doubters?
Yeah, I don't want to get too crazy with too many of these. I learned my lesson in the past. You don't put too many of these on at the same time. Trade options if you can. Okay, Weibo. That one's already followed through quite a bit. Weibo. A lot of volume. Yeah, who you think was buying the last few days? They'll be the ones selling to you. Futu, JD.com, that's gapped up. IQ, Sohu. Sohu, that one looks pretty good. Sohu.
They run about $100,000 each, and it's not a scalable business. They can't just go into every.
Weibo, Sohu.
Once they set up the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is setting it up, it's monitoring, and it's recovery if needed.
Okay.
Once they go in, they can do that in multiple cities.
What is XPEV? That one gapped up. Okay, I don't want to chase that. When? Where's VIP Shops? VIP Shops Holdings. VIPs. All right, that gapped up too. VIPs. VIP Shops. Okay, so I got enough exposure right now. These could double or triple or quadruple. So I'll just let them do their thing. CRM. This one's kind of sluggish. It's not really getting going. Sluggish.
On the fleet. I assume a take rate on the deliveries.
But looking for much more upside.
I feed that through my P&L, and on my 2030 earnings, it's worth about $1 a share of my $15 in earnings, but it's not worth, $15 a share in earnings, which is what some people are coming up with.
Yeah, I love that math. Very helpful. So then, if that's your kind of assumption, your baseline for the role of the self-driving and the robo stuff, that kind of as a whole category where that goes, what's a price? What's a valuation that maybe is a little bit more tied to the auto sales and the reality of what's driving the stock right now?
Let's see. Super Micro.
270 is not.
Micron still pulling back. Micron. Okay, so
So I include nothing for robotaxi.
the dealers most likely
Ramp up over the next 10 years.
rehedging at lower prices on Micron. Bitcoin still pushing. Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin.
This is the big chunk of that, $270. And so, look, you can be excited on
Nanonuclear.
Why? Because the delivery is going to be, and the most important thing to me is the $25,000 to $30,000.
Yeah, we traded that for a couple of weeks, right? Not sure who brought it.
Under at Gary Black 00, you'll see it. But this is very reminiscent of 2020 when they introduced the Model Y. And Model Y was a new category, allowed them to go into the CUV category. The bears said, "Oh, this is just a big Model 3. It's just going to cannibalize Model 3." That is not true because you get a whole new TAM by going into the compact category, which is about
Maggie Smith. Oh, wow.
globally. The number 2 car in the world right now is Toyota Corolla. Number 1 is Model Y by Tesla. And once you have a Tesla compact, you're bringing the Tesla brand and its performance and its safety record and all the things that people.
She was good. She was good.
Anywhere, and you're putting it into that compact.
My mom's going to be really upset about that.
Market share by doing it. So that's what I get excited.
She was good in Downton Abbey.
You want to own Tesla for the EV business and the energy business. And if you get a robo-taxi car at some point, that's an option. It's a free option you're getting because you're only paying $270 for an X robo-taxi.
Yep. Definitely how I beta stock. You want to sell into strength and buy the dips on Nano. Oh, look at that drop. Wow. Wow. Didn't expect that kind of drop. Wow. Bitcoin looks good. Bitcoin.
Because then also, by nature of pushing a cheaper car, they're going to have before.
Bitcoin's looking good. Gooder.
Financials in the tightest way possible to make sure they can get the margin out of that.
1934. Wow. 1934. Wow, she got it right on the anniversary. Almost. Almost made it.
As those people grow older, they have kids, they need new cars. As long as they're happy, and Tesla has very high.
Almost made it. 90.
The next time they buy a car, it might be a Model Y. They'll stay with Tesla, and once they're used to charging it up.
Nanonuclear could bounce here. I'm not going to do it though. I was thinking about buying some Nanonuclear on a dip, but I won't do it here. I look forward to get back a little bit closer to 1450.
So I think that's important. Your point about margins, Tesla's margins are already in the growth margins, already in the 16, 17.
Hollow. Okay, what's Hollow doing? Hologram. Are they Chinese stock? Hologram? Turning the corner. It looks like it's headed back to the 50-day there, Cayman, at least 38 or so. HOLO.
The compact becomes their best-selling car, and it's going to reduce that scale probably in both Boston and Beijing, and it's going to become a very high-margin company.
Wasn't NVIDIA doing something with hologram, Microsoft hologram, whatever it is, Micro Logic hologram, whatever the name of the company is? Elvis looks like it wants to break out again. Not chasing it.
They're going to have a record quarter for China. They've been tracking at record numbers all year, and next week will be another big week. The fact that the China
NVIDIA.
Is being, basically,
this Lena Khan. Somebody needs to fire her ass because she's going after companies that they're winning. They produce a great product. Nobody else could compete with them. You know, the European Union also going after companies from the U.S. You know,
I mean, that's probably the answer.
I mean, you sell a superior product, everybody wants to buy it. I don't know. Just seems very weird. But yet you can have Supermicro drop like a stone yesterday and somebody buy tons of puts before the announcement, and that's okay. Just pisses me off. You know, we got enough to deal with institutions making the playing field unfair. You got the SEC doing their thing, Department of Justice. Lulu still looking really good. Looking for a higher low here. CVS higher. CVS. Okay. The energy stocks, Apache, EQT, all those looking good. Supermicro looking good. MGM, Charter Communications, Etsy is higher.
Got it. Love the numbers, love the logic. And
Mosaic.
too, that the cheaper car probably going to be a bigger, immediate kind of, accretive thing to the bottom line in the robo-taxi stuff. But still fun to think about where that could go. Appreciate it, Gary. Thanks for the walkthrough of the analysis.
Okay, thanks, Elder.
Mosaic looks pretty good. Mosaic, MOS, Mosaic. No, I'll pass on that. Mosaic, I'll pass on that one. I'm just going down the list of S&P 500 stocks that look good. Let's see, Lulu, changing direction. Lulu, did they get an upgrade or something? Lulu looking really sharp. Lulu looking good. Lulu looks really good if you're a swinger. Just buy dips,
Trading the trending name every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Okay, stop underneath the low of the day, but this looks really good. Lulu, I'd be looking for a dip. Okay, it's starting to dip right now. So it's a Friday. You could stand to wait until Monday. You could stand to wait till Monday. Okay, let's take a look at a few other things. Just watch Lulu for a minute. Let's see what else is on the list. Charter, Supermicro. Okay, Nano Nuclear is already starting to bounce a little bit. I'm not going to chase it. I had a nice trade for the last couple of days. I bought some original shares last week. Those were first in, first out. Took those off pre-market. And then I took the whole position off because it looked like, it's Friday. Let's take some profits. If it gets above 1650.17, it'll be ready for its next leg higher. You know what I'm thinking on Nano Nuclear. Okay, Nano Nuclear. Don't want to overstay your welcome with this one. Okay, it makes it up into this resistance area, pulls back. This time it came down and touched the 20 EMA, so this might be ready to go, actually. Nano Nuclear. Do they have options, Nano? They don't, right? Nano Nuclear? NNE? No options. Okay, so you got to trade shares. I'm tempted, but it's Friday. So let's have it. Let's have the stock. Let's have the stock give us a bullish bias for next week. And if we have an opportunity, we'll buy on the dip. Okay, Nano Nuclear. Okay, it's trying to get above this pivot right here. The bias is to the upside. So we do have a bullish bias today from yesterday. You can see we had a higher high yesterday. We closed above Wednesday's high. Today, if we close above Thursday's high, and hopefully if we close above the 1630, we could be ready to run to 24. The next level is 24. Ooh, it looks really good. Looks really good. I would like a little bit lower though. I'm gonna exercise some patience. I'm not gonna buy it right here. Got a bearish chalk anyway. Needs to get back above that chalk. Nano. You can see that bearish. What am I looking at here? 5 minute. Okay, let me look at the 5 minute. 5 minute. There's a bearish chalk on the 5 minute. You can see right there. We lost this low right here. Nanonuclear. Okay, you see that bearish chalk right there. Why is it not showing? Okay, I got to change this, right?
But that's the general lay of the land here, or lay of the sea, I guess, so to speak. But so more recently, though, we're seeing acceleration of trend.
Bearish chalk. Show length chart. Fair value gap.
We have a very shallow, very modestly sloping downward trend line going across the highs, and a much steeper, shorter term trend line going upward here. So now we've got some conflict. So we have to kind of wait and see which one wins out right here. But RSI, our measure of momentum, is favoring the bullish side here. We're above the 50 midline. We're trending upward here. We are, we backed off a little bit from that overbought area. That would be a more positive sign if we were to re-enter that area along with a breakout above resistance. So obviously, when we talk about support and resistance, we've got this red line here, this repeated high point. We've got our trend line very close to each other. So this is kind of a confluence here, 19 to like 1920 or so. The next spot to the upside, 1974. To the downside, we've got our recent lows and our 21-day EMA at about 18 and 1768.
Okay.
Okay. So good little pickup here of the momentum. RSI looking the best it has in a while, but did try this before and failed on the run up in July. You also had the RSI kind of trending, but wasn't quite as strong as this is.
Okay, it looks like it's going to try to go. What do I want to do here? No, TTM is going red. You see that? Don't want to chase this. Okay, so I'll stay away from that for now. Bitcoin looks okay though. Bitcoin's making progress. Bitcoin is coming back a little bit right now on the 5 minute. Nvidia, I don't know. It looks like it'll be an opportunity on Nvidia. Unity trying to take out the recent high. Unity, Tesla, bouncing, Tesla. Okay, so let's go back to the list that we were looking at here. Lulu looked good. Lulu looks really good. Okay, just look at it nano. Look at it nano. Volume is tapering off. You can see that red histogram bar, so you don't want to chase this. Okay, this is probably going to roll over. Okay, so Lulu looking good. Apache and some of these energy names looking good. Apache. I don't like the pattern. It's a double bottom though. If you like double bottoms, look at what Micron did. Micron's still fading back to the 200-day. Micron 107. A little bit lower on Micron. We might not get the best numbers, maybe the best guidance, but I think it's going to be the vision moving forward here. We also are going to be looking at the Greater China numbers. They have been weak, obviously. Europe has actually been able to offset some of that weakness, but if we continue to see weakness within Greater China and a deceleration on a quarter-to-quarter basis, that could be... Okay, so Lulu, Micron, looking at Micron, Lulu, CVS, what's Bed Bath? Best Buy doing? Best Buy, BBY. BBY is breaking out. BBY, B-bands, opening, top and bottom. Yes, top, bottom.
Probably wants something a little bit new, a little bit grandiose, perhaps some ideas. So we'll see how that goes. Chart-wise, Rick, we got the pop and then You know, we're kind of closing the gap or kind of
Price at upper bands, RSI rising.
And I'll explain that here because
Okay, I'm just looking at Bed Bath, Best Buy. I always say that, Best Buy. Okay, MACD turning.
since then we connected to these highs and these highs here that gave us this longer term downward slope to consider here. But more recently, jumped to the upside.
Okay,
I believe it was Monday
Bed
night
Bath.
CEO, we crossed above, moving in
Yeah,
the
yeah, exactly. There you go. IWM.
the faster, crossing above the slower. And we can also see that RSI has improved. We've accelerated in terms of the RSI with a more steep trend, and we are in the overbought area. So things are looking more geared toward the positive side. But as I said, kind of a no man's land right now. We have this large gap to the downside. We're in an area of relatively little trading according to our volume profile study here. So, the next area of interest to the upside would be right around here. We've got a lot going on here. We've got our purple 250 2-day exponential moving average.
Good job there. IWM on the move.
At our red line and our volume profile point of control, all coming together right around like 90, 92.50, 94.30 or so between that area. So there's a lot going on there. That would be a significant area to break above here. To the downside, old highs and then subsequent post gap up.
IWM looking good.
39 at our green line. That would be another area to watch out for potential support.
All right. So we kind of got the breakout in a long-term context, but it's almost like a breakout that doesn't count when we're in the middle of that.
Okay, IWM with the bounce.
Kind of like consumed by this
Okay, but
because
Micron's still dropping. Okay, I really like this. I don't want to take anything today, but let me look at the triple. Triple here. Let's look at all three. So the short time frame is obviously crossed over. All right, this is BBY. This is Best Buy. Best Buy gapping up. Okay. Okay, the 1226, which is what everybody uses. This is what the creator of MACD suggested doing. Okay, especially if you're a swing trader or a position trader. Early entry is with the 514 or 515 MACD. You look for the 1226. That's what everybody else is watching. The 1226. That's the intermediate time frame. And then for long-term positions, you watch the 1939. He suggested 1939.12, and you can see that's turning up. So this one's probably going to keep going. It'll have a bullish bias for Monday. No need to take it today. Most likely we'll just break out and start trending like it did over here. Okay, between June and August, it consolidated in a much larger range, but it gapped up, dipped, and now it's going to follow through. Never should be in a hurry to buy new positions. Okay, should analyze them. Think about your best probability. If you like it, maybe what the best solution is to buy a BNC pivot. If it even gives us a BNC pivot. May not. But certainly what we'll be looking for is a close up here. That would give us a bullish bias for Monday. Yeah, that looks really good. You in this one, Paticus? Meta's still red. Okay, Meta.
Yeah, when we look at this one, we can see that we've been in a downward channel, but we're breaking out. We've broken above our moving averages and our
looks like profit taking. If you can, MJ, watch the TTM on the 5-minute. Some of these are already starting to turn, like Tesla. Tesla's starting to turn. You've got Microsoft turning. Nvidia's starting to turn. I'm watching the TTM bars. When I say they're starting to turn, I'm looking at the momentum. Looks bearish, but if you look at the momentum, it's slowing, and we're starting to see yellow TTM bars, so there's a possibility for these to reverse and move higher.
Thank you. That should be fun. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. KG, Rick Ducat, market meetup. When we come back, NASDAQ down a little bit, but the Russell's ramping.
It's not always the case. I mean, sometimes we're lower in the morning and we just continue lower. But a lot of times when you get selling in the morning, you wind up seeing a bounce in the evening, just about supper time, early in the morning. Anyway, so it's a Friday. You can feel the momentum is really slowed. I'm looking at the S&P 5 S&P 500 list and the Nasdaq 100 list, and they're barely moving. They usually flash a lot. You know, the degree of flashing, changing prices speeds up as we have a bullish trend. As things get more neutral, you can just see it kind of slows and the flashing kind of goes away. You might think I'm crazy, but I'm looking at these things. They all register. Plus, I'm watching for the futures to do something a little bit more. It's trending a little bit higher. Actually, S&P, we haven't even looked at that today. S&P 500. Okay, we wanted to be above 5,700. Okay, so we got that. We got the 5,700 back. 5,750. Oh, it's 5,750 that we wanted, right? 5,750. That's the line right there. Okay, we wanted to be back above 5,750. Okay, so we were above it yesterday, but they sold into that strength. Gapped above it today. Sorry. Gapped above it today. Now it looks like we're going to go to 5,800. So watch the ticker on the bottom of the screen. That's your support and resistance level. The ticker on the bottom of the screen. Okay, right now S&P is a little exhausted. You can see the histogram at the bottom of the panel there. I don't know. We've had a really great week. Micron was a standout. Supermicro, if you had puts, that was a standout. If you sold covered calls on Supermicro like VJ did yesterday, you did well. Buying the low and selling, what was it? What did you sell? You sold, let me see what you said you sold. Sold at 403. Cool. All right. So you bought at 390, 1,000 shares.
Yeah, it should be pretty solid. It seems here. We've got most everything this week going.
Wow. That took balls. That took balls. Okay, so S&P, we want to stay above 5750. I would prefer it if we stayed above 5760. If we got above 5760 and stayed up there, prefer that too. Okay, Micron still fading. Supermicro looks like it's about ready to break out. Supermicro looks like it's ready.
Consumer confidence may have missed. You did see a significant upward revision to the income figure, looking at some of the past data that we saw. So that's certainly a positive, maybe allays some of the fears that
Jason, let me show you what right here. Okay. Okay, you click on edit list. You see that right there? Edit list. Okay. This is what pops up. Okay, what you want to do is click right here. Okay, in the top right corner, right here in the top right corner where it says edit, you're going to click that and you'll select candle glance.
So right now, I think, end of the quarter, you could get some wonky price action. Plenty of risks still out there, like the election. Next week's data.
Yeah, that's a very useful feature to candle glance. You can look at everything all at once. Much better. I don't like doing it on big lists. I usually do it on something like the Chinese stocks, like we were looking at earlier. That way you can see the whole list of what's working, what's too extended, what's moving through the 21-day or the 50-day. 20-day is the blue line, 50-day is the red line. And you can zoom in to get an even better view of the charts, right? See, all these Chinese stocks are gapped up. So what would you be doing on a Friday if you were a day trader or a short-term swing trader? What would you be doing on Friday? You'd probably be taking profits off, right? That's what I'd be doing. Taking profits off. I'll stick with these Chinese stocks. When I say take profits off, I'm talking about the ones that have ripped higher, like Alibaba, Baidu, and stuff. I'd be taking profits on that and buying stuff like Baozun or IQ or any of these that have yet to pop. Okay.
But I think, obviously, we heard this most recently from the Fed, the economic data that seems to be what they'll be paying more attention to is what the job market looks like. So I think that is the big data point that we'll pay attention to next with the job report. We know the last one.
Okay, TTM is changing directions on quite a few names here. All right, looking for AMD to turn too. Let's go take a look at the semiconductors. All right. Let's go to the semiconductor list. All right. Semiconductors. Here's the semiconductors. Intel. Intel dipped there. Is that enough, Intel, to buy the dip? Intel? Intel could probably come back first. Let me take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I want to see what my son's doing.
So could get a little bit of a stall up here. We have plenty of support that can be outlined. This is the chart to watch moving forward, in my opinion, going into next week.
Yeah, I'm with you. Is the higher high going to hold, extend? We're going to really get the NASDAQ to start trending again. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Diane. Thank you for joining Morning Trade Live. Trading 360 with Nicole Petalese is up next. I will see you this afternoon at 2 p.m. This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself, find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Good Friday morning, friends. Glad you're with me. 90 minutes left in the into the trading day. All right, I'm rushing us to the bell. This is Trading 360, and I'm Nicole Petalides. Glad you're with us. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's a winning week on Wall Street. We're seeing records here this morning for the Dow and the S&P. But as you look across the board, tech is the only sector to the downside. Energy, utilities, financials, industrials, all with up arrows. The S&P up 1% this week. The Nasdaq up 1.5%. The Dow's at 42,519, gaining 344 points. The Russell is up about 0.5% this week and gaining 1.5% today. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold today pulling back $21, $26.73 a troy ounce after hitting some record highs throughout this week. Oil is down for the week, but right now it's $67.96. Just up fractionally. Oil down over 4% this week. The VIX is behaving 1544. The dollar watching that 100 level, sitting at 100.08. Still talk about the yen carry trade. That's something that sort of threatens folks. They would still think about that. Bitcoin 66,785, up 2.5%. But the key is really about this inflation print that we got today, cooling inflation that gives the green light to the Fed to continue with its rate cuts that everybody's counting on, coupled with the China stimulus throughout this week that really gave a boost to markets. In the meantime, we're joined by Kevin Hanks, senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network, taking a look at a name that's somewhat related to this China story, and that's Wynn Resorts. Let's hear a little bit about that. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Nicole. Yeah, China stimulus going throughout the market. Remember, Wynn has large capabilities or exposure to Macau and the gambling sector there. Getting a boost today from Morgan Stanley analyst Stephen Gramling, upgraded Wynn Resorts to overweight from equal weight. Price target $104, up from $97, representing a 25% upside. Wynn's near low valuation, underappreciated growth opportunity in the United Arab Emirates, and the optionality around Macau provide a favorable risk reward. So, Nicole, if you could imagine all these stocks, everything that can connect the dots to the China trade and all the stimulus that China is throwing at this market, analysts starting to follow suit now with upgrades across the board in a lot of these China stocks. You still have to determine if stocks related to China and can fall under the power of the communist government are worth investing in. Tradable? Yeah, they're tradable. They're great movers, but are they investable, Nicole? That's the question that investors really have to ask themselves.
Yeah, it was interesting because we saw yesterday, I was talking about Alibaba, JD.com, all of these names that have run up this week, 10, 20, 30%, some of these names on the heels of the China stimulus. And we heard more about David Tepper, the hedge fund billionaire who said, I'm buying everything China. He's buying ETFs, futures, he's all in on this. But as you noted, so many of these things are already up. And how much further can they go? So that's the question. Thank you so much. Kevin Hanks, good to see you, senior equities contributor. Good to see you, Kevin Hanks. Let's get some insights on the news shaping the markets. Right now, Brian Zeitel is with us, senior managing director, partner, co-chief investment officer at the Bahnsen Group. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. some of your thoughts on the market as we're hitting some records today and foresee some more rate cuts coming.
Yeah, well, that's it. We had PCE data out today, just slightly weaker than expected, and that gives the Fed more room to continue on their rate cutting cycle. And then, just like your previous guest mentioned, there's some follow through on what's going on in the Chinese markets, which has really been quite phenomenal the last couple of days. Shenzhen's up 13%, so I think some of that is flowing to ours as well. But PCE was 0.1 on headline and core. That was a little lower than expected, and so we're looking at a 3-handle yield on Fed funds somewhere middle of next year, and then a low 3-handle, towards the end of next year.
So that being said, is this market investable? Do you find opportunities in a market like this? Some of your thoughts there.
If you're talking about China, and forgive me, it cut out for a second, but there's opportunity there. It's, we're dividend growth equity investors, so it's not a pond that we typically swim in. That said, look, the market started out at 10 times earnings before the stimulus, came to fruition, and so it was cheap already. And you've got this big run up at this point. As far as does it have further to go, I'd still point to the fact that it isn't, from a multiple perspective, overvalued at this point, even just because it's had a great week. So I think there's still opportunity there. Yes.
Okay. And then here at home, how do you navigate and manage a portfolio knowing that rate cuts are coming? I guess there's always wild cards from geopolitical events or the election. How are you setting up portfolios these days?
I'd be reticent of going index investing at this point. It's been a great trade the last couple of years, but at this point, I really think it's important to be very selective in what you're owning in this market. There's great dividend payers, which is where we tend to focus, that are trading at 15, 16 times earnings, where the rest of the market is at 22x, maybe 20 next year's earnings. And so you can find better value looking at some of those names, particularly some of the industrial, some of the energy names, some things that'll pay you cash flow now, and not just be tethered just to falling interest rates. Because at the end, this isn't an environment with where the economy is, where rates are just going to go simply back to zero. We're talking about still a Fed funds that'll be a point above inflation by the time they likely get to terminal.
And so with that, you mentioned energy, and I think about where we are now. In fact, oil has pulled back about 4% or so this week. Tell me about that trade a little more. I mean, do you think energy could move higher or lower, or just sort of playing it as energy being something that you can count on?
Well, just from a demand standpoint, if you think that the Chinese economy is going to rev back up here a little bit, online for
all right. Sorry about that. Left you in the wrong screen. S&P still up here at the high. Okay. Markets are not moving that much.
But again, that growth play over time as that paradigm shifts and plays out.
What do you think about the Fed, how it cut 50 basis points, and some of that was to basically make sure that the market stays the way it is, particularly the labor market? There were some concerns there, and you even had Jay Powell alluding to another report that he looked at besides the Bureau of Labor Statistics that showed some weakness, and he expected some revisions in the jobs numbers. Sort of spook people a little bit, and some worries about the labor market. In the meantime, yesterday we had jobless claims at 4-month lows. Do we have a problem in the labor market or not? Right?
We do. Yeah. No, there isn't a problem in the labor market. You're right. There was 19,000 initial jobless claim number yesterday, which was lower than expected. And again,
AMD pulling back more. Semis are off today. Intel's still pulling back, so selling into strength. Good idea. All right, Supermicro. That might succumb to a little bit of gravity too. Supermicro.
And so I think the Fed is trying to tether, taking some of the restrictive policy offline, try to have that soft landing play out. And the only way to do that is to start cutting rates here a little bit. But no, employment isn't falling out of bed yet. We're not seeing that. You can see weak job openings numbers coming down, but you're not seeing unemployment really dramatically rising as of yet.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned some sectors like industrials and energy you noted that maybe staples and healthcare are good defensive plays during a rate cutting environment. Tell me about that.
FedEx starting to bounce.
Historically, you know, the
IQ. Let's see. IQ.
started to cut rates is generally a pretty good market period. Technically, this run during our pause was one of the most robust we've ever had. Okay, so there's part of the market that has really run up here. And so some of those defensive historically, when we start to cut rates, and most often when they're cutting rates, it's because the economy's slowing down. We're seeing that a little less this cycle. I think some of this has to do with just the post-pandemic, you know, strangeness or uniqueness in this particular cycle. But some of those defensives, staples particularly, that you get a nice dividend income stream now, that income is going to grow every quarter, you get stability, and whether they hit a soft landing on the Fed or whether they don't, you've got great businesses trading at reasonable multiples in the
Where did he go?
portfolio. And I prefer to do that versus some of the
Okay, let's look at FedEx. FedEx looking for the follow through on the bounce. FedEx. FedEx follow through bounce. 200 day.
Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. Three stocks, three charts, three trades. Ricky Cat goes to the technicals. Joe Hawthorne will take us through the trades. He's looking at some Chinese stocks and he's seeing some bullish opportunities. Alibaba, JD.com. He also has Expedia on there. He'll here on Trading 360. Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
Okay, Unity, what are you doing? Unity. All right, it's starting to calm down now. Albemarle. Let's see, Albemarle from earlier looked like it was going to break higher. A little doji for now, up on the top Bollinger Band. Looking for it to move into this Kirby over here on the left, Albemarle. Okay, Apple pulled back a little bit. Specialty chemicals, Albemarle looks good. Looking for it to follow through. Intermittent volume between buyers and sellers. Looks like this could continue though. 921 crossing up to the 50. The 50-day is no longer a steep slope down. It's starting to flatten out. Bollinger Band's opening up, RSI rising. It looks like this could, if it gets above this level right over here, okay, this level right in here is your, this is your Kirby right in this area here. Okay, as price moves above this area, it starts to accelerate. And the next level is this up here, the ceiling right along in this area. So I'll put that line there. All right, so that's your ceiling. So Albemarle could see that kind of move up to this area. Of course, the 200-day is first. Okay, there's resistance level there, 200. Albemarle looks good. I'm going to reduce my exposure to some of these stocks going into the weekend. What's Boeing doing? What's Boeing doing? Boeing. Let's take a look at Boeing. Boeing. Still meandering down there. Looking for Boeing to pop up towards the 21-day and then the 50-day. Got this pivot at 163.50 to get through. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla.
I am very optimistic right now, Nicole. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to see you guys. I think the market market right now, we know just last week or so, we were talking about the 50 basis point cut from the Fed. This week, it's been all about China and them injecting stimulus in their economy. That's the bigger narrative. I think that narrative, quite frankly, is even bigger than
TTM on. Let's take a look at Tesla. I want to show you Tesla. Okay, the markets are not helping. They're kind of just sitting here, but you can see the histogram on Tesla. See how it's starting to turn. You can see on the hourly chart, it's all yellow. On the 5-minute, it's yellow. So when it changes directions from yellow to cyan, you can see what happens here. Okay, the gap up that we had this morning. Okay. Let's go to the 15, see if that's doing the same thing. 15 is still showing bullish momentum. So, yeah. Okay, here's another thing to look at. Let's go to Tesla and let's look at Heiken Ashi. Heiken Ashi gives you an idea of what to anticipate. You can see you got all green candles on the Heiken Ashi. Heiken Ashi in Japanese, I believe, means average bar. Let me just see. Heiken Ashi meaning. Okay, Heiken Ashi meaning average price. Average price of movements to create a smoother appearance than traditional candlesticks charts. Average bar. Okay, Heiken Ashi translates into average bar in Japanese. Okay, the significance is that you can look at stocks through that lens and you don't get shaken out as much. Okay, look at the S&P. Okay, yesterday we had people in the room looking for a big move lower, but we bounced. We got back above 5750 today and continue to trend higher. Okay, TTM is cyan. So let's look at Tesla. Here's Tesla. Okay, so you had a little yellow bar there to start the day, but now we're starting to move higher. You can see the sell order block that's overhead that we need to get through. The daily chart on the right, you can see that we have a resting order sitting on top. These are sellers up here.
But we can see even before that, the trend was accelerating to the upside. Our purple line, we had kind of a shallow slope. Our blue line got steeper. Our white line, very steep here. Just a reminder, the steeper a trend is, the less sustainable it is. I'm not saying it's going to reverse, today or anything like that. I'm just saying that, kind of statistically speaking, the more extreme a move is, the more difficult it is to kind of hang on to the gain. And when we look at this move here, we can see a couple things. First, RSI overbought, sign of strength, continuing to make new highs with price. Second, Nicole, you kind of posed the question earlier, how much higher can things go?
If memory serves me, I believe, yeah, Boeing.
Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 standard deviations to the upside from that point. That tells us this is a very extreme, very strong move to the upside. It also gives us some boundaries to watch.
Yeah, Boeing's a good one. That one could sneak up on you and bite you in the buttocks if you're short. If you're long, this one could sneak up and just like pop. Okay.
And real quick, I'm going to cheat here. Normally we just do 3 stocks. I want to quickly show a 5-year chart here because there's a couple other levels.
Let's see what he's talking about. Alibaba. Yeah, Alibaba on the weekly looks really good. Unfortunately, on the daily, you could get a better entry. You'd be chasing like everybody else is doing. I would not be chasing Alibaba. Okay, Intel's still dropping. Okay. Semiconductors out of favor right now. Let's see. Micron's still drifting lower. So the dealers have an incentive to get it down below 100. over the next week or two. I don't know that they're going to do it today, but Micron definitely look at the Heiken Ashi on Micron. Okay, you got cells on the Micron Heiken Ashi charts. Okay, if you just use this one chart style in conjunction with other chart styles when you're trending, looking for trends, this is a really good technique to use. Heiken Ashi. Okay, you can see that Micron long term looks fine. Short term looks like it's just going to fade some more. Let's see, Intel pulling back. Okay, you got a sell signal on Intel this morning. Okay, on this reversal. Let's see what Unity looks like. Unity Software. Okay, a little profit taking there. Daily looks fine, Unity. Boeing, you got your first couple of bars that are giving you a bullish signal. Boeing looks like it could go.
The shape was a little different leading into things, but kind of the general read was similar here because we had a shallow trend line going up. We started to accelerate, then we really took off here. We took out these old highs right here. You're about 36 or so, and then we can see once again the RSI overbought, making new relative highs along with price here. Everything behaving the way the bulls would want it to so far. Now we can also see our standard deviation channels once again here. Blue line, linear regression line. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 standard deviations to the upside is where we are now. Not quite as extreme as our last chart, but still, this is a very strong, unusual move. It's not very common to talk about standard deviations in this case being a +2 or -2 more than that. Usually, stocks tend to stay within that type of range. So when it starts getting beyond that in either direction, I sit up and take notice here. If we were to keep moving to the upside here, +5 channel comes in at 42.25. Our +4 channel, 39.45, could be supported. And then further to the downside, this old high point right here, near 36. Once again, real quick, just looking at a 5-minute chart, 5-year chart. Similar situation here. We crossed above those old highs and then some relevant high points to keep on your radar.
All right.
If we continue to go to the upside, would be 41.95, this high point. And then our pink line here, 48.96. So roughly 42 and 50 would be potential speed.
Bitcoin's still trying to do something here. Bitcoin.
Okay, thank you for that. Noted. Any final thoughts, Joel?
Sure. Definitely want to.
Bitcoin's still trying to go.
But I'm going to use options to do so. So I'm going to sell the 38 put, simultaneously buying the 37 put. Both expire October 18th. Collecting a credit of about 36 cents. Break even is 37.64. Just looking to collect some premium over here roughly for the next 3 weeks or so and see what happens.
Okay. Last but not least, Expedia, which BTIG maintains a buy on Expedia for the 175 target. Today it's at 149 and change. Where do you think it's headed?
I believe that we could possibly see 160s maybe by first quarter or so of the 2025.
Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin looking better. Clearing the 200-day moving average.
With all the positive information that we've got over the past couple of weeks to look for
Bitcoin.
To be so pessimistic. So
Weekly. Let's look at the Bitcoin weekly.
Let's be a bull, right?
I mean, I like a trip and be a bull and get on an Expedia trip, but I'll tell you, there were a couple of calls just recently from TD Cowen and also
Bitcoin weekly.
Here, TD Cowen downgraded Expedia to a hold with a 150 target. It wasn't long ago that Cantor Fitzgerald put a 130.
Remember this chart, Susie?
Well below where it's trading right now at this 150 level, and has reiterated their neutral. So while BTIG and yourself, Joel, feeling positive, it's not certainly unanimous. Let's see what Richard Cap says about the charts.
Another reason to be a bull in general, it's more fun. Not speaking specifically to this chart here, just, the bearish side is a lot tougher, I think, in many ways here. But nevertheless, looking at this chart, similar situation in some ways to our first chart in that we had a repeatedly tested ceiling here in our green line. We really struggled to get above that point near about 140 or so. 140 was the ceiling there. From there, though, we had once again acceleration of trend, gradually steepening, sharper slope to the upside, then another pretty strongly upward biased trend line here. Rising wedge kind of shape between our two blue dashed lines looked like the way things were playing.
CRM with a nice bounce. All right, CRM.
Pushing above some smaller volume nodes as well. The next one to be on the
Thank you,
list,
Skier.
rather small here, but that would be the next point to watch to the upside for this stock. Now, RSI also had a triangular shape in the shorter term here. That's kind of a sign of shrinking volatility. You look for a breakout when that starts to happen here. Now we are very close to the overbought area. A push into that area would be regarded as more bullish. As it stands right now, a tiny bit of bearish divergence here because price is making new closing highs. RSI is on pace at this time for a lower high here. So something to
CRM with a nice bounce.
This candle is really important here because
Micron still moving low. Okay, looks like a little short covering on Micron.
right before we had a large gap down here. So the gap is important and those highs 154.82, 160.05. Those are the areas to watch to the upside. And then our old ceiling now becomes a supportive point near 140, lines up with our
Markets are very lethargic right now. If we get any kind of momentum, it's usually going to be after 11 o'clock. It's 11:25. Okay, Unity back to VWAP.
We're seeing that we're trading in that no man's land. I think the market, the bigger story here is bull. I think definitely being a bull, but being a stock pickers market, looking at undervalued.
Nano Nuclear is holding this level on the 60 and the 5-minute Nano Nuclear.
I'm looking for a slight pullback, maybe potentially somewhere near that 141, 140-ish level. If we can get there, great. I would definitely add on to the position and add more shares. But in the event we don't, I definitely think that 160s could be a target in the very near future. So looking for that opportunity. Again, I think that the bigger narrative is just risk on is what the market is telling me. So I'm a bull overall.
All right. Thank you both. Good to see you. Joel Hawthorne, Rick Ducat. Thank you both very much for the big three.
Okay, the New York FANG Index stocks, TTMs, are turning. Apple just dipped again.
Big drop yesterday. It's been under extreme pressure throughout this week. The investigation by the DOJ, what it means for this stock going forward, and is it worse? Could it be deeper than what it appears, according to some of the legal woes that people are watching close? But in the meantime, there's loss for the stock today. It's up 3%. Let's have a conversation next.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 games, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Brent's live with his trace tool on YouTube.
Apologies for the sloppiness of the sheet, but I've been tracking these JP Morgan collar positions over time. This is obviously not a public consumption spreadsheet. So I track these positions, and the only time that we've really been recently around, as you can see here, was like September 2022, March of 2022, right? We're in the neighborhood of the call position, which is here where they short the call. So I've been tracking these positions. They haven't been really relevant over the course of the last few months. But what's fascinating is, for those of you who don't know about this position, let me add a little bit. What happens is JP Morgan this fund comes out, they sell a call. Again, they have a bunch of big equity position, right? They have a bunch of stocks. They sell a big call position. They're going to sell for December, and they're going to use those funds to buy a put spread. And so the idea is, I'm going to sell a call to fund a put spread, so if the market crashes, I'm protected. Well, what's so funny is, there's only been 2 times in recent history that position has come near the market, or the market has gone near their put strike. And it looks like that put strike actually held the market up. So what do I mean by that? You can see the long put position here was at 45.10. And the market closed just above that level, 45.30. In September of 2022, the put was at 35.80, and the market.
I'm just listening to Brett
So that put position never
Kachuber
money to actually
over at Spot Gamma.
So the hedge did nothing. And not only that, I think it's because the dealer position is so big, the dealer's defending that position or hedging against it. So it gets kind of interesting, because as the size of that JP Morgan collar position increases, it becomes more impactful to dealer flows, which actually, you could argue, maybe hurts the underlying equity position a little bit. Pretty fascinating kind of thing to think about. And so when we move forward here, and we're looking right here, right now, you can see the impact of this position because we're on top of it, right? And as gamma increases for at-the-money options, as we get closer to expiration, this thing is the most dominant position in the market. We could have some quarterly rebalance flows on Monday, but when you're thinking about whatever other macro factor you want to add in right now, it needs to eclipse a giant amount of gamma that's sitting here. And the other thing that's interesting about dealer hedging flows is they're persistent. So what do I mean by that? You could have a rebalance due to some yen carry trade, quarterly fund roll, whatever, and they got to go and buy some stock, or they got to go buy and sell some stock. Once they're done, right? But gamma hedging is, I got to hedge a bunch, I got to buy a bunch of stock now, I got to sell a bunch of stock later. I got to buy a bunch of stock now, I got to sell a bunch later. It just is going constantly, right? It's so you may overwhelm it in the short term with some type of other flow, but guess what? It's going to come right back in here. That hedging flow is going to come right back in and move the market back in line. So, look, when we zoom out here, there's positive gamma just all over the place, which signals pretty stable markets going forward, and at least into Monday, which is interesting. You see, this is 4 o'clock right here. So after 4 o'clock, we remove 0DTE positions, and we give you a little preview of what tomorrow looks like. I.e. Monday, we're still in a positive gamma position, obviously, because that JP Morgan collar trade expires in the evening, in the PM. So it's going to be fascinating to watch how this gamma map changes for Tuesday as we see positions roll and close, and the amount of gamma that we have is significantly reduced. Wave trading guys here, why calls always have positive gamma and puts negative? They don't. Calls and puts can be bought or sold, right? Which is why you're seeing red and blue strikes on here, right? So when you're looking at this map, if it's red, let me just turn on 0DTE. If it's red, somebody bought that position, right? Which means that the dealers short these calls, but they're long these other calls. So it could be a spread, right? Same thing down here. There's a small negative position, so there could be a put spread on here. What's interesting is about this, and the naive gamma modeling, right, is that we would always model calls are sold by market makers and puts are bought. And if you think about the JP Morgan collar trade, which is one of the biggest options positions in existence, that's exactly what they're doing. They're selling a whole bunch of calls and they're buying puts. And so when you're trying to kind of, assess positioning, that is exactly what's happening, but it doesn't always work like that. And then specifically when you're watching 0DTE positions change, you can't forecast what the zero DT positions are going to be, right? You don't know how big they're going to be. You don't know exactly when they're going to come into and out of the market. But when you're able to watch it in near real time, or in this case, updated every 10 minutes, then you know exactly what's happened. The other thing is we talked about this yesterday, is Hero is real time. So if you know, look, there's this big 57.50 position sitting here, right? And the dealers are long this call. Well, if I see Hero suddenly react, right, move up or down a bunch, I know that there's some big activity taking place, and I can bet that, okay, I know there's a huge position here at 57.50, so I can start to put the pieces together and act immediately or take faster action, knowing that this position may update. And then when I get the trace map update, I can go, oh yeah, look, position was closed out. And how do you know that? See the wicks here? The wick tells you the largest, most negative or most positive that position was for today. So if we just look at this red strike, right, at some point today, this morning, it was bigger. You can see that, right, because the wick is over here, and the position's slowly eroding. So it either is getting eroded by the fact that gamma is reducing, or it's being closed out, right? Could be both. For those of you using the trace product, you have a lot of questions. I'm maybe going a little fast here. If you hit this eye icon, we give you a really wonderful 9-page manual. We go through every aspect in detail. We give you some examples. It's really a great manual, great resource for people trying to understand the map. We're also currently offering live chat support, so you can put this and talk to a human, not an AI bot there, but an actual human. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, great! How do I make money on this?" I mean, there's a variety of ways that you can position off this. Number one is support and resistance. Okay, so where you see these big strikes, we believe those are support and or resistance strikes. So those of you who are futures traders, you could trade support resistance levels off of this. Options traders may want to sell put spreads below support levels, for example, sell calls above. We just did an excellent podcast with a friend of ours, Eric. We put his podcast link out there, and he likes to sell oftentimes zero DT straddles, right? And bet or flies, right? Condors, things that are betting that the S&P doesn't move that much. And so when you know where the big zero DT positions are on the day, you can bet on, I believe you can more efficiently bet on what the range is going to be. So, you can leg into positions that way. When you're looking at the delta pressure map in particular, where do we think buying and selling comes into the market? What is the path of least resistance? Since the day has started, it's 57.50. That is where the huge gamma strike is. You look at our charm map and you say, okay, where should we target for the end of the day? I said you should look at where these big blue and red zones line up. So you're talking 57.50 again, right? So suddenly you get all these, the ducks all line up in a row, and you can start to say, okay, I think that there's a really strong, I feel pretty good that we're going to close at 57.50 today, right? And the market's pretty stable. There's a big positive gamma market here. So I shouldn't probably bet that I'm going to get a bunch of volatility today, right? So maybe you go, okay, I only trade long vol positions. I'm just going to sit on my hands because there's not a great opportunity here. Doesn't seem like the market's going to suddenly crash 1%. Or I can say to myself, I can somehow bet on us moving down into this position. So if we suddenly kind of, in the short term, move above or below that level, then let's bet on mean reversion in here. And what you can see is this charm map here showing buying pressure. So what does that mean? That means the decay of the options positions that we have on for today, particularly those zero DT positions, are going to offer some market support. That's what this is telling you. So all of our maps right now are perfectly in sync with this idea that we just kind of glide into this 57.50 area close. And so once you know that, or you can assign that a little bit of a higher probability than some other move, then there's a lot of trades you can put on, right? Particularly for an options trader, there's a lot of different options there. A lot of ways to play that. Daisy, great feedback from you. Thank you, sir. Most appreciated. And look, a lot of people make a lot of claims about a lot of different tools, and that's why we gave it literally open to everybody. We've never done it before, but we said we feel so positive about this. We think it shows market movement in a way that really hasn't ever been shown before. And these lenses are so unique, and it updates all day long throughout the course of the day, continuously updating. You combine it with Hero, you combine it with our morning notes. I mean, we think it's really compelling. So we said everyone can try this out, right? so you can make a clean assessment for yourself. And not only that, you go, today's boring, Brent. Okay, we'll look back at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, go back and look at times in our webinar. Every single day of the first week of September, we put our deck together the second week of September. So we just said, let's take the previous week and bam, every single day, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the delta pressure showed whether the market was going to move up or down, right? And there's no guarantees in this business. Obviously, we're assigning probabilities, but we're just seeing that this is helping to describe market movement before in such a compelling manner. So we think Trace is really fantastic for those of you who are day traders. It's a question from Anthony. This is being recorded, Anthony Sim, different Anthony on there, a lot of Anthony's today, so you can check that out. A lot of different ways you could change statistical lookbacks, customize colors on the platform, etc. I understand that I've been calling this blue. People get very upset about that. Say it's purple. This is a whole thing. I call blue just to antagonize those of you who get upset. Again, looking at open interest so we can see how open interest shifts over time, how these positions change. And it's, look, there it is, right? Dealers have a giant long call position on right now. There is no mistaking how big that JP Morgan position is, especially when we zoom way out. And that new collar is likely to move up, probably 5% roughly. So somewhere in the maybe 6,000 area. Eric knows why it's called bullshit. All right, I see you trolling on colors. Let's have to move along here. Interesting move here as we test the Gamma Strike. So I'm trolling through the YouTube / Twitter comments here. Can I shed more lines and how they shift over time? Yeah, so let's look at a past day, right? Let's look at September 11th. Or before we do that, let's look at Fed Day. So we showed you, it's like an optometrist. Okay, let's do it this way. So here is the positive gamma position for today. Intensely bright blue. Not always this bright blue. Again, I don't want to keep saying the JP Morgan, but that trade, there it is, offering a ton of positive gamma. What did this look like on Fed Day? We were not near 5750, right? We were several percents below, and the map is really big and bright red. And that's telling us that this is a negative gamma stance for market makers, which means that we're going to see them chasing price, which exacerbates volatility. What does that mean? It means the market is moving a lot. And quite frankly, the number of moves that we had, and we talked about this, the number of moves, 50 bips or greater that we saw after 2 o'clock was astonishing. I mean, as I play the map forward here, you'll see it, the market just...
Okay, just listen to Brett talk about the 5750 level and how we should be supported there. Starting to get some bullish flow coming through.
Huge position, 56.35. That's where it bounced every single
Okay.
time. See that? Bounce. And then right here, this position gets closed.
That's Brett Kachuber from Spot Gamma.
See, it's gone.
Okay, there goes Tesla.
So you think about like a Fed day to go, oh, that's not the options market, right? There's so much other stuff going on, but there you go. Not only that, there was 1 million contracts traded in the first 2 minutes after the FOMC announcement. Astonishing number of contracts that traded. So that is what a map looks like in extreme gamma environment. You want to look at another incredible period, go back to September 11th. This was the day where we dropped 100 handles from 5,500 down to 5,400. And then it's at that point that, the NVIDIA comes out and says, everybody still wants our chips, and then the market just rips. So this is our gamma map. It's blue above, positive gamma strikes, stability above here, but look below, right? Under 5,500, and if you read our founders notes, this was the risk level. We have a negative gamma position. So what does that mean? That means I don't know if the market's going to go up or down today, but if we do break 5,500, I'm willing to bet that we're going to start moving down pretty quick, right? So you give me that statement. Okay, if we go under 5,500, I'm willing to be short in this example because there is this negative gamma environment. And as you can see, we just basically rip on down through that negative gamma environment to the positive gaming environment. Where's the positive gaming environment? You see 5,400.
Just testing Brent's comments here. Selling put credit spreads on 0 day.
Because we see these 0 DT positions start to come into the market.
57.45, 57.40 for $1.50 credit. Looking for a pen or a move, stay above 57.50. So as this starts to move higher, I'll take profits, but I just was testing that out. Nice bounce at the 57.50 zone.
There's no blue, indigo, purple, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, Unity Software still looking like it wants to break out.
You could probably look at the color change on the map and tell exactly the moment at which the market bought Jensen Mahomes, customers fighting over our chips, right? Because you'll see this map just also go super bright blue. That, and then up we go. And this selling zone disappears, and then it's just all support. So that is how that map, this shows you how dynamic the map is and how valuable it is from an intraday tool. Because you're gonna, a lot of people have different market disciplines. To be a technical analyst, I watch Fibonacci retracements, a joke, like I follow moon cycles or whatever. Fine. When it lines up with options flows, you see put sellers coming in at a level that you think is market support, for example.
That's pretty funny.
You say, great, the options market, we're in sync. Like today, you're thinking to yourself, great, I want to short this market, it's too high. You're fighting against a substantial amount of gamma, at least that's what we're calculating, right? And the statistics that we have around the stability indicator back our views here. Again, it's about probabilities, no guarantees here, but when you look back in time and find positive gamma is associated with market stability or tight market moves, use those statistics to your power. People who are asking questions, you come here and set your own colors, and whether you kind of zoom in or out, or depending on the scale you set here, you can change your colors a little bit. I tend to leave mine on auto. I just kind of like for the color scale for me personally, I just like to let the system automatically set that. Forget it. Some people like having more or less dark colors. You can also change the color patterns here. Some people like the light chart versus the dark chart. I like the light chart because like I said, it clears the delta.
All right, Tesla continues to move higher.
So you could change the look of this a lot. I've seen a lot of people change indigo to something more like blue. Oval-shaped eyeball. This is our that is our manual. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. You can turn on our spot game key levels. These are the levels we produce every single day. I've been doing so for 5 years almost now. This learns about the strength plots, another access to the manual. This is stability gauge, which we've been discussing. Want to make the chart larger? There's a box right here. There's a box for that. Bam. We started, I'll give you a little background. We started compiling positions in January this year. We started beta testing charts and plots in April of this year. So our top Spot Gambling members, our best contributors, they love beta testing stuff, and they're really valuable members of our community. And so
Tesla. You're looking at SoFi there, Tony. I saw Jason was trading. What was he trading? Upstart. Well, it's not the same industry. Upstart. Let's see what Upstart looks like. Upstart.
Imagine you sit down in front of this and you don't know anything about dealer hedging, right?
Okay, SoFi.
And when you go red selling pressure,
Yeah, SoFi looks okay. That's fine. SoFi looks fine.
I believe that you can navigate using this tool if that's all you know, right? You believe in what the data is showing you because it's this dealer hedging stuff. I don't care. Red bad, blue good, sweet. And that's the goal. And we've invested an unbelievable amount in engineering. We have top engineers from Fortune 4. I keep saying we'll look up what exactly the company rates are. Biggest tech companies in the world, because we wanted to make sure that everything from the back end data to the front end was as smooth and as flawless and as valuable as possible. And people's feedback here has been really great.
All right, looking for Looking for Tesla to continue cruising higher.
Engineers built by and backed by data of people who understand dealer hedging flows and markets. So we're really quite proud of that. And again, here's the link: tracethemarket.com. spotgamma.com/trace-the-market. Go there.
Okay, so that was Brad Kuchbar. Kachubar. All right. Just listening to what he had to say about the trace tool. He was live, so trading live as he was talking about it. So 57.50, we're dropping below 57.50, so probably taking out some stops. Okay.
David, I'm sure you well know that can stifle the willingness of some.
All right, Intel continues to pull back. Unity Software moving back up to the highs.
There were over 100 AI companies already just to even measure in that survey. I wonder what qualifies as an AI company.
I mean, it's 5 million in annualized revenue, so that is a very small amount. You have to remember too that Stripe is really sort of the payment system for startups. So there's a whole range, but in the private markets, which would be using Stripe payments, there are a ton of AI companies at least labeling themselves as generative AI, and I was quite surprised because actually 5 million in revenue is a small amount, but considering how many there are, it's interesting. Of course, not all of them are going to make it, just like those SaaS companies, but that rate of monetization, if not profitability, long ways from profitability, is interesting. Growing fast.
Yeah. And can you remind us again about the Anthropic deal itself in terms of the actual money that changed hands from Amazon and what they got for it?
Yeah, so $1 billion in revenue expected this year. Up to 75% of that is expected to come directly from Amazon. So that's for its Bedrock product. But basically, Amazon pays Anthropic to build on top of its foundational models, the application. So Amazon, a huge customer, while it's also building its own models and diversifying.
Okay, Deirdre, thank you. Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, monetizing Apple Intelligence. Bank of America on the next leg of growth.
Okay, the New York FANG index stocks, they're all fading at the moment, except for Tesla. Okay, they're all fading. Okay, Tesla's doing fine. Okay, Tesla's doing fine. Okay, looking for a bounce. Actually looking for a bounce. We just, looks like we're filling the gap right now. What is it? Okay, we are flat. Michigan consumer sentiment was good today. So futures are flat now, having faded the open. At the gap, pushing a bit lower. Looking for a bounce to trade it back towards 57.50. $265 is the target on Tesla, Angela. All right, so S&P 500. S&P 500 on the weekly looks fine. On the daily, Frank looking at an inside day. Dr. Frank. Okay, we'll get some people to sell. I'm looking to buy. Okay, taking profits off into strength on many stocks. Looking for an opportunity to buy. Okay. S&P, we dipped below 57.50. Most likely got a lot of people short right here. Can we run it back up to 57.60? 10 points. Okay, I'm thinking they're going to inspire some selling. I'd like to buy some things. For example, Intel. Intel dipping. I'd like to buy some Intel down here. Okay. Okay, Intel. Okay, Intel's down a bit on the hourly as well. We're right in some buy order blocks. Okay, looking for a bounce, Intel. Let's see, we're at 23.77. We're not quite a dollar from the high. It is a lot it is a lot for a $20 stock, but I'm going to be I'll look for a little bit more downside maybe. CRM, looking for that to break higher.
To a note from the desk of Bank of America today. The firm saying it sees Apple Intelligence opening up new ways to monetize an attractive installed base of users, especially when it comes to Siri. The analyst behind the note joins us now, Bank of America Securities Senior IT Hardware Analyst Wamsi Mohan. So how are you thinking through how Apple makes
You
money
just
off
say Lindsay Lohan? Lonzy Lohan.
roll out in December?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Sorry, it's a good question. Look, I mean, I think there's typically
Whamsy Mohan. Oh, Whamsy Mohan. That's a tongue twister.
which is one, device sales for Apple, and second,
I heard Lindsay Lohan.
apps on the App Store. So GenAI apps on
He
the
doesn't
App
look
Store
anything like her.
versus traditional cloud.
Okay.
There's yet another way in which
TTM is changing direction on Netflix. That was a pretty big mover yesterday. Netflix at the low. I'd be looking to buy some of these on the dip. Okay. You know, I like buying the BNC pivots during the day. You know, I like to do that. I'm probably going to buy some NVIDIA here. Let's see. NVDL maybe? NVDL. Let's take a look at that. NVDL. Yes, the Department of Justice or whatever is looking at NVIDIA. What are they going to find? They make a great product. Everybody wants their product. Intel, Taiwan Semi makes their chips. You know, you got a lot of competitors. I mean, AMC is how can I don't understand how this lawsuit makes any sense, right? Yeah, they charge a premium for a good product. It's the law of supply and demand. The government wants to get in the middle of that. Maybe you buy a chip that you might think is inferior by, buying AMD. And now I'm saying AMD is inferior, but it just makes no sense. Makes no sense to me why the government's doing what they're doing. Don't mind me though. I'm thinking about buying some NVDL right here. Let me do that. Let me scale in. I'll buy a couple hundred shares. See if this moves in the right direction. NVDL. This will be a day trade. NVDL. Okay. Charts. NVDL. NVDL. Okay, it's not quite there yet, but it looks good. BNC pivots. All right, let me buy a couple hundred shares here. Buy. Okay. NVDL. Okay, I'm going to buy some shares here. Okay, I just bought some shares of NVDL.
In a very effective manner without being intrusive, because you're asking for this, the user is paying, and it's now served up much like a Google search.
So, all right, Wamsi, so let's say a couple years from now, I'm like, all right, Siri, make me a reservation at an Italian restaurant that I'm going to want to go to, and it's going to be able to
Tesla on the move. Okay. All right. So looking for NVDL to continue. All right. So I just bought some shares, 200 shares. It's a scalp for now. That's a scalp. Don't be mistaken. That's a scalp.
On the one hand, it already knows maybe which Italian restaurants you already like to go to.
Okay. I'd like for the markets to bounce and continue moving back up towards 57.60 or so. Okay. I'll put a stop underneath the low of the day for NVDL. Okay. Stop underneath the low of the day right there. I could put it underneath this. Actually, I should probably buy this fair value gap. It got down to that. You see that fair value gap? A lot of times we'll come down and retest that. Looks like we tested on the last candle, but we didn't get quite into the middle of it. Probably going to test that first.
All right, Wamsi. It's an interesting idea. Thanks for coming on and sharing the new
Micro, what is it? Micro, what the hell they call this? HOLO. HOLO. This is moving higher. This is a penny stock. Okay, looking for 30. What was the high of the day? The high of the day was 30.75. 30.75. So watching that one. Penny stock.
We're losing some of the gains on the S&P, David. Still higher across the board.
Okay, so immediately overhead, we've got some resistance.
Early on from NVIDIA and some of the semiconductor names that had been strong, but overall a good week. Next week we get jobs.
Yep. Next Friday we'll be talking about that.
Arizona inflation too. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you, David. Now over to Brian in the halftime report.
And thank you, Sarah and David. Welcome to the halftime report, everybody. I am Brian, in for Scott on this Friday, and front and center, yeah, you know, stocks again at record highs. Another key inflation report showing the prices continue to cool.
Baozun.
Your investment committee today making a lot of moves in this market. We're going to give you all
Continuation, Baozun.
the buys, the sells, and everything. Joining us for the hour is, and everybody's on set today. I love it. Jim Leventhal, Jason Stipe, Brenda Vangello, Kevin Simpson. We got a couple of time zones and a couple of different states here covered. Who says everybody's work from home on a Friday? All right, let's go in and check these markets. As Sarah and David noted, these markets are at record highs.
Baozun. Nice move on Baozun. If you took it when Mr. Tepper was talking about it, Baozun looking good. Okay, here's a daily chart of it. Okay, daily chart, Baozun. E-commerce solution for China. Okay, so that had a nice B and C pivot. Baozun.
To be able to be stopped. What is this latest leg higher being powered by?
Well, it's being powered, Brian, by the rotation, right? I mean, obviously, everything has been performing this week. It's hard to find blemishes.
Okay, volume is looking good.
Outperformance from cyclicals, from small caps, the things that have been.
Okay, back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
I very much think that continues both on
Okay, NVIDIA. Okay. As we move higher, this trade I just put on NVIDIA, I will move my stop up from the low of the day up underneath this flag. It looks like we already tested that fair value gap right there. Frank, I see you using ICT terminology. You follow ICT?
Small caps have labored, and as we continue to get good economic data here in the U.S., which we've gotten all week, it appears more and more clear that small caps' top-line revenues should stay intact, borrowing costs should come down, and frankly, the multiple, which is very low on small caps, should expand. So, take away from all that, cyclicals and small caps for me.
Well, that's a natural transition,
Oh, cool.
Brenda, to you, because you've gotten a little more into mid caps, into small caps. You know the movie like Waiting for Government? It's waiting is the hardest part, Tom Petty. We've been waiting for the small and mid caps to finally catch a little bit of a bid, a little bit of fire. I think we're kind of getting there. You're optimistic.
We're optimistic. I mean, it has been a long wait, to your point. We've been overweight small mid cap all year long. Yeah. But I think we saw, ahead. I think there's been some frustration because, we had this rate cut and now they haven't been performing as well. Although we've seen that change a little bit in the last few days. But I think we saw it ahead of the rate cut, right? This current quarter to date.
Yeah, that guy is really good.
But to Jim's point, I still think we have a long way to go. They're definitely undervalued versus other parts of the U.S. market. More tied to the domestic economy, which continues to be strong. So I do think there is more room to go.
Okay, so NVIDIA
because that mid-cap
moving higher.
less unprofitable companies.
This is a scalp for me. This is a scalp. NVDL is a scalp.
Yeah, and if you look at it, so the SML, the small cap 600, is up double what the S&P 500 is up in the last 3 months.
Okay, let me take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Are you a believer?
I would like to say I am, because I think in an easing cycle, obviously costs are coming down, and I think these names can perform. I think what I'm more excited about, however, is something that Jimmy mentioned is the RSP. RSP is absolutely in an uptrend. It's up 9% for the quarter. GDP was in line this week. PCE was obviously softer. We'll see labor next week. I think that's a number that the market is really paying attention to. As we've seen, the disinflationary narrative is obviously intact with PCE this week. With CPI, PPI has also been softer. So there's a lot of things to like in the market, and I think that's what the catalyst that we've seen thus far.
Just real quick, you mentioned GDP in line. You mean for the prior quarter?
Exactly.
We got an update from Atlanta Fed today on this quarter, and we're pretty late in the quarter, 3.1%. Now, look, there's some variability or some inaccuracies in it, but that's still a darn good number.
100%.
Well, if you throw $10 trillion in debt at an economy in 3 years, I would hope that you will get some GDP growth.
I would too.
Yeah.
That's for a different show. Kevin, to you. So we got a lot of stuff coming out next week. Okay, I'm not a big fan of the jobs number because they keep getting revised down, but it's still important. Got PC. Is this a market that is priced to perfection? Because if it is at whatever 23 times forward earnings, whatever the number is, we better have all those economic numbers next week come in really well.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, everything has to hit on all cylinders. It would be hard to argue that we're not priced to perfection, or at least the upper bounds if you believe in valuations and fundamentals. But for us, it's everything hitting perfectly, which for most of 2024 has happened, as hard as it is to believe. And to Jason's point, next week the labor market is important. I realize the revisions last time made last month's look even worse. But as a whole, Brian, you're still talking about 116,000 job creations for each of the past 3 months. That's not recessionary. In normal times,
No,
that's
it's
good.
below trend.
It's still not
great.
3% GDP and 100,000 job creations. We need to see that. Otherwise, the alternative is you fall off a cliff of growth, you go into a recession. So this is what a soft landing feels like. We also have manufacturing and service PMI next week. That gives you the growth. We had inflation today. It's a shock to me, but good news is going to be good news, and we'll root for it next week.
And Meta, let's talk about Meta. We're going to go individual here, Kevin. You got the glasses, by the way. He's got the new Meta glasses, the old new Google glasses, whatever you call them, Kevin. You bought Meta because now they pay a dividend. Now you can own them. Listen.
Okay, with that NVIDIA trade, NVDL, you see that supply right overhead? Let's see how it reacts there. If it acts positively and pushes through it, I'll keep it for a little while longer. If it gets rejected, I'll take those shares off.
Whatever he's doing, it's working, because if you look at that balance sheet, it's as clean as a tech company can be. Their debt's down. Instead of just buying every company willy-nilly in acquisition phase, they're returning cash to shareholders. They reduced their float by 10% over the past 3 years. They've initiated a dividend, which to your point, Brian, is why we can own them. Our enhanced dividend strategy requires companies to own dividends. So you look at it and say, well, where have you been the past 10 years? Now you're buying Meta. We're buying Meta because it's now part of our universe. It's in a category of stocks that we can invest in. We love the growth. We love the margins. And as funny as the hardware is, I mean, they're going to give Apple their run for their money. These products are good, and we think they're only going to get better.
Anybody else got a take on Meta? Zuckerberg, tuxedo surfing with a Coors and a flag.
No, he's trying to be the next Jeff Bezos. You can see it. Social media is not my thing, Brian. Just it's one of those things people can have.
What they do, if you just looked at Meta, to Kevin's point, from a balance sheet perspective, there was no name on the top, there was no company description, you had no idea what they did.
If I had no idea, I would agree with the valuation. I said that to Kevin earlier today. I can also find a lot of other companies in different industries that have exactly the same numbers. So given that, I'm not going to invest in something that I wake up in the morning and I don't like myself because I'm invested in it.
I will say with Meta, though, if we think about the digital advertising universe and where it's going, we think they're incredibly well positioned. But there's a lot of questions about the Googles of the world of traditional search and how that's all going to shake out. But we do think that on the digital side, Meta is already using AI very effectively to drive better returns for advertisers.
And on the consumer side, I think they've done a great job of making it very palatable for consumers to sit and watch ads that they don't mind watching. It's part of the
Yeah.
whole experience. So
We need the Vingello index because you live out there. Just go to the Meta parking lot and see if there's a lot of really new Porsches.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. That's what I do. So I'm not joking. I went and saw Genentech years ago, and I looked at all the cars in the parking lot. They were all $200,000. I was like, my gosh, this company's doing well. All right, so let's talk about this. Watch this transition, Brenda. Okay, you recently bought Eaton. You sold Boeing and bought Eaton. Okay, Eaton's a big part. What people don't realize about Eaton, maybe this is part of your thesis, maybe it's not. Eaton is a massive part of the data center energy infrastructure. They do all the kind of the boring stuff. Facebook needs a lot of AI energy infrastructure. Part of the thesis or no?
yes, absolutely part of the thesis that, you know,
Got lucky
Eaton's been around forever. It's been listed on the New York Stock Exchange more than 100 years, but they have about 30% market share within the electrical part of their business, and that is where we think the most exciting growth opportunities still lie ahead, not only for this intense need for more electrification, utilities needing to upgrade, the transition to renewable energy. There are just so many things, onshoring of supply chains. There are a lot of different elements that we think are going to contribute to their business growing and being incredibly relevant in this environment. So that is why we like it. We sold Boeing. We've held on.
Why did you? By the way, what? There's probably 100 reasons, but what is there one overarching reason?
Yeah.
What is it? Okay, go into that.
We've been incredibly patient. We've been incredibly patient. But I think really look at what's happening with the labor negotiations right now and the impact to cash flow and their need to potentially come back to the market to raise more capital. We just think there's more opportunity elsewhere. We still think over the longer term, the company will right itself at some point, but in the interim, we think there are more opportunities.
Just sick of it. Yeah.
Brenda, I think you're absolutely right. And I think all of us as Americans want the company to succeed, but I look at the current situation and I see they're in an absolute no-win situation. Consider this. We know they need to raise capital and they need to do it in the equity markets. They should do it right now at this price. Granted, it's down on the year, it's down big, but they should do it this price. If they were to do it today or Monday, that would immediately throw a bone to the union who would say, well, you guys are flush with cash, put it in our pockets. In the meantime, they're locked in this battle with the union, which is going to further drive the stock price down, unless they clear it up, maybe in the next weekend they do that. But they're between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and the risk that it continues to lengthen is just terrible for the cash flows.
So the only major American commercial airplane manufacturer, and they can't get out of their own way. It's kind of sad to watch. Okay, move on. Jason, energy. You sold energy.
I know.
My love.
Ryan, I know.
I'm not saying you're my love, but the energy's my love.
Yeah. So, we had a small position in XLE. Commodities, commodities have been doing well outside of oil, right? Crude's down 10.5% over the last month. The XLE is down 6.2% over the last month. And for me, obviously in that ETF, 40% of the exposure is in ExxonMobil and Chevron. If you're going to be there, I think the fully integrated names are the ones to play. But I just think it's a little early for energy right now. I see obviously what's going on with China. We'll see how stimulative that is for demand. But we decided to move on and look for other places to mark because I think there'll be other opportunities.
Yeah. You could easily make the case for $50 oil if I had to, with a lot of potential new. And by the way, OPEC has a virtual meeting on Wednesday. They've got their big in-person meeting December 1st. A lot of talk about, is there going to be a market share war? I think the market is, fair to say, it's nervous, Jason. The oil, anything.
Okay, red bars are starting to show up on NVIDIA. Watch that one.
Traders are net short bearish of the paper contract. People are out. They're just out.
Yeah. You're even seeing what production, what the Saudis are doing, right? So they're going to come back.
And look, the fact that it hasn't rallied on this China news, whereas every other commodity tells you this is about OPEC. This is about OPEC.
Right.
And the fact that they're abandoning, this, Brian, the fact that they're abandoning their $100 barrel price target.
They don't have a price target.
Okay.
That's how it is.
I'm sorry. I'm right. The last official target was $20 to $25.
No, they do not have a target. I will say they do not have a target. There's a lot of some of the FT and Reuters this couple days, and I'm hearing it. Trust me, from some of the OPEC nations, they're pinging me directly like we have no price target. But to your point is people are worried that if there's a market share war, we're going to get that $50 barrel.
The question is, has OPEC learned its lesson from literally 10 years ago? It was 10 years ago, November of 2014, that they said to heck with it. We're opening the spigots. We're going to try to drive the shale producers in the U.S. out of business. That didn't succeed. I don't know why they would try that again, especially when to balance their budgets at the national level. They generally need crude oil in the at least 60, more like $80 a barrel range.
And Kevin, I know you've got pretty good energy, but this is my world. I'm gonna look right in the camera. I'm gonna say something because I talk to OPEC nations verbally, over text, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever. They're not gonna defend a price target. I'm just gonna look it right in the camera. There is no market share war coming. OPEC nations are not going to just fracture, at least as far as what I'm hearing. I'm just saying that. There's some other stuff in the media around it, but you heard it from me. I'll prove if I'm right or wrong. Anyway, Kevin, give us your view on energy in general.
I'm going to use you as the source. I feel like that about
Don't do that.
Our thesis is the same. Now, I don't blame Jason for getting out of it. We've been trimming Chevron. We sold ConocoPhillips. We still have a small position in Chevron, a small position in Marathon.
All right. Notice on the NVIDIA, we just came down and filled that fair value gap, the green one.
With our strategy, we're going to have an exposure there that is about as small as I can remember at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it had its run. Energy.
You know, Exxon's up 18% year to date.
I know it's had a good run. It's well outperformed Chevron too. They're different. Everybody always lumps them together. They're different companies. But
Is it too early for final trades?
Are you giving us a preview, a little taste?
I might be trying to sneak in 2 for 1 here.
I kind of like that. We call you. I mean, I know Scott. They call you Farmer Jim. Maybe we should change that to industrials, Jim, because you're loving the industrials here.
Well, I am at the moment a cyclicals guy, and this is something I've been saying for quite some time. You know, probably people are tired of me saying this, but all those 3 infrastructure bills over the last 2.5 years are only just now starting to show up. You've got continued supply chain onshoring, and you know what? If you're building data centers, if you're building power plants, you need materials, you need energy, you need industrials in the form of earth-moving equipment, in the form of transportation like railroads. So to me, that has been a long-term thesis. One day it will end, but right now, that's going to continue into the next year.
All right. You know what? Let's bring in Stephanie Lee, because we got to talk. How can we not talk? China. Kind of the story of the week. Chinese stocks surging this week. The FXI is one of the biggest ETFs for Chinese stocks, having its best week ever. And one halftime committee members adding names of China exposure. That is, of course, the aforementioned and now on your screen, Stephanie Link joining us by phone. Stephanie, what a week. Although you do wonder, with this kind of a week, are we selling into strength?
Hi, Brian. It's great to be here. No, I think we're in the first inning of this whole thing. This is the most stimulus in China since COVID. Between the R cuts, lower interest rates, cutting the down payment investment for investment properties, and they're committed for more. It sounds to me like this is whatever it takes moment in China, and they're focused on consumption stimulus. So I think it's time to buy and have more exposure. I think that portfolio managers are not exposed to China because it's been a terrible place to invest. So they've been right, but I think the tide is turning.
Yeah. Listen, we've seen China throw wads of money at everything in the past. They've got to do it. They've got a real estate-based economy, an interest rate-based economy. Beautiful pop. David Tepper, he was on Squawk this week. I'm sure you saw it, made a ton of money. But is this a long-term play, Stephanie? I mean, is this really like I feel like we've seen this picture before.
Right. Well, I don't know, but in terms of the time frame, it could be a trade, but I think for the time being, it is a trade for like the next 6 months or so. I mean, the R cut alone of 50 basis points with a promise of maybe doing another 25, that's going to be $140 billion in new lending. Lowering the interest rates on $5 trillion of mortgages is $25 billion. And again, as I mentioned, they're cutting the down payment on investment properties by 10% to 15%. It's got to lead to better growth. If nothing else, it's stabilization, but I think it's going to lead to better growth. And that's why I want to have U.S.-based company exposure to China.
U.S.-based company. That leaves us with about 3,800 stocks to choose from, Stephanie. We don't have time for that. Can you be a little more specific?
Yes, I can. So Freeport-McMoRan is the poster child for China. The copper market is tight. For every 10 cents change per pound in copper is $200 million to cash flow to them. At $4 copper, they'll have profits of $11 billion. At $5 copper, $15 billion in profits. And this also ties right into what you guys are talking about in terms of Eaton and industrials and power and grid, because all that needs copper. Their net cash costs are coming down. They have a $5 billion buyback, and the stock trades at 6.9 times EBITDA versus 9.2 times for the 5-year average.
I just looked before we went down to the show, and I was on my fact set doing like a search for this week, see what was hot. I was shocked, and I look forward to getting the committee here on set into this as well, Stephanie. Las Vegas Sands, which you just bought, and Wynn are up 20% since Monday. Jim just he's doing fist bumps next to me on camera.
It's long overdue.
Yeah,
Stephanie knows it.
The 20% gain, Stephanie. You bought Vegas Sands, but come on. What justifies a 20% gain in a week?
Because it's still down 2% year to date, and it has done nothing in the past year. And the reason it's done nothing in the past year is because the earnings have been disappointing. 63% of Las Vegas Sands revenue is in Macau. And I love Macau, but they're spending a ton of money on their properties renovating. That's going to come to a halt in the first quarter of next year. So I think they're going to continue. They will regain the market share that they have been losing. And in the meantime, their Singapore assets, which is 37% of total revenue, it's a gem. They're running at about 18 to 20% adjusted property EBITDA. The stock trades at 9.7 times EBITDA versus 28 times 3-year average. It's cheap, and I think you're going to see a recovery in the name.
Stephanie, it's Jimmy. You know I agree with you on this. We talk about this from time to time. I think what the viewers also need to know is that prior to this week's China news, Macau gross gaming revenue was actually shooting through the roof. I forget if it was August or July, but one of those months was the best month in Macau since COVID hit. And it's clearly going past the pre-COVID record. So you add on top of this the China stimulus. I think both Wynn and Las Vegas Sands are winners here. You know I like Wynn, though, just because I do like that Las Vegas exposure. I was out there last month in August, and I can tell you it continues to go gangbusters in Las Vegas.
I like these buy order blocks. They keep stepping higher on Tesla.
You want to have a beer poolside? Fork out $18.
Yeah. That's the 9-ounce cup.
It's a Corona.
Anybody here got a deal on the casino stocks? Anybody? Bueller something OO economics? No? All right. So let's move on. Going into this market, I'm looking at these top performers, Jason, this week. It's not just, okay, Estee Lauder up 18%. United Airlines, thank you, Brenda, up 13%. Tapestry, which is the former Coach, up 12%. We keep talking about this consumer. I can't figure out the consumer.
Tesla at the high of the day, pulling back in a little bit now.
Certain things that are not, but it does feel like the higher end is still just dominating the consumer and the stock market.
There's no doubt that the consumer is hanging in, and I think obviously from a policy perspective and in an easing cycle, they'll be further stimulated. So I think, and you can pay attention to obviously some of the other discretionary names that I know we'll talk about, and we've been talking about the Walmarts of the world, the Targets of the world. There's been a lot of retailers that have done relatively well. Costco obviously is another one. So really, I think it's still somewhat. There's obviously some divergence between the type of consumer, but I think all in they're hanging in.
Yeah, I think on the consumer topic, I think we've seen a lot of retailers like Costco, TJX, those that appeal to a large variety of people and types of consumers, where you see the high-end consumer maybe kind of trading down or looking for a bargain, not necessarily because they have to, but because they're tired of paying so much for things. So I think we've seen this ongoing consumption with the low end, struggling a little bit, but overall.
Everybody's got a view on the gap, but just, the market divergence has been striking. I'm looking Dollar General and Dollar Tree are down 33% and 31% this quarter. Walmart's up 18% this quarter. You think maybe they're the same consumer in some respects? Maybe they are. But when you have a 50% divergence in the equity, this quarter, it's really striking. Stephanie, saw a big interview with Jim Mad Money, the new-ish CEO of the Gap, very bullish. I'm told denim is hot. I don't know. What do you like about the Gap? You added to that.
Yeah, this is all about the management change. We're starting to see results. Richard Dixon went
company as CEO in late 2022. And it sometimes just takes time for new management teams to make an impact. And I think he is. In addition to Richard Dixon, he hired a creative director for Old Navy and The Gap. He hired a new CEO for Athleta. He hired a new CEO for Old Navy, who, by the way, was at Walmart for 26 years. So this is all about new management, better execution, better products, inventory control, and higher margins. Their inventories are down 7 consecutive quarters, which means fewer promotions, and gross margins last quarter alone were up 500 basis points, and they're expected to be up 200 basis points in 2024. I think they're lowballing. So they've been gaining market share for 6 consecutive quarters, and back to school, I'm hearing was very good for them, and also free cash flow is growing about 7%. So 11 times earnings, 2.9% yield, and a management change, I think, is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the interview with Jim. Great interview by Jim as always. The CEO, Richard Dixon, very bullish. The stock has done great. Stephanie Link, some good calls there. Appreciate your views. Thanks for phoning in on a Friday, Stephanie. We'll see you soon. All right, coming up, it is your calls of the day. We're going to start with a price target hike for one cloud stock. It's already had a big run. The name, the call, ahead.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app.
All right. Looking for more chop. Still waiting for NVIDIA to move. It could go either way now. NVIDIA. Trying to turn. Had that fair value gap down there. It filled right there. Came down on that red candle and took out the middle of this. Looking like we're going to pounce to the upside. Pounce, not bounce. Got order blocks down here at the low. All right. Many of the New York Bang Index stocks are turning the corner. Broadcom could get something going. Watch Broadcom. Let's take a look at these. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom pulling back. It's starting to turn now. Looks like buyers might be showing up. I'm not going to do anything with Broadcom. We've had 3 weeks up. That was a huge move off the 200-day moving average 3 weeks ago. So I'm not going to chance it by doing anything right now. Maybe at bases we get a better setup on Monday, but right now it's starting to turn. You got a BNC pivot starting to show up. Looks really good. Looks really good. Broadcom looks really good. All right, watching Broadcom. You know what? I might actually take a trade on this. I'm going to take a trade on Broadcom. Let's see what we can get out of this today. Let's see. What's today? This 27th. Can we get... Broadcom? Yeah, I'll go out next week. I'll do next week. AVGO next week. Let's see if we get a big move here. 175. That's a buck out of the money. Let me see. Buy vertical. Buy a vertical. Let's see. 172. Is there 170? Is there 170 or 174? not tradable. Not 172.50.
The DIVO ETF. Citigroup just raised their target on Walmart to 98. That gives it, let's call it $18 of upside. Are you adding more to the ETF, or is it just like it where it is?
No, I mean, I love the fact that there's a bullish call there. We're enthusiastic about this stock. It's one of our favorite names. When the
Looks like it's going to go. Broadcom, I'm going to go ahead and try a trade here for next week.
$8 is a little bit of a stretch. We know it'll get there. I'm just not sure when. Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing today's price action in Costco and seeing that great results from a company that is highly appreciated make it hard for it to appreciate further. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Walmart or Costco, nothing at all. They've just had a lot priced into them already. And you were mentioning Dollar General and the other dollar stores earlier. I think there's just a wide gap between the customer experience. Have you been in a Dollar General?
I actually have, because when you
All right, so
that's one of the main places where you'd get tied.
let's see if we can get something out of this. Broadcom.
I know the stores vary, so don't come at me, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, but they can be a little
Broadcom.
bit, they give place.
Okay, I'll post this in the room. Broadcom. This is a scalp. This is a scalp.
Literally across the street. Mom and Pop has not been put out of not up in rural Wisconsin. But it is amazing. Is Walmart a retailer? And I know it sounds like a stupid thing to say, but Walmart's digital ad business.
Okay, we'll see if this goes or not.
We're looking at you, Amazon. Walmart's in the management. I think you've got to imagine the management team has done a spectacular job with Walmart. Is that an overstatement? Brenda?
I think they've done a great job on the digital side, with growing faster than Amazon. So that's great. And then on top of that, you can't forget, they're also a staple. They're one of the largest grocer in the country. So they have, a lot to offer, I guess. It's not something that we own, but good to see that they're.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on to.
Okay, NVIDIA also. NVIDIA. Okay, back above the moving averages. NVIDIA, watching that one. NVIDIA, fair value gap, another fair value gap there. Okay. Fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern. You got the first candle, the third candle. The one in between just moves so fast that if you removed it, there would be a gap between the two. It's called a fair value gap. A lot of times we'll come back and test it. It's getting late in the day, though, so we might just keep going. TTM has changed direction on all of these. All right, see NVIDIA, you got cyan bars now. Okay, we went from red to yellow, cyan bars. We filled the fair value gap right here. There's a fair value gap right there. There's another one right here. There's another fair value gap there. A lot of times they'll come back and test it. You can see that red candle right there. That red candle right there came down, came inside of that fair value gap. Okay. So you can see it. It got up to the highs, came right back down, right into this fair value gap right there, and then reversed. Okay. I might just take this off. 200 shares.
New York Mayor Eric Adams pleading not guilty at his arraignment hearing just moments ago. The embattled New York mayor faces charges. He accepted illegal campaign contributions and gifts from people looking to buy influence in the city. His lawyer says he'll file a motion next week to dismiss the charges. And in a televised address, the Israeli military says it struck Hezbollah's headquarters in a precise strike in Beirut, Lebanon. The strike came an hour after thousands attended the funeral of a top Hezbollah commander who was killed the day before. Brian, back to you.
Okay, this is NVIDIA.
All right, up next, back to the markets. Michael Santoli is standing by with his midday word that and more moves by your investment committee.
Okay, got a break of structure coming now. Okay, we got order blocks on the right on the hourly chart. Looking for a bounce there. Okay, the New York FANG index stocks, most of them are turning back up. What's going on with CRM? It's not participating. Not participating. EMD. Let me put AMD here because I want to add Google. AMD is turning. Intel turned already. Okay, NVDL. Apparently I already had, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Broadcom starting to get going here. Broadcom, AVGO. I took a little vertical scalp that expires next week. Looking for this to move through this area. Okay, you got a buy order block. You got a positive, a bullish chalk, change of character. TTM is cyan. Got a buy order block over there on the right on the hourly chart. Moving back up. We hit the sell order block on overhead, came right back down to this buy order block. Prices are bouncing. Looking for TTM to go from red to yellow now. On Broadcom, Google's turning the corner. Google looks pretty good. Google looking pretty good. So all of these are starting to turn. Look at the yellow histogram bars. All of these are showing the same thing. Apple, big turn in Apple. Okay, so if you buy the BC pivots, if you've been practicing this, looking for 11 o'clock, 11:30, somewhere around between 11 and 12 o'clock, a lot of times you'll get a B pivot. Looking for a C pivot thereafter, and then a follow through, perhaps back to the high of the day. I don't think we're going to get back up to the high of the day, but who knows? Who knows? 5750 is a big level in the S&P, so I'm looking for that to get back above 5750. Looking for a pin like we did last Friday. Looking for a pin. So that means prices will have to accelerate back up in the opposite direction, which means B and C pivots should work. B, C pivots should work. New York FANG stocks. What was that? Something just got sold. Yeah, I agree with you, Frank. BC pivot should work on the New York FANG stocks because SPX likely pins to 5750.
And we are back on halftime, and senior markets commentator Michael Santoli joining us with his midday word or words. Mike, what are the words of the day?
There'll be a few, Brian. If you look at a surface level, S&P 500 looks
All right, we're starting to turn S&P. That's going to help most stocks. Is it a stock index or is it a stock market? I would say it's a market of stocks, right? Market of stocks. Many of these have turned, all of them showing yellow TTM. You see the TTM turning. That's telling you momentum is shifting. Good for B and C pivots. Apple, we just showed you. Amazon, yellow histogram bars. Look at the nice change in direction. Fair value gap there. Broadcom, which we just mentioned. Broadcom stacking up some wins here. Looks good. This is a scalp for me. All right, so I'll be out before the end of the day, if not sooner. I realized this could get all the way back to 178. Frank's looking for 176. I'm looking for 178 max. Okay, HOLO is on the move. HOLO, that's a penny stock that Cayman likes to follow. I bought some shares to trade it with him. HOLO. BOS, break a structure.
I think it has to generally validate
Okay, moving higher.
stall speed and the consumer hangs in there. And obviously, yeah.
Don't want to get too cocky, but we're watching the S&P for a pin near 5750. Maybe we overshoot 5750 first, go test 5760 or so, and then come back down.
It seems to me it didn't feel smart to be selling out in the first week of either August or September in retrospect. So I don't know. I totally grant that I would say more like 22 times forward earnings. We are definitely
Okay, so if you're new to B and C pivots, at the close, check all of your stocks that had B and C pivots today. Yeah, today's Friday. Yesterday, many stocks turned right at 11 o'clock, bounced. B pivot, C pivot was a little later, and then a lot of the stocks moved higher. towards the close. Very effective technique to make your $200,000, $500,000 a day goal. You just wait for a bullish setup. Wait for it to dip into 11, 12 o'clock. Look for that B and C pivot. Put a stop under B. Look for it to follow through. Most of the time, it's going to work, especially if the S&P is working. All right. I'm going to take a couple-minute break.
Has to go. No, because it's overbought.
It's gonna go somewhere.
Yeah, right. I don't know where it's going because it's also, it seems to have good news and a good story, but it's also overbought.
Right.
So
All right. The sun's coming out, so I'm going to stick my head up and get a breath of fresh air. I'll be right back.
November 7th, so I stayed ahead of that. I went all the way up to October 25th. So this is a 3-week spread, and then next week, October 4th, and I did this double calendar. Only $5 in each direction, Tom, because that's the move for next week. So the 155 call calendar, the 145 put calendar, paying about, I have 355 up there. It's trading. It moves a little bit. It was just 340. Now it's 370. So 355 are where it was trading when I looked at this time. And remember what this does. You can roll to the October 11th, October 18th, and then into the October 25th, however you want to do it. So you got a chance for 3 rolls here. It's trading, like I said, about 355, collecting theta each day. You're long a couple deltas on this because the 155, I think, is a little bit closer. Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
155 is a little closer. No, actually 145 something.
Yeah, it's equidistant almost. Yeah.
So, but this is one that plays this implied volatility 35th percentile. So right at the, approaching the lower third. So that seems
Bitcoin
like
is bouncing.
A calendar spread. So this one is a calendar spread, but I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, and you don't have to pick because you're doing both sides of this. But let's break this one down. October 25th weekly cycle. That's 28 days to expiration. You're buying the 145 put, buying the 155 call, then selling selling those same strikes, 145 put, 155 call in the October 4th weekly cycle that expires in 7 days. Paying roughly about a 355 debit is what we got up here. The debit you pay on this type of double calendar position is your risk on it. So $355 per spread. Your break even's about 158 on the upside, 143 on the downside. Those can fluctuate based on implied volatility levels, because if implied volatility starts to rise, if the stock moves up or down, that's going to expand the price of this double calendar also. There you see those break evens. Now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of profitability on this, but as you get closer to expiration over the next 7 days, you have that ability to roll or adjust those short strikes to another weekly cycle on a week-by-week basis if the market's open. And Kevin, I just priced out the double calendar roll from this week's September 27th that expired today to the October 4th, and it's over $1.25 for the rolls on just that 145 put and 155 call right now. So that's where you start creating credits, and that lowers your risk on it, increases potential profitability on that type of trade.
Lower the net debit, you lower the break-even price on these each time you do it, and you continue to collect theta in that front expiration. Yeah, it's a tradable product right now. Like I said, I might work at 2 individual trades, not all 4 sides at once, but certainly something that you can look at. And volatility sets up right because you got about 18 Vega on this trade.
Yep, and you got some assignment risk on those short options over the next 7 days into their expiration. So keep that in mind. Maybe some trade management warranted on the double calendar position. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, take a look at United Airlines. Stocks up 35% this month. I said this month, as margins are improving with lower fuel prices, crude oil getting hit this week. Fast Market's coming right back.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at United Airlines, let's get a market update here. Stocks kind of weakening here throughout the session since we started the show. S&P 500 slightly negative. Dow Jones Industrial Average up over 230 points or 0.5%. That's come down a little bit. NASDAQ 100 now down 0.4%. But the Russell, which was up 1.4% to kick off the show, now up just 1%. So we've seen a little bit of weakness creeping in, but stocks are still up this week, except for, no, the Russell actually did turn positive too. So we'll continue to watch the market developments as the quarter ends on Monday's close. So keep that in mind. So maybe some volatility coming on Monday as maybe some fund managers reallocate funds and get out of products. So keep that in mind on Monday. So maybe some additional volatility. All right, it's time to bring in our next guest, and we're mixing it up this today on Friday to wrap up the week. We're going to bring in the chart master, and that's Rick Ducat. We're going to take a look at a chart on the stock that we're talking about in a few minutes here, Rick, and that's going to be United Airlines. We've seen a parabolic move so far in the month of September. I got to correct myself. We're only up 34% so far this month, but this has been quite a move here in United Airlines. What's the chart telling you, Rick?
Yeah, really strong price action recently. And like so many other stocks that we've been talking about today and this week, what we're seeing recently is acceleration of trend to the upside. We can see that there was a more, kind of modest, shorter term slope going upward in our chart here. But, more recently, we really took off. And today, the interesting thing that's happening is that we're breaking above our previous best close, which was 55.09. You can see that green line up there near the top of the chart. And that is a strong breakout above this point. Now, we can also see that there's a lot of other things going on here. First of all, we can see that price has taken out all of its moving averages that we follow here. Our yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day, exponential moving averages, which are diverging farther apart from each other. The faster ones are outpacing the slower ones, which is a sign that the trend continues to improve to the upside here. So yesterday's big green candle, we're still moderately above that point here, even though,
All right, Super Micro looks like it wants to go.
still, making a little bit of upside progress here. So when we look at momentum, our RSI down at the bottom of the screen, we can see that
Super Micro looks ready to go.
kind of our price activity here with a green trend line going up from where it was briefly in the oversold area.
Yeah, looks good.
Threshold of 30, but like I said, a very rapid ascension.
Thank you, Rick.
The 50 midline that separates bearish from bullish momentum. Now we are in the overbought area, which is above 70 here, which is a sign of strength typically in a trending market. Here we are also, we made new highs relative to our previous highs yesterday.
Broadcom looks like it might be stalling. Broadcom.
Pretty much what the bulls would want to see. Now, the question is, where does a move like this start to slow down? Where do you look for resistance? Where do you look for it to kind of,
Nice buy order block. Like to see some more go in the other direction.
assess some of these questions with these standard deviation channels? You can see we've got our straight blue line there in the middle of the chart. That's our linear regression line, which is a line of best fit based on closing prices. Then we have
What's Nano doing? Nano Nuclear turning back up. Looking pretty strong today. Nano, I might buy some shares here, Nano. Nano. Do I want to do it today? Or do I want to wait till Monday? Nano.
gives us a potential potential resistance area to look out for. And our +1 channel to the downside is quite close to our previous best.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on Nano. Looked good, though. Looks good. Looks like it could follow through. I'm going to pass. Liked it better once it started to turn at 1470. Nano Nuclear. It turned around 11 o'clock. TTM turned around 11 o'clock.
September 12th, we got CPI data. And within that CPI data, it showed two things. It showed that airline fares were up 3.9%, and jet fuel was down 10.5%. Compared to the data,
Okay.
what you see in the chart, because I have the RSI now up around 83, 84 range. So is this a move that maybe we should have saw coming in September 12th and may have run its course? Or do you see, based on technical analysis, higher prices?
Our next chart would actually help answer that question here. I've got a 5-year weekly chart here. And to be sure, Kevin, what you're describing sounds quite bullish in terms of a fundamental outlook for just the broader industry here. But what I want to highlight is you can see that green line on our chart, 58.23. We took out the
Got a fair value gap there.
July 2023. So we're making new highs. We are also making higher lows. You can see we've got that white trend line going up.
Tesla's still looking pretty strong. Tesla.
The next point to watch would be that red line there.
Okay.
The next
Tesla.
high point. It's from a while ago. It's back from March 2021, 63.70 to help us, kind of gauge our previous price action here to help inform how we might look for potential resistance in this name. So 58.23 would be support, 63.70 for resistance based on this longer term chart.
Yeah, RSI above 80, that's phenomenal. Anything above the 70 levels considered overbought on a technical basis, but now it's above 80 on this parabolic move. All right, great breakdown of the charts here for us, Rick. Appreciate it. That's Rick Ducat. He's a chart master here on the network.
Intel with a nice bounce. Intel.
Down about 8% so far this month.
Buyers are still there looking for Intel. Looks like Intel.
Like it is, that just helps your margin.
Intel moving. Looking like it's going to head back up to the highs. Intel.
0.5% cut in jet fuel last CPI, which means you may get another one this time.
Intel.
That's incredible because remember, energy is dominating the inflation data right now, and it looks like it's going to continue. And this news about crude oil and Saudi Arabia changing their strategy with crude oil from prices to market share could be catastrophic for crude prices.
Yeah, and then also Alaska Air and Allegiant earlier this month, they gave updates and they actually raised guidance. A lot of these airlines do mid-quarter updates there also. And revenue per average seat mile, that metric's supposed to start to improve because they're getting rid of some of their lower performing routes. And capacity, they said by the end of the 2024, they're actually going to cut capacity a little bit. So that also.
Airlines prices love when capacity goes down. It's counterintuitive how you got to trade when it comes to capacity. Less capacity is better for the stock.
Not better for you and I, though.
No.
When we travel. All right, so let's get into an example trade. Based on that RSI overbought, I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of, hey, maybe this thing's a little bit extended. If that is your assumption, this type of strategy may work in that type of environment. I went out to the October 11th weekly cycle, so just 14 days to expiration, really short-term positioning because the stock reports earnings on the 15th. So I want to avoid that. But if you think maybe a pullback's warranted, and it doesn't have to be a massive pullback, but if you think one's coming, this
Intel looking for a follow through. Intel.
Buying the 60 strike put.
Look at the TTM bars. Changing direction. Looks like we're headed back up to maybe the high of the day. Intel. Tesla, same thing. Tesla looks like it wants to continue. 265 is the target for Tesla, short term. That's the center of that butterfly, bull fly. 250, 265, 280. Fly, bull fly. Looking for prices to move up into the center of that price action, 265.
But Kevin, this is a directional bearish trade that gives you some
Meta.
flexibility as far as trade management, because what if United goes down to
Hollow,
55,
hollow
56
pushing higher.
over the next
Meta,
couple of days? It might give you an
meta,
opportunity to
meta.
maybe,
Meta turning back up. Meta's been pretty volatile lately too. Meta. But look at the TTM bars on the low. Buy order block. Prices change direction. Couple of fair value gaps. Later, this is pushing back up. Hourly chart on the right. TTM is yellow.
United Airlines was up 1.5% and hit over 3-year highs in today's session.
Okay, let's get something going here.
Well, take a look at crude oil. Crude oil was down earlier. It reversed a little bit higher.
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday the 27th. Last few trading days of the month.
You see there that break even 58.5 to the downside here, but implied volatility is relatively low, so buying verticals might make sense. But if you think this is going to turn around and maybe creep lower over the next 2 weeks.
So we got, what's that? Monday's the 30th. So October starting soon, next week. All right, so there goes Meta. Meta looking good. I have a call vertical on that one. I'm probably going to take that off. When does that expire? Next week. Okay, next week. I had planned that Meta trade. I was looking at it, not enough time. Looked for the dip to get bought and then a follow through into next week. So I have the 567.50, 570 call on Meta. Looking for Meta to go.
This election season, getting out of the muck and the mudslinging, Schwab Network will buy the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
All right, there goes Netflix. Netflix is blasting. There goes Netflix. I was going to take Netflix instead of NVIDIA. That has more momentum and less news, less headline news. Meta's going, though. Meta's going. Okay, so I know I keep talking about this ad nauseum, but if you're a new trader, okay, and you're not using the you can call it BC pivot. I like to call it BC pivots, ABCD patterns that happen very often during the trading day. If you just check it out and see how it works for you. Okay, the A pivot is the morning run up. Whether it's at the open, we lose it. That's the A pivot. Then you look for B and C. It's that simple. You look for B and C. You look for the low of the day. Look for buy orders. In this case, if I happen to be on the chart, look for that buy order, that shaded area there, that shaded area. And then look for a retest of the highs, ABCD. ABCD. Try it. See if it works for you. You'd be surprised. It works very often. You got to break a structure there. Meta keeps going. And then coordinate it with your TTM and volume, and you got a winning solution. Scalp a couple of $100 a day, $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month. $1,000 a day. You know, you do the math. It's pretty good. I keep thinking of this. You know, a lot of times I used to walk into the trading day and I'd be worried about the markets and I'd say, oh shit, I got too many open positions. They're in different sectors. And, you know, the markets are down. Futures are down. So I'd get nervous. But the longer you trade, the more you realize, you just focus on one good trade a day. Okay, so that's what I'm always reminding myself. If I ever get a negative mindset, all I tell myself is, Vinny, very easy to make the BNC pivot work today, you can make $500 today easily. You just got to wait. You got to wait for your pitch. You know, it's like Aaron Judge last night, you know, and then what was it, the 8th inning? Sorry if you're a Baltimore fan there, Scott, but, you know, I appreciate the congratulations. Yankees won it last night. So anyway, yeah, so every morning I tell myself the same thing. Look, it only takes one good trade. All right. It also helps if you don't have a whole bunch of positions open and they happen to be in different sectors. Like, for example, if semiconductors are working, a lot of times I'll trade just one sector. I look at the NASDAQ 100. What's on the top of the NASDAQ 100? Right now, Lulu's the top of the NASDAQ 100. So if you took Lulu, you're probably pretty happy. What's on the S&P? Wynn and Las Vegas Sands. Las Vegas Sands, you know about that. And Wynn, we talked about that last week. Trend break. All you need is one trade. Let's look at Las Vegas Sands, for example. Las Vegas Sands. Okay, it wasn't much of a dip. What's that telling you? That's telling you there's a lot of support for this stock. Las Vegas Sands, we identified last week as a potential for a trend break and a follow through. Well, it broke the trend. It broke the trend and it just keeps going. Okay. So there's your trend down. That's your mark down. That's when institutions just wait and wait and wait. And then all of a sudden the institutions start buying. And what happens? Sometimes you see flat price action. The moving averages will move sideways. Maybe you'll put in a higher low. You move above the 50-day. Key to this strategy. Key to the strategy. There needs to be a moving average very nearby. In this case, the 50-day. 200 days overhead. We went right through that like it wasn't there yesterday. Trend break. Phase 1 is right here. That's when the institutions buy. Look at the volume by price bands on the left. Okay, you got everything in your favor. Now you start to scale in. I don't buy 1,000 shares right off the bat. I'll buy maybe 200 on the trend break. Buy another 200 if it moves higher. Double up my position. Maybe I'm at 1,000 shares by the time I'm starting to take off profits into strength as it takes off to the upside. But even with something like Las Vegas Sands, we're looking for ABCD patterns intraday. Okay. There's A. There's A up there. This is today, right? Here's A. Here's B. C. Where's it going? So you're buying the dip. So you don't have to wait for this pullback. The problem a lot of new traders have is they buy the high of the day thinking it's going to keep going, or buying over here in the first 15 minutes instead of selling into strength, waiting for the pullback. Don't buy up here. That's all I can tell you. Don't buy up here. Buy B and C. If you're going to do anything, let's say you're working out on the West Coast. You go to work. The market's open at 9:30 here. That's 6:30 for your time. By the time you're at work, we're talking lunchtime. Perfect timing for those of you out on the West Coast. Look for the B and C pivots. I hate to say it's simple because it's really not. It takes time to get used to, your style, good money management, because not every trade's going to work. Not every B and C works. You got to take your stops. If it doesn't do what you think it's supposed to do that day or tomorrow, usually a good idea to just exit. So if you learn anything from me, BC pivots. Practice your BC pivot. Look at Netflix, for example. Look at Netflix. Okay. Look at that move on Netflix. So just waiting till it turns. It turns, boom, the volume takes off to the upside. Look at the daily. This is a little iffy. It's still a bullish trend, although we've been moving sideways. But there goes Netflix. Okay, I talked about Netflix. There it goes. All right, still waiting on NVIDIA. Thank you, Lori. Okay, watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA should get going. Meta's turned back up. Okay, let me just check one other thing. All right, there goes Meta. Meta's gone the move. Meta's on the move. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, all the New York FANG stock index stocks are doing the same thing, Just some are a little faster than the others. Like Apple's taking off to the upside. There goes Netflix. There goes Tesla. There goes Meta. Broadcom will probably go next. Okay, very good. Very good. BNC pivots, especially for those of you on the West Coast, because it's a perfect time for you. You're at work. It's 12 o'clock here. Look for BNC pivots. How easy can that be? Put a stop in. If it doesn't work, you go on to the next trade. All right, this looks good. Meta. Look at the BNC pivot on Meta. Oh, that's a nice move. I'm looking for a Broadcom to do the same thing. Broadcom. Okay, well, I'm chuckling here. Maybe we should take some of these off, right? Maybe we should take some profits. Meta.
What are you paying attention to when it comes to this? What stood out to you, Kenji?
Well, obviously, it's the optimism when it comes to Macau, but when you're looking at this notice, not only just the Macau.
Broadcom. Okay. There's a fair value gap right there. Looks like it's going to try to fill that fair value gap. Higher low. See that fair value gap right there? Right there. Right in the center of that. Looks like it's trying to fill that and then take off to the upside. We'll see.
For this name and enthusiasm creeping back in because of the China story. And if you kind of think about it, Diane, we already have a model for this. I mean, in the United States, we also received some stimulus money now. It's not maybe sort of the number that we were seeing reported for those in the lower income tiers in China, but we know exactly what happened to those dollars as soon as we got into the consumers' hands. They went out and spent money, and a lot of that spending went to the casinos, which is why we're actually a very favorable trade coming out of COVID. I think the market is really trying to calculate that's going to be the same type of reaction we might see within Wynn Resorts. Only time will tell. I would say though that we probably won't get an immediate impact from the dollars and cents standpoint from this earnings announcement, but maybe a commentary as they creep up towards earnings.
Shohei Ohtani. Man, what a great baseball player. All right, Netflix. All right, starting with a little flag right here. Okay, Google, looking for a Google to follow through too. Watch Google. Google, ABCD pattern on Google. Okay, so Google looks like it wants to run back up.
Downgrade from Bank of America. They've downgraded it to a neutral. What are you paying attention to when it comes to that one, Kevin?
There's always going to be this question out there about the PC market and consumer, personal electronic markets, and if we are seeing a bottom. Now, one thing to note outside of PC.
Oh boy.
Consumer PC markets. Well, that's going to be the case, and that could be actually accelerating when it comes to Hewlett Packard. But it does appear that there's a little bit more skepticism when it comes to the refresh cycle, especially when you're looking at the AI being included in PCs, which everybody's
Meta looking for a follow through.
But also when you're looking at the earnings growth, where are you going to see that growth outside of the printing business, which has been remarkable for this company? We don't really think about printing as a leading edge of tech, but it's been the bread and butter for HP for so long. I think a lot of analysts are now starting to wonder how long can that sustain itself, and that's probably why we're seeing this downgrade here today. But it has been under pressure. It's still holding up for the most part. If you're looking at that daily chart that we have up there, we haven't seen a full-on breakdown yet. That might be something that could be on the radar here soon if the market does not find another narrative for this man.
All right.
That's true. And I mean, look, BofA also said, there are risks to their thesis with regard to what's behind their downgrade.
Amazon, no follow through yet. Apple trying to get back up to the high. Netflix, a little profit taking at the high. Meta, same thing. with just slightly less than 3 hours to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com, Friday the 27th. I hope that you had a good night and the storm didn't bother you too much if you're on the East Coast.
Remarkable over the last couple of months here, and you kind of had a little bit of an indication that maybe they would see some positive growth coming from their customers, just based on a lot of this macro data that we're seeing, especially if you're looking at personal income, personal spending, and durable goods, which is really going to be a tailwind for them. And now they're able to capitalize. They've been able to right-size their business. Their model has really shifted to really rely on their stores as just kind of like a booth to show these products. They're really trying to drive those customers online to actually make those purchases, and that makes them a little bit more competitive to some of these other names like a Target or a Amazon that has a very big online presence. They've been able to do the work here, and it does appear that Jason Ware is really actually optimistic when it comes to the consumer computing business. And once again, that super cycle, that refresh cycle could be a tailwind for them. And this stock has been able to turn it around when you're looking at a longer time frame. It was kind of left for dead there, especially during the COVID era.
All right, we seem to like it. You see in Best Buy, right? But just shy of 2%. All right, let's talk about, you mentioned Micron earlier. We've been watching this one all week, right, Kevin? Especially in the lead up to their results and in the aftermath of their results.
Okay, a little bounce on Micron. Okay.
You had a lot of analysts yesterday resetting their numbers on this and resetting their price target. Today you've got Baird, though, lowering the price target they see on Micron. Getting a little bit of a haircut today for Micron, but what stands out to you about this?
You know, they call off the high bandwidth memory side of the business, not as if the bright spot. That's what everybody really wants to see. That's what is actually being provided to NVIDIA for their GPU clusters out there. And so that could be a tailwind, and we did see a significant amount of healthy growth in that respect. So when you're talking about DRAM, origin and and that side of the business, there's still a little bit of skepticism that we are seeing a full flush of inventory out there, and that we might still see some pricing pressures taking place, which could eat into their margins. So even though we're seeing rapid growth in high bandwidth memory, I don't believe that it's going to truly exceed or offset any type of margin pressure when it comes to DRAM and their core business, which is 60% of the overall revenues here. Today, the price action has been remarkable. I mean, there's a lot of volatility. We saw a nice little move to the upside yesterday. But at the open, we saw about a $2.50 drop. And so we're starting to see maybe the stock fading a little bit, maybe being challenged at this current level. That $110 level has been an area of resistance in the past. You can see that on the chart. Maybe we do see a reach tracing fast, maybe fill some of these gaps before it tries to push higher here. But once again, a little bit of skepticism when it comes to the core portion of their business, which I think a lot of analysts really want to see the hard data first before speculating that the PC market, the handset market is truly bottoming when it comes to inventory.
All right, and the stock seems to be getting a little bit of push-pull right now. It's not quite at the lows that you talked about. It's off by just shy of 1% right now. So certainly some push-pull around those levels you're talking about, Kevin. All right, up next, it's Chart Time Chart and Trade. We'll trade our upvotes. We've got Wen and HCQ. Kevin Green will do the honors, and Chart Master Rick Ducat will join us to go through the technicals. NextGen and Bagday will be back after this break.
All right. Looking for Google to push a bit higher. Looking for these stocks to put in higher lows, like Meta, Tesla, Netflix, Broadcom, Apple. Looking for higher lows.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading
S&P
questions.
500 cash, S&P for the week.
Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any
What happened
device
here?
for
Well,
free.
where did my chart go?
Schwab Network.
Okay.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Time now to chart and trade our upvoted stocks. That would be Wynn Resorts, and HPQ. Kevin Green will have the trade, and the Duke of Data, Rick Ducat, goes through the technicals. All right, guys, let's start with breaking this all down. We'll start with you, Rick, with Wynn. Talk to us about the trends that you're seeing.
Sure. I mean, it's a big day for China-related stocks in general here. So we're seeing some notable movement in this name during the past couple of weeks here. So when we look at our chart, we can see that it's been a very different scenario recently here, because we started up here with our yearly highs, 110.38, sharp downtrend here, basically a straight shot from those highs all the way down to the lows near 71. So what, a 40-point drop in, the course of like 2 quarters or so, 1.5 quarters or so. But we can see another common refrain. I've been seeing it all day. We're seeing it all across various stocks, is acceleration of trend to the upside. Modestly sloping purple trend line going upward here, breaking through our longer term downward sloping trend line, then a steeper rise here, and now we've got our white trend line almost vertical, really. So a really, really strong price action here during this recent time span. We've taken out some important areas. We've surpassed our moving averages, yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day exponential moving averages here. And the purple 252-day, that's the most significant one. The longer the time frame you're looking at, the more important it is when price does breach it one way or the other. Strong close above this longer term time horizon moving average here, handily clearing it. However, we've still got some lifting to do. There's still some resistance overhead, but look at the volume. Volume spikes. Heavy volume during this rise. Volume spike, meaning volume at least 50% greater than the 50-day simple moving average of volume. So there's some conviction behind this move, Diane and Kevin.
And then talk to us, Rick, about momentum, especially when you look at it kind of on a historic basis.
Oops, sorry, lost my charts here. If someone could help me out there. But when we look at our chart here,
Super Micro.
we can see that
Super Micro watching for that one to continue.
Steep acceleration to the upside. What you want to see would be matching with RSI here, our measure of momentum here. And as soon as we get that back up, I'll speak more to that here. But we can see what you want to see with RSI would be a break above the previous price high, so price making a new high. Meanwhile, RSI making a similar closing high as well. So thank you there. And we can see a similar situation here with the RSI accelerating to the upside, rising, crossing above that 50 midline, firmly in the overbought area now. So a strong movement in terms of the price action as well as momentum. And remember, RSI only goes from 0 to 100. The maximum it can possibly be is 100. We're at almost we're at 84 right now. So a very high reading on this momentum indicator. Not really any signs of slowing down at this point.
All right, I'm glad the charts came back. All right, let me ask you about one more thing that you'd be watching. Talk to us about the levels of support or resistance that you're paying attention to when it comes to Wynn.
Of course. And when we look, at the price action here, there's some notable areas nearby. And the one that stood out to me the most, 99, this red line here, that was a low point in terms of closing prices. We did make some intraday fluctuations beyond that level, but that was roughly where price wound up settling at the end of the days during this little stretch of time here. Then that was overhead resistance. We did not quite manage to clear above that after we did eventually break through it to the downside here. So this is a key area to watch to the upside, this $99 mark, this red line. There's also a volume node nearby, an area of heavy trading. Now, it's not really in comparison to these areas here, but it is a little bit of a spike here. That could be a congestion area to watch to the upside. And then eventually, we'd be perhaps looking to get up here. There was another small gap there near like 104. That could be another area to watch. To the downside, purple 250 2-day EMA, as well as the low point that we reached on that day's candle there. So roughly between like 88.70 to 89.40 or so could be a supportive zone based on our lows and our moving average. So that could be one area to watch.
All right, those are areas to watch. KG, time for you to take over. How would you trade Win?
Well, Rick is the best when it comes to charting here. And this is actually a trade setup that actually complements a lot of those technicals that Rick was just talking about. And this is actually trying to sell a call spread here. This is going to be a credit spread. Looking at the October 4th, so for next week, looking at selling the $100 strike, buying the $100.
Okay, the markets are just taking their time. We got plenty of time left in the day. 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Friday the 27th. Monday is the last trading day of the month.
Be able to hold right below that, and this is where this trade would actually max out when it comes to probability. We also cap out the risk to this trade as well. There is a significant amount of risk when we're kind of looking at the premium received, but we are capping that just in case we do get a break above that 104 level that Rick was just talking about in a continuation trade to the upside. So Diane, this is a very short-term trade, trying to once again match the technicals here by being able to try to capitalize on some of that resistance pressure.
All right, let's pivot to the other stock in focus. We've got HPQ in focus. Win's been up, HPQ under some pressure. Rick, I'm going to send it back to you. What trends are you paying attention to here?
Sure, this has definitely been an interesting name to watch recently here. And when we do look at the chart, we can see that it's kind of a tale of two charts almost, because we have such a dramatic change in the middle of our time period that we're looking at here. So we've got this kind of, meandering sideways period where we had a pretty obvious range and then a sharp rally here, culminating with this huge spike on earnings here that took us into our 52-week highs of 39.52. From there, a downward channel formed here. Two downward sloping trend lines, both parallel to each other. We draw our conventional trend line going across the highs. If you duplicate it, you copy it, you put it along the lows, it can give you a place to look for potential support, and vice versa. It works to the upside too here. Not going to match up every single time, but often enough that it's worth noting here. So like our last chart here, we can see that this rally has given us some movement beyond our moving averages here. We've got our yellow 21-day and orange 63-day clustered quite closely together. Usually that signifies that there's not really a clear trend direction here, which makes sense. We've kind of been zigzagging back
All right.
between
Just going through the stocks.
boundaries there here. So a push above those moving averages is a more positive sign. We are, unfortunately, experiencing what seems to have been a false breakout to the upside, though. You can see that yesterday we pushed upward. We couldn't quite take out those previous highs, though. Now we're faltering a little bit. We are below our short-term white trend line here that was going upward here. So definitely something to keep an eye on here. That's kind of a major development to see if we were to be able to muster our way back up above this trend line, or if we do indeed close below it today. So it could be a pretty interesting thing to watch.
And what about momentum? What are you watching when it comes to momentum for HPQ?
Sure. Looking at momentum, we can see that we had kind of a triangular shape here. We had a longer term downward sloping red trend line. You can use trend lines, support and resistance on RSI, similar to how you use it with price here. And we also had a competing trend line going upward off of this low point where the RSI was in the oversold area. So we had our green and red lines kind of converging toward each other, but the bullish activity did seem to win out here. We crossed above the 50 midline and we invalidated that red downward sloping line here as we pushed above the resistance that we were encountering here based on these old highs near like 36.17. However, we are faltering a little bit here. RSI is falling off. It does remain above that 50 midline. So still more geared toward the bullish side, even though the price action maybe is not exactly what the bulls would want to see today.
And then speaking of those levels,
Momentum has slowed to a trickle. Just watching prices at this point.
what are the levels or support that you're paying attention to that would indicate kind of a continuation of, say, faltering or breaking out?
Bitcoin fading from the high of the day. Bitcoin.
Potential support and resistance is to look for the highs and lows relative to your current price action respectively here. So we can see that we had our little rally here. This was the next high point.
Super Micro looks like it wants to go. Super Micro.
Near 36.87. That is another point that the bulls would want to take out if we can continue our move to the upside. Beyond that, we've got our best close of the year right there, 38.36. We were not able to push above that really, with any conviction. That was our best close. The close is more important than the intraday highs. So that would be the next point that many traders would probably have their eyes on. To the downside, we've got our green line here. That was our best close that we experienced during this little rally here. So that would be a supportive area, 36.17. Beyond that, our cluster of moving averages right here. We came pretty close to the yellow 21-day EMA. 21 and 36, 21
Tesla, we're trying to push through this supply zone overhead.
respectively. So once again, a supportive zone between those two moving averages that
Trying to push through the supply zone.
really starts to fall off here.
Let's see if it shows on the 4-hour chart.
Kevin, when you look at HBQ, can you take us through your example trade?
Yeah,
No, it's on the daily.
Yesterday's candle on the daily chart looking like a hanging
Daily chart.
reversal and a lack of continuation. So thinking about
Okay, there you go. Daily chart, we've got this supply zone.
buying the October 18th, which is the October monthly.
The supply zone needs to be taken out. We need to get above 265. 265 is the max on those butterflies. Still haven't seen much action on those.
Now, the stock would have to actually move in order for this trade to be profitable, but that's where you're also getting a little bit more time and then kind of bringing that back to the technicals there. That $32 area has been an area of support that we tested in August 8th of this year. So looking at as a potential target for the spread. So once again, finding risk around a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio for the spread, giving you a little bit of time. But you do
Broadcom, no follow through.
in the right direction, which is going to lead to the downside for the stock.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Rick. And Kevin and I will be back with you after this break. But coming up, it's time for FOMO. We'll talk Costco pulling back after its latest results. Stay with us.
Let's see if we get another burst of energy after 2 o'clock. A lot of times after 2:15, after 2 o'clock, around 2:15, 2:45, looking for institutions to show their hand if they're interested in buying the market or selling. We'll see that usually in the last couple hours of the trading day, usually around 2:15 to 2:45. Just watching the volume and price action at that point.
Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360.
Tesla looking for this higher low to print a higher high now.
Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'm Diane King Hall here at the New York Stock Exchange. Kevin Green joining me as well. Time now for FOMO. We are taking a look at
Broadcom, no follow through.
Stock is under pressure today off the back of its latest quarterly numbers. It was a mixed bag when you think about the numbers. Kevin, what stood out to you? Like, what were you paying attention to when you look at the earnings from Costco?
Well, I think the price action, first and foremost, is the big interesting thing for me here, Di. I mean, yes, they had a mixed report, but the stock's really only down like, 2%. So it wasn't that bad. Obviously, the bar was actually very high going into this print. But luckily, we also get the monthly sales data from them. So we did see a slight miss on the top line when you're looking at revenue. But we did actually see a beat on the bottom line here with the adjusted earnings per share coming in at $5.29. Versus Street's estimates of $5.05 here. And the other thing that I thought was actually very remarkable for this company is the continued growth when it comes to e-commerce. You saw around an 18.4% growth on a year-over-year basis. Now, granted, it is actually a little bit decelerating from what we saw last quarter.
Price action just moving sideways for the last 30 minutes or so, just watching.
Just really kind of breaking into the space. And it does appear that they might be taking some market share. Now, this company is very unique because they're able to control as much as they possibly can their supplier prices. They have that much influence on them, and so they can provide these very low prices in bulk, obviously for their customers, and have a little bit more stability. And I think the commentary about their strategy moving forward, looking at more consumer discretionary items, maybe to kind of bolster up their margins, if you will, is another strategy that they're probably going to be able to capitalize on. I mean, they brought to market gold bars and they continue to sell out at record levels there. They have that leverage. What do you think about these earnings when it comes to the Costco and maybe some of the price action after?
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think it's clear that the street is not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and especially even when you look at the analyst commentary, they're still, seem to be overall like, yes, they're revising some price targets, but there's several price targets revised like to the upside. So Costco looks like it's holding up despite, like, yes, they had a miss in terms of revenue, and even same-store sales was a little bit light, but it looks like, they will still continue to perform when it comes to the road ahead. You think about the price increase that they had recently, and they talked about that on
Netflix holding up the highs pretty well.
Is when you will see growth
Netflix.
in the response from that number in 2025 through 2026. The CFO talked about that on the earnings call. One other thing I thought was interesting when you looked at their numbers and just when they talked more about what their consumer looks like, they talked about signups of younger customers, that they were seeing an increase in younger customers, people who are under 40 signing up. And they are trying to keep prices low. They're saying, though, that they're not having to cut prices for consumers. Now, they did, again, to me, it seemed like a very balanced call when you think about the earnings call, Kevin. They talked about the choosy consumer because we've been talking about that for some months now, where the consumer is making different kinds of choices, and Costco and Walmart have held up in the face of the choices that consumers are making. The CFO said, quote, there are signs that the consumer is being very choiceful in how they're spending their dollars. So I thought that stood out to me. And the shoppers are looking for bargains on things like TVs and home appliances. That makes sense for those big ticket items. But even in the grand scheme of things, you're not seeing a lot of weakness, even for the big ticket items. When you think about what durable goods came in at this week, I mean, that was unchanged. It was expected to come in lower. So Costco, to me, it looks like, we're not seeing as much pain in terms of the price action today. I mean, the stock is down off about, just shy of 2% there. And the analyst reaction to Costco, BMO maintaining their outperform rating, lifting their price target to $980 a share. Telsey had lifted the price target to $1,000 a share. Kevin, you and I talked about that earlier this week and what $1,000 a share would mean for Costco, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that we saw a stock split yesterday. I think that would have provided a little bit more enthusiasm. But for now, they have not done that, and maybe they will not do that in the near term here. Diane, there's a couple of things when it comes to this name that I always have to give it credit for. This is a company, and they're very rare. I mean, I would say Chipotle and Walmart are probably the only others that is able to have the stock appreciation when it comes to price, but they're able to back it up when it comes to the fundamentals. There's not a lot of companies that are able to do that. There's a lot of companies that can sell a story, but maybe aren't able to back it up when it comes to the fundamentals. Or there's other companies that just have macro headwinds where the investors themselves are just discounting the stock because they really don't believe that they can actually achieve some of the hurdles that their leadership team has been able to put out there. But Costco is a little bit different. You also have to think about the staples sector in general. There's not a lot of players that have the market growth like Costco has. I mean, outside of Walmart and maybe Target, Costco's taking market share from every other major grocer that is out there. And if that's going to continue here, I would suspect that investors are going to be still enthusiastic for this name. So is it expensive from a dollar standpoint? Yes. Is it expensive from a multiple standpoint? Maybe, but there's not a lot of other staples out there that can actually provide you the growth and stability and cash like Costco can. And I think that's probably why the street has provided it a little bit more of a premium over the last couple of quarters here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it lines up with something that we saw from Oppenheimer today. They're saying, Costco continues.
Broadcom pulling back, NVIDIA pulling back. Netflix looks fine for now. Tesla.
Superior merchandising efforts and the company's unique value proposition. It's that value proposition that I think you're talking to in terms of one of the pieces of the puzzle for Costco. But I know you got an example trade. Kevin, you want to take us through your example trade for Costco?
Yeah, definitely. So if you're kind of looking at a 1-year daily chart in this candle that's developing right now, we had a flush to the downside, but you are seeing buyers potentially stepping in. And that could actually indicate a hammer candle, which kind of shows a little bit of a reversal from the initial trend. And if that's going to be the case, Diane actually set up a bullish trade for this stock. Now, it's going to be kind of a two-parter here that we're going to build into one. Looking at buying the $885, $900 call spread here. This is for October 4th. And then selling a put spread against this. Selling the 845 put, buying the 815 put, doing this all for a debit of $5. So the max profit on this trade is actually going to be $1,000. The max loss is actually $3,500. And the reason being,
Okay, Tesla fading a bit.
Wide, but that put spread is actually $30 wide. And the reason why I actually set up the put spread in the manner that I did is actually just to reduce the margin requirement. Instead of selling a put outright, which would have required around $85,000 to hold this trade, looking at buying that $815 put was allowed this trade to really take that $85,000 and then shrink it down to around $3,500 in order to hold this trade. Now, this trade is actually going to expire for next week, so still need a little bit more of a recovery to the upside. But this is one to be able to try to capitalize on a retracement move and maybe a continuation of the primary trend for this stock, which has been up.
All right, Kevin, with the example trade on Costco. Up next, we've got China's big week after government.
All right, so looks like profit taking from the highs. Meta, Broadcom, NVIDIA. Just chopping around. All right, a lot of these are fading at the moment with a little more than 2 hours and 22 minutes to go. Microsoft's trying to do something now.
trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay, a lot of stocks are pulling back from the recent highs during the lunch hour. Meta pulling back, Broadcom, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla and Microsoft are trying to do something here. Supermicro.
Rallying, continuing their gains this week. We've got Alibaba continuing to add to its advanced JD.com as well. Joining us now for insight, we've got Henry Green, investment strategist, Crane Shares. No relation to Kevin. Henry, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. This is true. Kevin says maybe. You never know. Have to do Ancestry.com, maybe. All right. Let's talk about, just kind of set the stage, big picture with what occurred this week, and what do you make of what we're seeing in terms of the continuation of the advance, Henry?
Yeah, so we've been saying for a long time that China's government, including the central bank, of course, cannot afford to allow its economy and stock market to be in free fall. We've been saying that at some point, we don't know when, they will intervene in a significant way. They waited until the Federal Reserve in the U.S. cut rates to do so, but they did so immediately after, and it's had quite a remarkable effect on Chinese equities. But honestly, not that remarkable, because these equities, to us at least, because these stocks have been trading at such low valuations. Some of these companies are trading at cash, at the level of cash they hold. And in general, the internet space, which has recently seen positive earnings, expectations growing, was trading at half the valuation average for listed US-based internet stocks. And so, that's captured by our KWEB ETF. And you're seeing the results of all of this stimulus announcement, which, we knew was coming. We just didn't know when, and it was right after the Federal Reserve.
So, Henry,
Okay, Tesla with a bounce.
I would suspect, and maybe I'm wrong here, is this probably the fastest amount of inflows that you've seen going into the ETF just because of all this hype, or is this more just the price appreciation of a lot of these equities rather than dollar flows going into the ETF in general?
I don't know if this is the fastest, but this is, as far as I can remember, this is one of our biggest inflow weeks. So we've had about just as much price appreciation as we've had.
Intel pulling back a little bit more. Netflix is holding up really well. Tesla looks like it wants to do something. Tesla.
Stimulus. How significant is this, and what are the broader implications when you think about China's economy and even here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think the broader implications are that, China is supporting its economy. I think it was very questionable as to whether and how much they would do so. I think the broader implication is that investors need to look at China. A lot of people have been sitting on the sidelines. People have been out of China for 2 years. It's been in almost nobody's portfolios. And now people are looking at it again. Performance attracts eyes. And again, we've been saying this for a while. So I think the broader implication is this rotation after the Fed cut. I think you're going to see an actual rotation that's been a long time coming, quite frankly, out of U.S. equities and into international markets and into emerging markets, including China, not just India, also out of Japan. I think that the yen continues to be a risk in Japan. We expect more BOJ hikes. And so I think money will come out of there. Where is it going to go? It's going to go into emerging markets. It's going to go into international stocks. it's going to go into cheap China. And this is something we've been advocating for our own clients for a long time. And it's nice to see that this looks like it's going to start happening.
So Henry, everybody's calling this the bazooka that's being used now. I mean, they've had other stimulus measures that just doesn't seem to be holding.
Tesla looks like it's just stuck here.
Beneficiaries of a lot of the stimulus. Obviously, you have the KWEB, that's probably your most popular ETF that is out there, and that's really focusing on internet and technology here. But you also have some other ones for clean tech and healthcare for China. Which one do you think is going to see the most stickier flows or has the biggest opportunity based on the stimulus measures that have been announced for this week?
I think that KWEB, as you said, is our most popular ETF. I think it has the most immediate opportunity right now. I mean, it certainly has. We've seen that this week, and that's again because these stocks.
Netflix is trying to break out.
Outside of the internet space, again, the internet space. If you look at China's economy, the internet in terms of earnings expectations across like the MSCI China Index, they're actually the best for the internet space. Other than the internet space, we think that in general growth stocks, I think mainland China listed. So we also have KSTAR, and that tracks the STAR market, which is a board for small cap, pre-profitability stocks. And we think that could see more upside. As you saw, Hong Kong really reacted quite forcefully, and then it took the mainland a couple days to really react. So as you kind of see that feeding into mainland from offshore, again, because mainland Chinese investors see what's happening offshore, and they actually respond to that in their own markets. So we think that KSTAR and in general mainland stocks, could begin to reflect these strong gains that we've seen out offshore. So we also have KBA, which is the top 50.
Kind of boring. The market's just chopping around sideways for the last couple hours.
Henry, I want to ask you about what we're seeing with regard to these inflows and the gains that we're seeing in companies like Alibaba, JD, Pinduoduo. What does this tell you about investor confidence in kind of the overall recovery efforts? We had the monetary stimulus, and then there's fiscal stimulus announced. What does that tell you about the road ahead for investor confidence when it comes to China recovery efforts?
I think that we've made significant progress this week. I think there's still a road ahead. I think that we need to see more mainland investors actually putting money into the stock market. This has been something that's been a priority for the government ever since the real estate deleveraging, which began in 2022. And that's gonna happen slowly, but that's gonna happen, and that's gonna be a significant tailwind. We're also and then as I said, we also are going to want to see more international investors outside of China looking at China's markets and coming into the market. And we think we're actually already seeing that, and that's going to happen a bit more quickly. But the mainland, within China, mainland Chinese investors are heavily in real estate and right now in bonds. You've seen the bond market in China, just yields have been crushed because everybody's in safe investments, and we want to see them come into the stock market. And I think that's going to be kind of a mega trend over the next couple of weeks. But I think that those are two close.
All right. Henry Green of Crane Shares with some insight on what we're seeing with the stocks rallying with reaction to China stimulus measures. Thank you, Henry. Have a great weekend. Coming up next is Under 30. We'll focus on Intel, another chip maker looking to buy one of Intel's divisions. You want to stick with us for that.
Markets just can't seem to break on through.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals.
all at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Okay, can we do something? Can we do something? I'm bored right here, just sitting, watching Broadcom, a little bounce. Same thing with NVIDIA.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'm Diane King Hall here at the New York Stock Exchange. I've got Kevin Green hosting with me today. Time now for Under 30. We're discussing the latest on Intel. Joining us now for Insight, we've also got Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager Derivatives Trading at Charles Schwab. Jeff, thanks so much for sticking with us this Friday afternoon. All right, Intel's in focus. We've got a Bloomberg report. What's going on here?
Yeah, more reports of companies interested in buying parts of the struggling Intel. Story out of Bloomberg that says a person with direct knowledge that ARM Holdings reportedly approached Intel about potentially buying their product division that sells chips for personal computers, servers, networking equipment, but was told that the business was not for sale. The source said that ARM did not express interest in Intel's manufacturing operations, but of course, if you've been following Intel, this is not the first offer we've heard about. There's been takeover reports as they struggle to really compete in this AI chip-driven market. Once one of the world's largest chip makers, Intel's really been failing to keep up. Most of the advanced AI programs we see now, of course, are tied to NVIDIA. Also Intel's attempt to really produce GPUs for gamers and creators that are impressing has failed as well. So, Qualcomm has reportedly also approached the company about a takeover, although it's not really clear how deep those discussions have gone. Investors are certainly waiting to see whether Intel can turn this story around or if we are going to see a deal made eventually.
Jeff, I want to get your thoughts. What do you think is happening here? Do you think there is going to be a deal coming out here, or do you think this is just kind of speculation?
Looking for Tesla to go?
Trying to keep everything in house and really try to work on a turnaround strategy. What do you think?
I mean, all indications right now point to Intel not wanting a deal, right? We know that we've seen a lot of
Tesla trying to go
attempts for any of these companies that, a deal with Intel and Qualcomm would likely have to overcome a lot of antitrust concerns. We know the company is really trying to turn around their chip business. The CEO reiterated that their focus is on the foundry business. They're expected to spend $100 billion over the next 5 years with some possible outside investment. But also, you have to look at
Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix.
The U.S. government for about $8.5 billion in direct funding. If they were to strike a deal with the company,
Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix.
Interrupt that sort of funding.
Okay, trying to get back up into this gap overhead.
But certainly investors, could persuade otherwise, or if we continue to see Intel struggle to not keep up with the names out there that are taking off. You think about NVIDIA and some of these other names, or even ARM, who is the interested party, right? It's been a struggle, and they're going to have to turn around quickly. They've had a long runway, and I think investors are certainly getting a little bit fed up. We're seeing that in the stock price.
Yeah, you make a great point, Jeff, especially when you think about so today the reaction seems to be pretty muted. It had been a little lower. Now it's turned flat, just slightly above the, slightly, higher at the moment. Barely. Actually, it just turned a little lower today.
Netflix pushing a bit higher now.
Year to date, and then when you look at it year over year, it's been doing terrible. What does the road ahead look like for Intel?
with their mobile chip, the Lunar Lake, designed by Intel.
Netflix pushing higher.
Taiwan Sydney right now, but getting praised for their battery life and computing performance. Next step for the company, launch the next gen, which is the Panther Lake. They're expected to manufacture that in their own pipeline, which could, of course, be a better cost structure overall. And then, as we look towards the future, really seeing that data center and AI side of the business pick up. We saw it fall 3% to just over $3 billion, missing expectations in the last report. The outlook has been a struggle. So, we know they're pumping money into the AI side of the business. Watching that develop, seeing them compete is what investors are looking for. It certainly seems like the company has the ability to do it, but right now they're struggling. I mean, operating loss of $2.8 billion in their foundry business. As we look at last quarter, that's not been good enough.
All right, definitely not good enough. Thank you, Jeff. That's Jeff Pierce, Senior Director of Derivatives Trading here at Schwab. All right, KG, final word on the market?
Right now we're flat for the S&P 500. Maybe we do see a little bit of a rally going into the close, but overall, the breadth is still there, and that's really what we should really care about here to be able to hold us for next week. So looking forward to a lot of the economic data, maybe some of the Fed speakers next week, Diane. And I appreciate being on the show with you. It was a lot of fun.
Here goes Tesla.
Great time doing it.
Same. I enjoyed hosting with you. And thank you all for joining us here on Next Gen Investing. Stay with us here on the Schwab Network. That's the watch list with Nicole Petalides coming up next.
Meta turning. All right, nice little move on Meta. Microsoft turning as well. Microsoft. Tesla looks like it wants to go. Tesla.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's By the Numbers coverage of the
Tesla.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Tesla going now.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar.
Here goes Tesla.
When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set.
This guy sounds like Matt Anderson. Sounds like Obama in a way.
Find out how good you are. It is very attractive.
So, how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not a formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime.
Well, the sun's finally out. The sun will come out tomorrow. Okay, we got Amazon turning, we got Broadcom turning, Nvidia turning. Everything is starting to turn. Looks like a buy program. Coming into a buy program maybe at 1 o'clock straight up, 2 o'clock straight up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
Nowhere that 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Glad you're with us on this Friday. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. And it's a winning week on Wall Street that we've come off the
Got some limit buy orders going off in my kids' accounts and Chinese stocks.
to discuss in today's show. It's day 4 of the UN General Assembly. That's been underway. It's been very busy here.
Meta, nice follow through on Meta.
The headlines so far, including advocacy for more nuclear power and escalating geopolitical tension. We'll also dive into how Gen Z and millennials are utilizing AI in everyday life, including using technology to build their wealth. And our panel ready to talk all about the state of the consumer after fresh signs of easing inflation and growing optimism. In the meantime,
Tesla, nice move on Tesla.
so the S&P 500 did hit a record high earlier today. It's sitting at 5746. We saw the Dow also hitting some record highs. Right now, the Dow is up 214 points. The NASDAQ tech has been down all day here. It's been a laggard. It's down about 0.25% at 20,061, and the Russell is higher by 0.86%. Oil and gold are mixed. While oil is gaining, gold pulled back $27. It's been near records, and has pulled back. But oil's at
BNC pivots, watching for follow through. Broadcom, Nvidia, Tesla, heading higher. Tesla.
So that being said, we got in our inflation prints, consumer prints. We're coming off the heels of the China stimulus. Much to discuss throughout this hour. For some of the biggest stories, let's talk to Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. And we are looking at the PCE, the sentiment. What are people's takeaways from some of these reports?
Hey, Nicole. Well, the first thing they're going to do is focus on the headline that the media will put out there, which is headline year over year PCE.
Nvidia turning, Intel turning back up.
From 2.5 a month ago. As you could think, dominated.
Tesla back up to the highs.
What they won't tell you.
Looking good. Looking a little better. So it's a little after 2 o'clock. We're looking for these institutions to tell us what they're interested in. BNC pivots.
Jerome Powell has us focusing now more on the labor market than on inflation. This number was pretty much accepted as in line and close enough and good progress. So the market went higher. Then geopolitical risks started to creep into the market. Nvidia turned from higher on the data down. We got a consumer sentiment number that was 70.1, a little higher than expected, with annual inflation expectations around 2.7%. So those numbers came in relatively in line to a little stronger. So all things considered, this is a market more mixed than up or down. You've got the NASDAQ down, about 1/3%. You've got the S&P pretty much unchanged on the day. And you got the Dow a little bit stronger. So all these things after a massive week in the market with big percentage winners out of not only some of our stocks, but China and all stocks linked to China. This has been a pretty good week for the markets, Nicole.
Yeah. How about we turn our attention? You mentioned the consumer. Costco, we're looking at that. The stock's been under a little bit of pressure. What were people's feelings about the report?
Well, Costco is a fabulous company doing extremely well, putting up good numbers. The one problem might be that it had gone too far, too fast, and the valuations were starting to be questioned. That being said, Earnings per share $5.29 versus $5.05 expected. That's a nice healthy beat. Revenues a slight miss, 79.7 billion versus 79.75.
Nano Nuclear. We'll take a look at it next week. We'll take a look at it next week. I'm not really eager to jump back into it. Sold at pre-market 16.55.
All these numbers were good, just not good enough to keep the stock unchanged or higher on the day. The stock has drifted down right now. I've got it down about 1.9% on the day, Nicole.
All right, Kevin Hanks, thank you so much. Great to see you, Kevin. Thank you. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Joy Yang is with us, head of product management, market vector
Tesla.
indexes. I'm sorry. And this week we had the UN General Assembly. It has been very busy here in New York, no doubt. And we're trying to gather some of the themes that have come out of these high-level meetings. It's good to see you.
Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Good. So you sent us a few ideas and topics. I mean, I'll start with nuclear power. That's something they're talking about. How so?
Yeah, so we're in the middle of also Climate Week. And, you mentioned AI and Gen Z usage. So we know that there's huge interest in AI, but we also know AI is going to need a lot of data, and that's going to require a lot of data centers. So these are very energy intensive projects, and we've seen like this shift towards how we're going to
Energy intensive projects. Sounds like it could work really well for nano nuclear, right? With these portable nuclear power units. Thinking about AI, it would be so cool to have a nuclear power unit to power your house and never have to deal with the energy company anymore. Just probably have to have a loan to pay off whatever it is, the cost of the device.
benefit from this, and that's going to be nuclear power plants, nuclear project providers, construction builders, and more importantly, uranium and miners in uranium.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting some of the numbers yesterday. Did a great interview with a listing here, BKV Corporation. Chris Callan, CEO, was here, and he was talking about nuclear power versus nat gas and injecting CO2, and how he's worked with the likes of Exxon and Devon, and actually I think bought some pieces off of those companies, but how demand is really building for energy. But how do you solve that demand? And it's not just nuclear, and he was talking about that, but I think it's definitely a topic of conversation. Were people talking about AI this week too? I mean, you mentioned AI. That's always front and center,
I think,
right?
yeah, this is going to be a ongoing conversation.
Yeah.
But I think people also have to realize what's behind AI and what's driving AI and how to actually complete it, which is going to take infrastructure build out and energy.
How about the China stimulus package? There were some people, I had a guest on last week who picked JD.com and said, I think China's going to come out with some more stimulus. I mean, talk about, that was a good call, right? And so these names are up 10, 20, 30% this week. JD.com's actually up almost 40% this week. So that being said, and here's a look, right? If you see the S&P 500 there, week to date, the S&P
Looks like they're quick to take profits up here. There's a lot of supply, so there's a lot of sellers, most likely just overhead inside of this area right here for Tesla.
Well, that's up 22%, and so on and so forth. Pinduoduo is there at the top, 35% almost. So shows you the moves here, right? That being said, the China stimulus, and people are expecting maybe more. I mean, more upside. What do you think there? This, by the way, as the U.S. raises tariffs on China today too, I think that I had to get that in.
Yeah, so let's take a step back, because China, as the world's second largest economy, has been actually one of the worst performers since the pandemic, down almost 40%. So this was a huge announcement for these stimulus packages to come this week, both for monetary as well as fiscal policy. And so what we're seeing is this, investor reaction, because that's what it's meant to do. China's really going to stand behind their 5% growth target. And so they will look into the banks, look into the property market, look into the stock markets. And I think this is creating investor confidence back into the stock market. And that's what we're seeing this week with some of these companies up, as you mentioned, 40%.
Yeah.
overall, our China e-commerce, internet software index is up 15% year to date when it was down prior to this, this.
Any way to tell if there's more stimulus to come? I mean, when you talk about monetary and fiscal stimulus that we're seeing from China, so, what can people bank on, if anything?
I think I'm pretty sure the government will stand behind their monetary fiscal policy, but whether or not that's going to turn or drive stock market up, that's still unpredictable.
Sure. You're also watching all the geopolitical tensions, and we've seen some heating up of some of these things that are happening abroad. What grabbed your attention this week?
Of course, we started the week with escalating tensions around the world, both in the Middle East and in Russia. And
CRM looking for a follow through.
This is creating more uncertainty and risk, and the markets don't like uncertainty. So people are looking at how do you hedge your risk? How do you kind of really think about diversifying your positions? And that's gold. So that's why, as you mentioned, gold had been up and up and up, and hitting 27,000, 2,700. So we didn't think we would get there till the end of the year, but it's already almost there, and it's taking with it the junior gold miners. So we're looking at the space because we think that demand will still increase. Central banks are still buying gold. The retail investor is coming back, and these risks are not going away. So we're watching this space, and we think that many of these, gold miners are well positioned to take advantage of it.
Year to date, up almost 30%. The high this week, to your point, 2708 and change. That was yesterday. So a big move there for gold, often viewed as a safe haven. Joy Yang, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Always love having you on the show. Market Vector Indexes. Thank you, Joy Yang, head of product management. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White will stand by here. He's talking about unusual options activity seen from the day, how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Freeport-McMoRan. You think about copper and how that's been running up. Baidu, right? China, and Boeing. Well, that's always in the news. Coming up. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Okay, Intel pulling back a little bit. A lot of choppiness. CRM pulling back a bit. Meta trying to take out the high of the day. Meta. Okay, looking for Broadcom and Nvidia to muster a little bit more momentum and strength to push to the highs of the day. Netflix, a little profit taking. Same thing with Microsoft and Apple.
Welcome back to the watch list. welcome in Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Good to see you, Tom. We were talking about gold at records, right? We just said 2708 was the high here for gold this week, but Freeport-McMoRan has been running and copper prices on the rise. And you found a trade that was bullish, right?
Yeah, Freeport-McMoRan has used that proxy for copper prices. And after that swoon that we saw just about a month and a half ago in copper, we've seen a resurgence in not only copper, but silver hitting 11-year highs, and gold, as you mentioned, hitting all-time highs just the other day. Now, Freeport-McMoRan's, basically
Okay, Meta looking for a push higher. Meta.
Gold mining also. And copper's up about 14% over the last couple of months, so that's lended some support. Stock up 21% on the year, up 16% so far in the month of September. So it's had a good run also. And if you look at maybe some of the outliers that are affecting why copper is going higher, right? Interest rates have come down, that 10-year down below 3.8% after the 50 basis point cut from the Fed. And then the China stimulus, it really plays into this story on Freeport.
Lulu holding on to most of its gains today. Lulu.
So far this month, because China is the #1 importer and user of copper at this point. So those different entities kind of playing into how we're seeing some of the metals play out here. And then just a couple weeks ago, we had UBS come out with a positive note on Freeport-McMoRan. So it seems like a lot of the sentiment's moving higher here as copper rebounds. A lot of industrial uses for that metal. But we did see some unusual option activity out in the December monthly cycle. So nearly 3 months till expiration on this one. Out in the December 65 strike calls. So these are far out of the money calls. So maybe a long shot here by this trader. They bought over 8,500 of those D65 calls. They paid an average debit of only 61 cents. Not a lot of option premium in those far out of the money calls. But that break even is 65.61 over the next 84 days. That's about 27% above the current share price, Nicole. That'd be a new all-time high for Freeport-McMoRan. But if this momentum continues where we're still seeing growth, the Fed's in a rate-cutting cycle, China's still adding stimulus, I think that's what this trader's kind of setting up for, that we're going to see some more gains here in Freeport.
Yeah, I mean, between what's going on with China and the rate cuts, as you noted here at home, those are nice tailwinds there for a name like Freeport-McMoRan. And then Baidu, we've been talking about the China bazooka stimulus. Tell me more about that story there in the trade.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the other Chinese stocks and how well they're doing so far this week. Baidu's up 22%, so it's had a good run, up another nearly 3% today on the back of that stimulus package. It seems like, when they first released the first tranche of stimulus, they keep on adding on to it, really trying to spur economic growth in China. They want to get back to that 5% growth level. So that's a concern there for a lot of these Chinese stocks. Now, is it investable? Who knows? The momentum's with these Chinese stocks because valuation-wise, they were really low. And then, is that stimulus is a gift that keeps on giving. I think that's one of the things that you really have to take a look at. Sorry about that. Had to wipe my eye there a little bit, maybe a little tear. But last quarter, if you saw some of the numbers here, EPS was above estimates. Revenue came in above estimates. Now, this is basically the Google Alphabet of China. They're delving more into the AI play also. So that might be a boost moving forward.
Serve. We've traded that one before. Serve. SCRV. Jason. Looks good.
Trader bought over 6,000 of these.
Looks good. Needs to get above the 50-day. The 50-day is pointing up and to the right. That's a good thing instead of down and to the right and needing to get above it. So, yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine.
Chinese stocks, not too far-fetched to get another 6.5% move in a day or a week like this trade is. But really short-term positioning, somebody out there thinks that Baidu is going to continue to move to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I'm seeing some market chatter that Biden plans to ban Chinese tech in U.S. cars, and that may cut sales by almost 26,000. That's according to Reuters, citing the U.S. Commerce Department. So that's another, sort of Chinese type story that we'll continue to follow, I guess, into next week as well. Last but not least, Boeing, the workers' strike, that's still going.
Yeah, Serve looks fine.
Yeah, Boeing put on the table earlier this week those 30% pay increases and increasing some of their their other pay add-ons there, including
Yeah, serve looks fine. Squeeze is pushing up on the upper Bollinger Band. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics rise. This looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
Furloughs with a bunch of their workers, some of their contributors to their manufacturing cycle are starting to furlough workers, including Spirit Aerosystems. So this isn't good for Boeing or any of their suppliers either. Up 1% today, but still down about 40% this year. So it's been under pressure. It's off about 10% so far this month. And deliveries were actually starting to improve the last quarter. Nicole, September was tracking really strong before the strike took place. And now you got to start talking about balance sheet, right? They got a lot of debt on their balance sheet. Their free cash flow is basically nil. They're on watch from some of the rating agencies. Does their debt go into junk status? Are they going to have to raise capital? So there's a lot of headwinds out there, but at the same time, they've got a massive backlog too. But maybe somebody thinking that we're going to see a resolution.
Supermicro just grinding along.
Because saw some bullish activity on the November monthly cycle on the 170 strike calls. A trader bought 4,500 of those for an average debit of about $4.80. So the break even for this trader, where he starts making money, 174.80 over the next 49 days. So you got a month and a half in this position. That break even is about 12% above the current share price here in Boeing. They did sell out of a long position that they had, the November 180 strike calls. Obviously hadn't worked out because the stock has pulled back sharply, but they're resetting their strike closer to at the money, buying these 170 strike calls with the expectations that, hey, the strike's going to get resolved and the stock's going to go back above 175.
Yeah, the low of the year was this week. I mean, it's so tough for shareholders. I mean, it did have a winning week, but so tough for shareholders, seeing it down about 40% this year. But there's some optimism there, at least in one options trade. Thank you so much, Tom White. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Coming up, we will discuss Wednesday's Meta Connect event that happened. It's a new headset, prototype for fully augmented reality, smart glasses, and more. Let's find out what all this hype is about. We'll be right back.
All right.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights. And
Lulu hanging on to the highs of the day. Lulu.
With a wider range of
Meta pushing back through PMZ.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
Supermicro pushing.
Man, you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Bates. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Supermicro trying to push the high.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Fedelides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at a few movers for you in the market right now. Bristol Myers Squibb rising after the Food and Drug Administration approved Cobenfy. an oral medication treatment for schizophrenia in adults. The FDA saying this drug takes the first new approach to schizophrenia treatment in decades, and patients will be able to get that medicine as soon as next month. EchoStar is moving higher today after Wall Street Journal report saying its satellite TV unit, Dish, those together are in merger talks with DirecTV, a rival in the TV industry. So the deal would also include Dish's streaming brand Sling TV. The report suggests the deal could be finalized as soon as Monday. Terms of a potential deal were not mentioned in the report. Okay, it's time to dive into augmented reality space. Meta unveiling the new headset at the Meta Connect event earlier this week. There was a lot that went on, a briefcase, handcuffed, it was very secretive, the Orion. So a lot to talk about here with our guests. Sean Gorman's with us, PhD, CEO at Zephyr XYZ. Thank you for being with us. What was your takeaway from the event?
Yeah, it was really impressive, the technology that Meta's put together, the launch of Orion being specifically so. I think it's hard to overstate the amount of engineering and complexity and challenges that those teams have overcome to get to where they are. That said, there's a long ways to go between the demo and getting it into the hands of consumers. And I think that'll be the really interesting trajectory over the next couple of years and how that plays into Ray-Ban's Meta as kind of being the bridging consumer unit for that technology.
When we think about the Orion digital world and then the real world, how do they combine?
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the bigger challenges. The mixed reality, virtual reality side of the business has been more challenged. That's been the same for Apple as well as Meta. When you look at the number of units sold for the Meta Quest 3, it's around 500,000. The Apple Vision Pro, they're predicting might get to 400,000, which is 16,000 units tracking for Q3, according to analysts. But Ray-Ban's Meta, apparently is tracking to 2 million. And so I think the virtual world has struggled for form factor, social acceptance, whereas these more lightweight form factors are really getting consumer adoption. And I think it's going to be a lighter weight approach, a more pragmatic approach that ends up.
All right, Intel pulling back some more.
Bridging of these until much further in the future potentially.
So the AR development, as you noted, is certainly advancing somewhat quickly to the consumer market. But you said there's still a lot to wait for as well. When are we going to start to see people using these
NVIDIA pulling back
or headsets? Is it going to be this Christmas and next Christmas? At what point is this going to be sort of very commonplace?
Yeah, I think Meta was targeting a 2027 launch for the Orion glasses, but there's still a lot of challenges at driving down a price point to where those become commonplace. I think the number is kind of floating around where anywhere from $10,000 a unit currently to waveguides themselves being $10,000 in these units. So they're getting it to a price point where it becomes commonplace. I think there's still a good bit of work to do, although it's very exciting to see how much progress has been made already. I think things like Ray-Bans, we're going to see those, much more commonly already. And I think, as Christmas hits, that's going to be a really popular gift item. I'd say, the mixed reality side of the really big heavy headsets will probably remain flat. But it kind of remains to be seen. I think a lot of that's driven by compelling content, compelling games, and price point.
You mentioned Meta, Snap, and Apple with many accomplishments in the world of augmented reality. Do you want to talk a little bit about the other two and sort of what stands out to you?
Yeah, I think it's really impressive what Snap announced, a little before what Meta did, especially when you consider the budgets between the two. The Snap team's really just operating at a fraction of what Meta's operating with. They've really accomplished quite a bit with their headset, from a technical engineering specification standpoint. Although I think you can arguably say that, Meta's learned some really important go-to-market lessons with Ray-Ban's Meta as far as, the engineering and technical acumen of these projects is really what's driving sales. It's, it's a pragmatic, lightweight approach that's stylish, has a useful form factor and a good price point. But I mean, definitely big props to them. You know, they got their headset out to developers.
Meta
and
rejected again at the
more,
high of the
you know,
day.
That's still a step that Meta and Orion will be taking. So I think, you know, there's some really good wins, but also probably some lessons to be learned from what's happening across the more macroscopic.
NVIDIA dropping off pretty fast here. NVIDIA chips getting sold.
Mixed reality side, I think arguably the Apple Vision Pro sales have been, you know, probably disappointing, but the technology is amazing. Again, I think the real lesson learned across all of this lightweight form factor with Ray-Ban's Meta really driving adoption, and how do we begin to bridge between those two to find something that consumers are really going to want to go out there and buy in large volumes.
So when I think about this, I think about how these glasses will be used, right? You know, what would be some of the most obvious? I mean, whether it's a map or, you know, someone said watching a game. I mean, what are we really using these glasses for?
Yeah, I mean, the smart glasses right now are incredibly simple. You know, there's a camera in there that allows you to take videos and photos on demand with just a voice command against it. But then probably more critically is the audio and AI assistant that's hooked up to that. And I think the combination of the two with a stylish form factor being driven by a popular brand like Ray-Bans has really driven that adoption. So, I mean, there's many times where, you know, playing with the kids and I don't want to bring out the phone, but if I have glasses that can just capture that moment, that allows me to stay in that space more pervasively. And similarly with an AI assistant, if I can ask a quick question about something while I'm working or going about my day, I think that's incredibly helpful. I think we'll start to see bridging early on with these as we begin to locationally enable these smart glasses. You know, right now they just are a camera with an AI assistant. The more sophisticated AR systems like Snap and Orion and Apple are doing, they're able to determine your location through a visual positioning system and understand what you're looking at and have immersive experience and discovery through that. So I think we'll start to see these glasses begin to get locationally enabled, which will then, to your example, the map becomes really exciting, right? You can begin to understand where you are and how to navigate the world.
Yeah. And what would you say are the biggest headwinds at this moment to get this out in the way they hope? I mean, I always just worry about some of the simple things like, you know, when the kids have the AirPods on, I really do wonder what's happening to their brain in between, or if someone's going to have these glasses, are they taping me as I'm walking? Things like, you know, the basics, right? But what do you believe could be the headwinds maybe on a larger scale, or are these going to be issues?
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be issues. I mean, that was learned early on with Google Glasses, which was a breakthrough product way ahead of its time, but the social stigma of wearing them.
All right, kind of a boring Friday. It's been a good week, though. Been a pretty good week.
I think our sense of privacy has shifted a little bit. The thoughts of cameras being on all the time is a little bit more acceptable. But there's still a bridge to be gone there. You know, there's still a lot of people that don't want a computer on their face. They're worried about privacy concerns. But we are seeing that shift, and I think that'll continue to go as society adopts these things, as the tech companies find the right balance between form factor, fashionability, practicality, battery life. It'll be an iterative process, though.
Yeah. Well, when you're at the New York Stock Exchange, you're always on camera, no matter where you are on the floor. So we're sort of used to it here, but I get it. Sean Gorman, great to see you. PhD, CEO of Zephyr.xyz. Thank you. And a lot of talk there after the Meta event this week. Big news. Thank you. We will dive in next to how Gen Z and millennials view AI and how they're utilizing that technology in their everyday lives, including their finances. Maybe we can all learn a little something. We'll dive into that.
S&P pulling back a bit more. All right, so the markets did pull back a little bit there. NVIDIA making a low, Broadcom, Google. All right, so the New York FANG index stocks all seeing some profit taking into the week. Makes sense.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Renner.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on this Friday. 90 minutes left in the trading day. It's worth noting that earlier today, the S&P 500 new all-time high. The Dow Jones Industrial Average new all-time high, but they've since pulled back. I mean, really, I have to say tech has not been giving it a go today. Tech has been the one real weak sector today. Materials also to the downside, but you can see that the NASDAQ is down 0.75% here on this Friday. Hewlett-Packard is under pressure. NVIDIA is down 3.5%, just for some examples there. The S&P at 5730, but it is a winning week, and that's worth noting. All right, time to focus on Gen Z and millennials because they are adapting to AI technology and using it every day in their lives, in their finances, and more. So we want to learn more and hear more about this. Josh Pantoni's with us, CEO of Boosted.ai. There's the baby boomers, and then there are the younger folks who sort of have grown up with technology and now with AI. What are we seeing how they're using this?
Yeah, so we're a generative AI company focused on professional investment managers, and we went out and surveyed a large number of folks between 18 and 44, and then 44 plus, trying to understand a little bit about some of these trends and what the implications are for our client base. A lot of really interesting findings. People 18 to 44 are using AI as much as 68%. Sorry, as much as 68% are using it once in a week. Less than half of that in the 45 to 54 category are using it. 62% of 18 to 44-year-olds say they trust AI. That number is below 32% for higher numbers. I guess the last kind of interesting thing on that note is a large portion of our respondents said the more they know about a stock, the more likely they are to trade on that stock. And so leading between the lines a little bit, I think you're seeing a lot of this demographic both using this technology to think about how to plan, how to perform their investing, and their expectations on their professional investment managers are actually increasing as a result of that.
So, I mean, when they are using this for finance, it's stock picking and balancing their personal income and such?
Yeah, ours was primarily focused on the investment and stock picking area. And so kind of on that note, you had something like 79% of respondents that stated they expected their wealth managers to be able to incorporate this into how they think about stocks, with as much as 35% saying that if their wealth manager was not using technology like this in their stock investing process, they may actually consider switching. So it was, for us, it was mostly the focus on how they're thinking about investing, and the trends were really interesting.
And how many of the finance managers are, because he said they prefer an advisor who's actually using both the traditional methods and AI, How many, is there any way to sort of survey how many of the finance, basically your broker, how many?
All right, just watching stocks, a little profit taking there. People getting stopped out. It's been a good week. It's been a good week.
We've seen, that segment in our business as much as triple over the past few years. But it's still, I think, very, very early innings. I think there's a lot of room for that to grow. So no, I think there is a big demand shift here, where you've got a lot of younger, richer folks that, I guess basically the younger you are, the richer you are, the more likely you are to use AI. And as assets are transferring to that generation, I think there actually is a bit of a gap in how investment managers are thinking about trying to tackle different types of problems.
So when it says 70% of the 18 to 40-year-olds with 100,000 plus in personal income, it's important for them that their advisor is using AI. Why do they say that? I mean, do they feel like AI is going to make them more money? Has it been proven to do so?
I think the key thing is if you're using this technology to increase your own informational base, if you understand more of the stocks you're looking at and what's happening at more of a macro level, and you're turning to a wealth advisor to act as a professional and give you advice you can't get anywhere else, then the expectations on the quality of the advice you're going to receive and the kind of information they have is actually going to increase as well. So it's kind of, if this is part of my workflow, this is part of how I'm thinking about the world, I'm expecting people I work with to be thinking in a similar way or to be using similar kinds of technology, but probably.
Okay, we got about an hour and 19 minutes to go, an hour and 19 minutes to go. Market's fading, looking for a snapback towards 57.50.
Do you want to go through some of the concerns people had when it came to AI?
Yeah, so this was really interesting too. Again, about 68% of young people said they trust AI. So it's 38% people 45 or older. So number one, there's just a huge trust gap between generations. I think the other thing that was really interesting though is the types of concerns that happened were very different. Both generations tended to be a little bit worried about job replacement, but the older generations were much more concerned about privacy and loss of personal information and things like that. Whereas the 18 to 44-year-old segment, that was not very much of a concern. Their primary concern was really just related to job loss and things like that.
Yeah, understood. Security concerns, even hacking. That is something I think that a lot of folks, and it's funny how the older folks are more concerned with their personal information. Why do you think that the younger folks don't see, maybe they just don't hear as many stories about identities being stolen and hacked? I mean, how do you have this disparity? Are they just bigger risk takers maybe?
I'm going to be a little more anecdotal here and just speak as myself as a millennial, but much of our generation, we've grown up with both
S&P looking for a bounce back towards 5,700. 5,750 rather.
Social media first started engaging and interacting with different types of apps where you're putting personal information. So I think it's the fact that we kind of grew up with it that's become a lot more normalized. And I think the corollary to that is because we grew up with it, we also became, I think, more aware of some of the problems and how to get around some of those problems. Whereas I think that, again, targeting multi generations, it's the first time you're starting to see this technology used in the same level of sort of prolific level to attack people in more soft ways than historically. So I think it's mostly just the sort of era in which we grew up.
Okay, we're starting to get a bounce back towards 57.50.
Josh Pantone, CEO of Boosted.ai. Thank you for all the details there. Appreciate it. Thank you. So, folks, we have some breaking news on NVIDIA. I had mentioned it at the top of the hours, at the latest. It's down 3.3% is my point here. So it's under a little pressure. It's at 119 and change. And the breaking news here, according to a Bloomberg report, is Beijing urging Chinese companies to pick local AI chips over that of NVIDIA's. So that's big news there that we're continuing to follow here.
The local chips or anything compared to NVIDIA's chips doesn't make any sense.
In particular, we have seen NVIDIA sort of fall off over the last few minutes or so. It had been trading above 120 and now is at dropped down to 119.26, but is creeping back here on the way back. So China is urging local companies to use other chips other than NVIDIA chips. Very interesting development. This as the U.S. has added tariffs on Chinese goods as well. So you have a lot that's been happening here on the back and forth. So there's the latest story on that. So we'll continue to follow that between now and the closing bell as more details sort of emerge on that. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at the consumer because we did get a little bit better than expected consumer sentiment news today, but how are they really
Okay,
feeling?
S&P is starting to bounce. Looking for a move back to 5750.
What we need to know in a lower rate environment as well. We'll be right back.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Choices?
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds.
Yeah, Cedar Key is on
Monday
watching
through
that
Friday,
one.
3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, host of Trading 360 and the Watch List. Live
Okay,
from
S&P on the move.
Stock
S&P
where we bring you breaking
looking
news,
for a
experts,
pin.
CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Okay, stock's getting bought off the dip. That's a pretty good sign. That's a good sign. Wow, Cedar Key got whacked.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to the watch list. We got a few economic prints today that were in focus. Of course, the PCE, that's the preferred inflation gauge that the Fed likes to look at, and that seemed okay. A little bit of cooling, and so with that, that gives the green light to the Fed to continue lowering rates. The consumer sentiment print was a little bit stronger, but we still continue to hear from a lot of companies.
Okay, nice move on the S&P. S&P pushing up
Consumer here in the U.S. So let's get some
towards a pin near 5750.
and how consumer behavior affects the big picture. Eddie Yoon is with us, partner, Gray Space co-founder, Category Pirates, and Sarah Henry, portfolio manager, Logan Capital Management. Thanks to you both. I'm glad you're here. Sarah, what stood out to you in some of the data we've received most recently?
Well, I think today's number, in contrast to the consumer confidence numbers last week, reflect the optimism that's coming from lower inflation and lower rates that have moved in
It's amazing how palm trees can manage to stay standing after a hurricane.
going to be responding to soft So consumers are to some extent looking through the valley into next year.
Eddie, some of your thoughts. Thank you for that, Sarah. Do you feel that consumers are turning a little optimistic? Does one print tell you something or not necessarily?
Yeah, no, I agree with Sarah. I think
Tesla's still trying to push to the highs.
there's the consumer that still believes in the American dream.
Futures trying to push back up.
Kids, get married, buy a home, buy cars, and those consumers, for them, the lower
Tick
interest
cumulative
rates make a big
flat.
difference. You're already seeing that in some of the auto manufacturers. Tesla, as an example, should
What happened to my 0-day chart? Where the hell is it?
growth for Q3 U.S. auto sales, which would be the first quarter in 2024 they have that. In part, that's because they've been able to lower the interest rates for the loans in anticipation
Where's my
of
0-day
rate
chart?
cuts that are coming. And so you have homeowners who
Must
may
have
be
closed
willing
it.
to switch out as rates
Tesla looking like it wants to get back up to the high today. Tesla.
lower than 4%, so it's still going to take a little bit of time to work through the system. So that's kind of consumer A, the traditional one. Consumer B is somebody who is like, you know what? I'm not sure that my definition of the American dream is exactly that. Maybe I don't want to get married. Maybe I don't want to have kids. And therefore, do I actually need to buy a home and buy a car and all those types of things? And these are the consumer, tends to be more Gen Z and millennial that are living for experiences and not particularly interested in saving for retirement. And that's kind of what we're seeing in the marketplace.
Yeah, and you actually, just to expand on that, originally we were talking about the older folks that were looking for homes. And
Okay, we got an hour and 9 minutes to go. An hour and 9 minutes to go. Looks like a pin is possible at 5750. S&P 5750. Rob, that refers to a 50% retracement. If you look at my response.
Year over year, 70% of their users are 18 to 35. And, gambling is one level above a way of enjoying sports entertainment. Roblox up 70%, year over year. And that's how Gen Z is growing up, learning to live in a digital world as native digitals. And Live Nation, up 36% year over year. That's a massive signal that people are like, my retirement may not ever come. I may plan to work through it. So I'm going to
Frank got it right. Talking about grabbing some liquidity.
and entertainment's the way it's going to be for me.
Yeah. You noted, Sarah, that consumers are discerning on how they spend and that it could take time for some of these rate cuts to really kick in. And you were most concerned about the folks making under 50,000. You looked at a group 35 to 54. A steep drop in confidence. Tell me a little bit more about that. How does that play out?
Yeah, so I think the narrative certainly around this quarter has been a value-seeking consumer, and companies that have a more flexible P&L are going to be able to deal with that, and some of that, frankly, is going to come from some job cuts. So we saw in the last week or so, General Motors announcing it would temporarily lay off 2/3 of workers at an assembly plant in Kansas. We have the port workers that are the specter of a strike. We're probably going to see some jobs being held back by this hurricane. So, all over the place, we have consumers putting pressure on companies to deliver value and lower prices, and that had to happen. That was what was supposed to happen when the Fed raised rates. So we are definitely at that point in the cycle, and these lower income consumers do have fewer levers to pull, not as exposed to real estate, not as exposed to the stock market. So, as we look into next year and we see the impact of lower rates, these groups and these issues should become more mitigated with the Fed looking ahead. So all of these things are evident with companies more and more able to use AI and lots of data to deliver exactly what consumers want at the price points that they need.
Yeah. And look, we all know people have been digging into the savings, into the retirement accounts, plan on working longer. Eddie, you have some specific numbers on that. And that's not so great, right?
Yeah, no, I think the horizon has dramatically changed. Bankrate is saying that 31% of consumers have, quote, rated their retirement savings in 24 just to be able to keep up with their expenses, and that Transamerica says 55% of consumers just expect to keep working after they retire. I think the idea
ASTS is alive. Okay, let me take a look at that one.
this idea of nest building is out of reach for them, and so why even bother?
Okay, it's at the 50-day moving average.
And why am I saving and delaying?
I'll take a look at it next week. ASTS, been a nice pullback, nice orderly pullback to the 50-day. Trying to get back above, volume picking up today. Shorts covering and new money probably coming in. ASTS.
I don't know exactly how they're going to do that, but I understand the idea of it, the concept of it. I'll give you the final thought here, Sarah, because the next 6-12 months, I guess this is the recession that hasn't happened. There are some guests who come on and say we're in a recession. What do you say?
I think that, I think the companies, certainly the ones that we look at with long histories of rising dividends throughout business cycles, are well positioned. We like Colgate, we like Home Depot, we like Target. We think all of these companies are well positioned to use data to endure different types of economic environments. So I think, we could barbell Eddie's portfolio and mine and come up with a sort of a cohesive view on there's different spots for growth, and the companies that have built out their ability to use data will be the winners in this environment.
Yeah, great to see you both. Eddie Yoon, Category Pirates, Sarah Henry, Logan Capital Management. Eddie and Sarah, thank you both very much for being here. That's going to do it for us here on the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalini. So glad you're with us. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. 24/7, schwabnetwork.com.
Okay, S&P on the surge. S&P liquidity grab, pretty obvious. Dr. Frank mentioning. Good job there, Frank.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial.
The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Meta looking for a pop. Looking for a pin near 57.50. Okay, yesterday's high. We need to be a little bit higher to give us a bullish bias for Monday. Preferably above yesterday's high.
Good afternoon and welcome to Market on Close. Stocks having a little bit of trouble heading into the weekend. We've got generally good strength over the last 4 days behind us, but this fifth one proving to be a little bit of a hurdle. So we've got an hour. We'll see how we finish up. Stocks are mixed. A little bit of a fade. Started off looking pretty good. Really got a lot of good things lined up for the market. A lot of things going for stocks, but just not able to really seal the deal. S&P is a little changed. Plenty of new highs this week, though. Records over and over again. And the benchmark gauge for U.S. stocks, that S&P 500 at 5744 in change right now. But the tech story just keeps kind of starting.
CRM, looking for a follow through on CRM and more of a bounce.
Bifurcation in chips between the Supermicro sell-off and the Micron rally. And then
CRM looks like it could go a bit more.
Again, get dragged right back to the same spot it's been at over and over. So that does limit the upside in stocks. This morning, inflation data continuing along the trend, getting closer to the Fed's target core at 2.2, getting very close to where they want to be. Progress there, and a bond rally and a dollar sell-off. And then also a big Russell rally. So the small caps and the value trade is where the strength is today. The rotation trade is working pretty well, but the core of the market and the heartbeat's a little bit slow for tech, given that NVIDIA is down right now, sizably about 3%. It's amazing the way lines work on charts sometimes.
Intel, nice bounce.
So watching the $120 level in NVIDIA just
Okay, we got 59 minutes to go. 59 minutes to go. I'm your host, Kozavidi, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. The last Friday of the month, Monday, is the last trading day, month of September, already into October, starting off Tuesday next week.
And that's pretty much where we're at. So NVIDIA's right at the line. S&Ps are neutral, and it just limits your upside, how much strength you can get when the stock continues to revert back to the same spot, even after it looked like it was breaking free of it. Still a solid week for NVIDIA, no question about it. Still a nice run up off the lows, but just can't quite break free from the range that we've been familiar with now for some time. And so the stock market kind of stalls out a little bit. That is the price of rotation, and that has been the price somewhat of the final sort of lap for the inflation race, which has been
Okay, looking good. S&P 500, looking for that pin near 5750. Doesn't need to be right on top of it, but a move through 5750. You'd like to see it test the high of the day. The good thing about trading S&P big cap options is that you don't get assigned shares. You can't get assigned shares of an index, right? Compared to the SPY or the Qs, where you can get assigned. Good thing about trading the S&P big cap, S&P SPXW, as you might know it, is that every point above your strike on the close, if you, let's say it closes at 57.51, that's $100 per contract profit. So you don't have to worry about closing it. Okay, somebody is delivering something. Let me go check out what FedEx is coming to the house with. I'll be right back.
And as I said yesterday, just watch the range with 3.8 being the high, and then the low from yesterday at around 3.75. We are right at that, slightly below it. So for me, seeing bonds strengthen, yields come down is not the ideal for stocks at this juncture. And so to see the market slip a little bit when you get this bullish pushback in bonds, that suggests that perhaps we're interpreting inflation. Yes, it's good. Inflation's coming down, but keep in mind, you see the personal spending numbers, you see the income numbers. That also means the economy is slowing. That's kind of been the catch when the market gets light data. A lot of times when the bond market rallies a lot, it's telling you that there is a little bit of lingering concern. And so you just have a little bit more slowness in the market in terms of participation. You've got most sectors higher, but the tech stuff isn't there, then you are going to have a slower ascent. Bottom line. Look at the utilities, winning there. Kind of an example again about how we're not getting the high octane version of the AI story. A few spurts for sure this week with Micron's rally, but the fact that utilities are still the leading group. And one could argue that there's definitely an AI trade in there, given all the need for energy, more commentary, again, about nukes from Jensen Huang, how to power all this stuff. But utility is still a sector that is a little bit more defensive in nature and just kind of tells us that that original really fiery AI trade has cooled off a little bit. XLU now on the year, I mean, in great shape, almost where these semis are. Not quite.
So anyway, I was just checking on FedEx. So the good thing about S&P big cap options is that you don't have the threat of being assigned. Okay, so you can trade this into the close, and if at the close, this say it closes at 57.60, you make 10 points. 10 points on that, or $100 per contract, $1,000 per contract. So that's one of the big advantages I find, because I don't like getting assigned if I'm not paying attention. Something like the spiders, I really don't want to, $250,000, $260,000 if you got like 5 options and you get assigned, you're not paying attention. You don't have that risk with the S&P.
Down and under pressure more, and now today it's the strongest sector in the S&P 500. That tells me some of the announcements around 11 o'clock about the bombings there, maybe throwing a little geopolitical risk into the calculation. You see VIX has picked up, you see bonds have picked up. That affects what you mentioned, utilities, real estate. You saw that, but I think this may be just a little bit of geopolitical risk creeping into this market here. That's why I think there's no other reason for energy to turn around. Sure. Well, we got slaughtered the last couple of days, so yeah, the narrative hadn't changed. Now bounce back. A little geopolitical risk, maybe it did change slightly. To your point too, somewhere in the realm of geopolitics, not the violent geopolitics, but in the trade geopolitics as well, that China really wants their businesses to use their homegrown chips and not NVIDIA's. The thing is, NVIDIA was already kind of at the lows of the day, so I don't know how much that's adding on to it. But yeah, to your point, a few kind of headlines maybe that are less than ideal, but the China stocks have been reliable. Those are still up on the day. China, well, the China stimulus move and the corresponding move in their stocks and indices. Story of the week, right? Catastrophic move. Now, still don't know if it's investable. Still don't know if I want to play it other than maybe fade this move. I think the move, because it's moved so far from a trading perspective, you almost got to take the other side and expect it not to come through. I'm not sure. It's too late to get in now, I think. Do you think this thing has more legs than it has already? I mean, the Hang Seng's up, what, 20% in 10 days? Yeah. I don't know if I can touch that from the long run. I mean, you had Wynn Resorts get upgraded today. Well, then I guess more credit, if they're right, to Danny Kirsch and Peter Cheer, who are on our shows this week, doubling down on their long China trades. They've been in it, and they basically said they're going for more. People really
Okay, Tesla continues to grind higher. Netflix grinding higher.
Exactly. I mean, believe me, trade them up like crazy, but just careful being overinvested because look what China just came out with. China and the Communist Party there will always be in favor of two things: China and the Communist Party. Those are the two things. Staying in, remember, the number one goal of a communist dictator is to stay dictator. Sure. Keep control. Right. And so he
Could be an opportunity.
I love Americans talking about what it's like to be communist.
Here, right? So if you were looking for your best
Shit.
opportunity, you might see it over the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people are making those calculations.
Tesla trying to push a bit higher.
Main arguments in pushback to your view that the economy is more resilient. Where do they come from? Is it effectively, credit delinquencies perking up among some households? Is it this idea that once unemployment starts to go up, we seem like it can become self-reinforcing?
Yeah, I think there are specific statistics which are scary. I mean, we've had an inverted yield curve. We've had leading indicators go be negative for as long as I can remember, actually. And now we've got the SARM rule being triggered by that rise in the unemployment rate. And so you have to look through these. But I think it's a particularly challenging time for economists because there are so many distortions in the data, particularly when it comes to seasonal effects, because we don't know exactly how seasonality may have changed because of the pandemic, but you really have to look at the overall mosaic. And when we look at the overall jobs mosaic, we look at the unemployment claims, the confidence numbers, the
Tesla trying to take the high of the day.
payroll and the household survey, it does tell us slow growth. It doesn't tell us anything keeling over here. And so, overall, it looks okay. But I get all this pushback. But generally, I'd say, look, I'm not going to fight number by number on this. I'm going to look at the whole picture. And if you look at the whole picture, it says steady growth, and it also says steady non-inflationary growth.
Yeah. Warren, did the China news this week and the market reaction influence the equation at all for you? Whether it means it's a little bit more of a backstop on growth, or just what the market is willing to price in here in terms of commodities outside of oil, that is.
Yeah, I think it's a positive, and it's been part, especially for so many months we've been talking as an industry about why has the rally been so narrow, and now we've seen it broaden out a bit. It gives a little bit of a tailwind to the cyclical portions of the market that haven't participated as much as the growthy areas. So that's definitely a positive. From our perspective, we focus on oil a lot. Our clients have a lot of oil-based clients, and we have to be from just in its own silo. I think oil's reaction has been a little disappointing, and it points more towards the supply overhang from OPEC versus like a recessionary scare from the U.S. And so there's still some skepticism in the oil patch, but I have to like how the metal reacted and how some of the other
Tesla trying to go here. Tesla trying to go.
And so it just joins the tailwinds of big pro-cyclical deficits out of the U.S., a Fed that's dovish and wants to cut and get back to neutral really fast, an AI productivity story that I think a lot of people want to invest hope in, and now you have China stimulus. So when you add it all up, I mean, it's hard to get a much more favorable macro backdrop.
Yeah, it's true. It's amazing how far we've come in really like several weeks of people thinking that it was kind of game over for the recession call. Shannon, tactically speaking, now in terms of what the market has served up in the way of relative opportunities, whether you want to reload on the tech trade that's gone sideways for a little while, or if you believe that this sort of cyclical migration is worth following.
Our view, Mike, has been that this broadening out is sustainable, and that's really just comes back to earnings and the potential for improved earnings growth and the potential for and likely realization of earnings deceleration for those big cap tech.
Goes Amazon.
I think that the China news does change the equation slightly in terms of, as you and I both know, a lot of consumer companies.
Amazon going a bit more.
Always been with an asterisk, right? U.S. performing pretty well.
Tesla trying to break out. Unity pulled back.
It's been a hindrance, if you will. I think
Nvidia trying to bounce.
companies take outside of really the true cyclical complex in terms of energy and materials. And then think about the fact that if you see a resurgence in China, particularly one that is more focused on stimulus that's designed to increase consumer behavior and consumer spending, well, that has implications not only for the U.S. market, but also the European market. And so I think if you're looking for, some potential foundation for a continuation, despite the uncertainty of the upcoming election, you could be finding this in this China news, although we have yet to have a lot of details on policy. It does seem like the tone is much less on the we're going to put together a stimulus that's really business focused. It does seem to be more broad, at least what's come out of Beijing, at least so far.
And just David, final word on whether that is a further cushion in terms of.
I'm gonna go to the beach right after. I'm gonna head over to the beach right after. I got a hard stop at 4 p.m. Folks, I'm gonna go straight to the beach and see what the story is. I was just looking at the beach cams. They're fine.
I still think, we've been doubling up on this soft landing bet. I do think people shouldn't think tactically, they should think strategically about, maybe these valuations are a bit rich, but more to the point, maybe my portfolio is a little out of whack, and I really need to rebalance here after what has been an extraordinarily good year.
Yeah, it's a fair point. S&P's up 20%. We're at 21 plus times earnings, so it's been figured out at least on some level. David, Warren, Shannon, thank you so much for the conversation this afternoon. Let's send it over to Seema Modi for a look at the biggest names that are moving into the close. Hi, Seema.
Hey, Mike, 46 minutes left in trade, and U.S. listed shares of Danish drug maker Novo Nordisk are down more than 3%. JP Morgan said it expects lower sales than Wall Street initially anticipated for the third quarter. Analysts citing a softer than consensus outlook for Novo's.
Okay, we want to see a close above yesterday's high. Don't see us getting there, but it would be nice.
To a new 52-week low, the operator of behavioral healthcare facilities disclosed it's the subject of a government investigation into how patients were treated. The probe follows a New York Times report that said patients were held against their will to boost revenue from insurance payouts. Stock down 16%. Mike?
Seema, thank you. See you again in a bit. We are just getting started. Up next, a deep dive into the state of the consumer after today's stronger than expected data, and as Nike gears up to report.
Super Micro.
We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You watch the closing bell on CNBC.
Super Micro. Super Micro. Just watching. I just noticed the post, Mondo's post. Pretty big spread in these. $4.30. Super Micro, just watching that one. Micro 480s. Mm-hmm. Okay, S&P pushing again, trying to push up with a little bit more than 43 minutes to go. 43 minutes to go. $422, $420.
A new upbeat read on the consumer this morning. University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index rising to a 5-month high in September. That was up more than 3% from August. My next guest is finding some opportunities within the retail space. Joining me now is Bernstein Research's Anisha Sherman. Anisha, it's great to have you. What sort of general backdrop do we have right now for the consumer going into the final quarter of the year? There was a real scare surrounding some July consumer spending numbers. We maybe have kind of calmed a little bit from there, but how does it seem?
Yeah, since July, we've had some good news. We've had a strong back to school surge. So most retailers and brands have had good back to school numbers, which is a really nice leading indicator for holiday, because if you end up with a bad back to school, you come into the holiday with excess inventory and it becomes very promotional. So we did not have that. And now the holiday season is a few days shorter this year, so it is going to be promotional, and retailers are eager to get started on it. And so it's going to kick off, in October, starting next week. But retailers seem optimistic. The data look better. Consumers are starting to look a bit more positive. It helps that last year's comparables are quite soft. So I think we will start to see stabilization and growth in retail over the next few months.
And with that, though, you still see the off-price segment as being the place to be in terms of investing at this point, even though those stocks, many of them have done so well already?
Well, they've come off their highs a little bit this week because they aren't exposed to China, so they haven't been beneficiaries of that China trade. But in general, in terms of absolute performance, they have continued to outperform the market sequentially for the last 5-6 quarters. They continue to comp positive. They continue to secure trade down volume, and I think they will continue to do well through the holiday season because people are still value seeking. People are still looking for a good deal, and they're incrementally more positive, but they don't have money in the pocket yet. They have aspirations of money in the pocket with the rate cut, but it hasn't quite translated into actual earnings power yet.
Right. So what we hear from a lot of these chains about just a more discerning, careful consumer value seeking, as you say. So Ross Stores, one of those names that remains your top pick at this point?
I think short-term Ross is my top pick because it hasn't actually re-rated this year. It's actually derated despite strong performance year to date. And that's because people have concerns about the low-income consumer. But now as we see consumer sentiment changing, any benefit to the lower-income consumer is going to disproportionately help a value retailer like Ross. And we haven't seen the kind of multiple expansion that we've seen at TJX, so it's relatively undervalued. So I do like it for the next couple quarters. I think performance is going to be strong, particularly if the lower-income consumer starts becoming more positive into the holidays.
And I know that you don't directly cover Costco, but was there anything in those numbers or the company's commentary to make you kind of think differently about how consumers are approaching this period?
It was not surprising. I mean, look, the comp was still strongly positive. They didn't see an effect of the membership price increase. Both good signs that the consumer is still resilient. And they're doing a lot of reinvesting in price, just like Walmart is doing, just like Target is doing. But a lot of that is going into staples. So it's going into the must-have, the food budget, et cetera. And that just makes a little bit more room to spend on discretionary. So from a discretionary perspective, I would read it as a positive.
All right. And do you want to look ahead to Nike's results coming next week? Obviously, a lot of excitement surrounding the CEO transition, but what should we expect to hear from the company about, I guess, the current performance and outlook?
So the CEO won't be on by next week, and I don't expect him to be part of the earnings call. He joins in about 2 weeks. And so it's not going to
Okay,
be
Tesla trying to take the high road. Amazon taking the high road.
for the back half. They've now had 3 quarters of either cut or disappointing guidance. I think there's going to be a 4th one because I think it is the right setup for the new CEO. We have an outgoing CEO in his last quarter of earnings, and I think they're going to try to de-risk the rest of the year to set up the new leader in the best way possible to then come in on a strong note and put out some strong numbers. So I think we'll get a guidance cut. I don't think it will be a negative catalyst, though, because it is widely expected, and it could actually even just be a positive catalyst. That's just a clearing event to clear the decks and set the stage for the new leader.
For sure. And the news in China this week and the excitement around the potential stoking of domestic demand, does that move the needle for you in terms of Nike?
Nike has 15% exposure to China, and at its peak, it was almost 20%. So it is a big needle mover for Nike and for any other China-exposed discretionary retail name, particularly the cash payments that the government is giving out to consumers, because that immediately gets flipped over into discretionary spending. So I think that is a big positive, particularly for companies with double-digit exposure to China, Nike being one of them. Yeah.
All right. And you continue to recommend Nike price target 109, correct?
That's right.
Anisha, thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right, up next, top technician Jeff DeGraff is back with how he's navigating the China trade right now. And don't forget, you can catch us on the go by following the Closing Bell podcast on your favorite podcast app. We'll be right back.
S&P looking forward to push a bit higher. Tesla moving higher. Amazon pulling back now. Amazon. Supermicro pulling back a bit. Okay, Meta pulling back. Apple pulling back. Bells on. Bitcoin just chopping around, looking for that to do something next week, hopefully. Let's see, nanonuclear is down 3%. Nanonuclear lows of the day, 14. Okay, I'm gonna buy some down here. Nanonuclear, NNE. I'm gonna buy some down here. Charts, NNE. This is close to where I want to get. Anywhere from 450. 450. Let me see if I can get a little bit lower. Okay, I got my finger on the trigger.
China stocks in the green again with two ETFs that track the group closing it on their best week ever. Our next guest says the charts are pointing to more bullish momentum ahead. Joining me now is Jeff DeGraff, Renaissance Macro's chairman and head of technical research. Jeff, great to catch up with you. Obviously, very strong, almost vertical moves.
Okay, I bought an initial NNE. I bought an initial position there, close to the morning lows. NNE. I wouldn't say follow me on this one. This is just what I was looking for. Okay, we could move a little bit lower.
That did not turn into momentum. That did translate into a bullish trend, and then it just kind of went dormant over the summer, which was frustrating, but we stayed with it. And now we're starting to see that pick up. And I think, as much as anything, obviously there are some policy decisions that help catalyze this, but a real important setup for us is looking at
Tesla continuation. Tesla. Buy the dip, sell the rips on this nanonuclear. We've only been trading it for what, about 3 weeks? I'm not sure who brought it initially. Nanonuclear. We've been trading this one, I guess, about 3 weeks now, whatever it is. Nanonuclear. All right, so you know what we're looking at here. Looking to buy the dips Looking to buy these. This could dip a little bit more. This could get down to say 13 or so. So be careful if you're thinking about buying. I'm looking for a dip to get bought. And once that starts to turn, I'll probably add to it again. You could also wait until Monday. I don't think you're going to lose anything by waiting, except maybe some peace of mind. So it did run into resistance right where we thought it would. Okay, so we're going to put that right there. Previous pivots. Okay. Okay, the volume is lower on this pullback. The volume is much lower, so I'm noticing that. First off, see that volume's tapering off? So once it starts this next leg, if it gets above 1750, this one's probably going to start to head for 20, 24, 26, 28, 30. Okay, so you don't have to be in a hurry to get in. RSI is still pointing down. I'm just starting because I took the whole position off this morning, pre-market at 1655. ASTS is going? Okay, cool. ASTS. Okay. All right, I'll look at it on Monday. Remind me on Monday, Frank, if you're around. Yeah, could have. I probably was, Frano. Probably was. I just didn't want to insult anybody. You know how people in the trading room get, oh, it was my idea. Apple not doing anything. Tesla continues. All right, so ASTS trending. Only thing I don't like about it is that 50-day. That's just kind of spooks me right there. Okay, if it gets above the 50-day next week, I'll probably get long on that. Okay, what's Supermicro doing now? It's up nearly 4%. Okay, just kind of hanging out. I'll take a look at Supermicro on Monday. Hopefully it doesn't gap up like 20 points or some shit like that. Or gap down 20 points. The fact that it's closing near the highs of the day is a good thing. That'll give us a bullish bias for Monday. Supermicro. Tesla looking good. Sun is out. Completely different. Sun is out now. Obviously, there's excess supply in those economies. You don't fight the same war twice, but I do think that there are some of these signposts that are certainly still bullish and supportive of what we're seeing out of the market overall.
Gotcha. And just, before we let you go, in terms of U.S. market here, I know you've been kind of giving the S&P trend the benefit of the doubt. Where do we sit at this point? Okay, ASTS, I like the idea of it getting up to 40. Do we want to buy some shares of this thing? Ooh, I don't know. It's a Friday. I generally don't like to buy anything end of day on Friday with less than 30 minutes because it is at the high of the day. It's probably going to, see some profit taking. Maybe I'll buy some on a dip. It's got to get above the 50-day. So more than likely, it's going to stay above the 50-day. That'll give us a bullish bias for Monday. Okay. Amazon. Microsoft turning back up, higher lows on the 5-minute. The one thing I will say about the markets, let's go to the S&P 500. S&P 500. One thing I will say about the markets is, well, first off, Brent Kachubar over at Spot Gamma, he was talking about
his indicators are majority bullish, or not bullish, but showing stability in the markets because we're in positive gamma. So long as we're in positive gamma, we're probably going to continue to see this kind of price action. Okay. I would love to have seen a close above. Would love to have seen a close above yesterday's high. Okay, so this would be neutral to bullish. We got junk bonds, which dollar has been posting. Junk bonds hanging out at the highs. That's a bullish signal right there. Junk, bullish signal. SPX, neutral to bullish. Next week, as we remain in positive gamma state. Stocks are acting okay. The only issue I have is that let's take a look at a few stocks. Let's look at, say, Apple. Apple, if you bought Apple and you managed to be buying at the lows of the day, you're probably still okay. You're not doing great, but you're okay. Amazon off a little bit, okay, this week. Broadcom up for the last 3 weeks. A little reversal there today. Okay, looking for a higher low to print and a higher high. So what I'm trying to get at is that with respect to Broadcom, all right, we've had a nice 3 weeks on Broadcom with a few selling bars. So I don't want to come in on Monday and have everybody all excited because, you had a great week last week and you didn't take anything off the table. What I'm trying to say is take some profits, okay? Reduce your exposure into Monday. More than likely we'll be fine, in which case you put exposure back on. But I don't want to come in on Monday and have a bunch of you, severely, I won't use the word severely, but, down a bit on your positions because you didn't take any profits off. Look at Tesla. Tesla's grinding higher. So Tesla, we'll have a bullish bias for Monday. Okay, Tesla. We know 265 is the level. 271 is going to be tested. We got the events coming up next week and the week after. Okay, Tesla. What about NVIDIA? Okay. NVIDIA pretty much holding higher highs and higher lows. Okay. But except for today, we're up on the week. We're up on the week. So I have NVDL. I have shares. Let's see, AMD. AMD had a good week. AMD busted through the 200-day. Okay, so you had a good week. Starting off Monday, we were on that little doji. Second day, another doji. Wednesday, we popped through the 200-day. Yesterday was a high. So if you took profits today, great. That's a great idea. I don't have any AMD right now. I took it off because it had a nice move. So if it pulls back, I'm not going to be that upset because I'm looking for opportunities now. Okay, let's look at Meta. Meta, same thing. Meta's had a good week. Last 3 weeks have been pretty good. So if you've been managing to take some profits off into strength, we got an inside day now. So we'll have a bearish bias on Monday for Meta. Probably comes back maybe. But if you took profits off into strength and you managed to get out some yesterday, or maybe you have some still on, maybe you want to get out flat to neutral. I might do that actually. If I'm to exit right now, I'll be flat. So I just lost a little time. I'm just losing a little bit of time. Okay, Google. All right, so another example. All right, so it's pretty much flat on the week. So let's say you took profits right here and you're up a little bit. And on Monday we're higher. It's okay. At least we're not lower, and we know that with the 50-day is now support 921 turning up. So you start off Monday and, ABCD pattern, maybe we close up near that upper Bollinger Band. Okay, it's got an ATR of $3 and change. So that would definitely give us an attempt at the Bollinger Bands. just good to take some profits off because we've run off of the lows for 3 weeks. What's to say we don't roll over? Plus, there's, maybe some weekend risk that something happens. They're bombing the crap out of Hezbollah in Lebanon. So everybody's and Netanyahu left early to go back to Israel from the UN. So who the hell knows what's going to happen with that? So that could set us back a couple of days. We still have positive gamma, so that's a good thing. But I keep reiterating, maybe take some profits off because 3 weeks up, off of that pivot, second week of September, we started and we took off to the upside. Okay. So we're nearly 20 points above that low. What are some other ones? Constellation Energy. Constellation Energy still hanging out up here. If you got Constellation Energy, maybe you want to take some off. This probably comes back down a little bit. The airlines, those were hot this week. Maybe you want to take some of this off. Maybe you took Baba. Maybe you took some of that. Take some off. Maybe this pulls back a little bit. But you're not sitting on everything long looking for continuation because we've had a nice move already. TRBCX, that's a long only fund. That's in the retirement account. Okay. So TRBCX, that's been moving higher. Okay. So we held. This looks a lot like the Meta chart. Remember Meta on the weekly? Meta weekly looks like this. Okay. Same kind of consolidation, except that was like 8 months and we took off to the upside. Whereas TRBCX, same thing. Above the 10 EMA, probably breaks out to the upside. We're up over 100% on that position from back there in late 2022. So if you're a new member, we bought TRBCX back in late 2022. And, along the way, we were taking some profits off. No, this one. Where are you? T. Rowe Price. There we go. No, that's not it either. What did I do with it? Did I tell me I didn't write over this? I wrote over it. Oh, that's too bad. I think I wrote over it. Or maybe I deleted it? Is that possible? Am I in the right chart list? Yeah, I'm in the right chart list. TRBCX. Okay, let me go out. Let me show you. Let me just mark this up real quick. Okay, TRBCX, we bought it in late 2022. That's your entries right there. All right, so what do you see? What do you see? That's accumulation. Right here is phase one. Okay, this is phase one right there. Moving averages start moving sideways, so that's accumulation. Phase two is the uptrend. Okay, phase two is the uptrend. Okay, here's the distribution. That's the bear market, the start of the bear market. Distribution. Phase three. Phase three. Distribution. Okay, so this is phase three distribution. Okay, and this is phase four, markdown. Okay. Okay. This is phase one accumulation. Phase one accumulation. Okay, so that's phase one. And then this over here is phase two. Phase 2. Every stock goes through this markup. That's where institutions are already in, and they're just letting the stocks get marked up, and they keep taking profits off into strength. Okay, so this was a nice move. This was over 100% move here. So from this low up to that high was more than 100%, as you can see. Okay. So at this point, now what we're looking for is consolidation and a resumption of the trend. Why? Because we had a bear market already, and you usually don't start another bear market within a couple of years. If anything, you start a bull market after a bear market, and that lasts for about 18 months, in which case you look for a consolidation. So that's what we're looking for right now, consolidation. Now we're looking for more upside. So that's what we're looking for. Okay, so I don't know why I marked this up. Oops. Okay, so we're looking for that breakout. Okay. So that's TRBCX. So if you're a long-term trader, if you have a 401k or a company retirement plan, this is one you might want to take a look at. T. Rowe Price Blue Chip Growth Fund or RGAFX. This is another one, RGAFX. Same thing, growth fund. Weekly, very similar. Okay, this is breaking out. So that the usual suspects, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all those stocks are in here plus more. Okay, we got about 14 minutes to go, 14 minutes to go. So that's for those two charts are for the 401k investors, people in the trading room that don't care about day trading. Okay, NVIDIA, nice turn on NVIDIA while I was yapping away there. NVIDIA moving higher. Okay, Supermicro. I'm just super interested in Supermicro. VIGAX. Let's see. I don't know what's in VIGAX. VIGAX. Holdings. Okay. Vanguard. Yeah, Vanguard has one. Okay, T. Rowe Price has one. Okay, so that's Vanguard. Same idea. Same idea. Okay. Long-term growth. Okay, you can see Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Meta. All right, so this is another one for you guys that are brought up by Angela. Another one, VIGX. You might want to take a look at that one because these stocks are in there, plus Eli Lilly, plus Visa. You know, so there's a lot of dividend paying stocks too, I'm sure. Passively managed fund. Tracks the performance of the CRISPR U.S. large cap index. Okay, so yeah, that looks good. Okay. It all depends on what your company support. You can see this hasn't broken out yet. Okay, so this hasn't broken out yet, but that's probably where it's headed. RGAFX already broke out. RGAFX already broke out. TRBCX, T. Rowe Price, that one has yet to break out too. So there you go. You got three. Yeah, I would stay mostly in cash. Okay, if you're going to go to Thailand, all right, that's a good idea. I would stay mostly in cash until the election, and then after that, look to scaling into one of those three bullish growth funds. I mean, because you know that AI is going to continue to be a big deal. You know that they're spending like crazy. I mean, they have to spend. They have no choice. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they have no choice. They have to spend for AI because if they don't spend, they run the risk. They run the risk. Yeah, Meta, if you have a profit, just take the profit. Reduce your risk into Monday. That's what I would do. All right, we got 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. If you have a profit, options or shares? Oh, options. Okay. You got October 570. You're probably fine. You could sell a 575 and reduce your risk. Same strike, same expiration. Would be like covered calls. Yeah, I would. If you have just straight calls at 570, maybe you want to sell the 570 call. You could also do a calendar. You could sell the week after.
Yes, the FDA today or yesterday
20,000 of the calls, 575 calls. Okay.
Doctors excited about the drug. They're calling it Cobenfy because it
575, 580, limit filled while I was chatting.
similar to other branded schizophrenia drugs, but there are also many
Okay, I had the
clinicians I talked to expect Cobenfy to be given to people.
the 575, 580. I have those calls. Okay. On the dip, I was looking for a dip.
Bristol not sharing sales estimates for Cobenfy at this point, but analysts see it becoming a blockbuster, so it's definitely one to watch.
We could be down next week to start.
Almost 2% on a $100 billion market cap for Bristol Myers. So pretty significant. Thank you very much.
Next Friday. Next Friday.
The win rally continues a couple days
DTE.
in.
Okay, we got 7 minutes to go. Oh, it's beautiful outside. You never know. We had a storm like we did this morning. When?
Predicting that buybacks or dividends could spark that. Wynn's bid for a New York City casino, full steam ahead, and a decision expected next
Wynn, big move on Wynn today. Wow, look at that. You can't chase this though. You run the risk of this pulling back on Monday. Just be in the habit of buying dips and not the rips, and you'll be fine. NVIDIA, nice spike there on NVIDIA. NVDL, I might want to take that off. Let me take a look here. Might want to take some profits on NVDL. Where did my... Oh, okay, there's where it is. NVIDIA pushing higher. All right, I might want to take... Remember, NVDL was a scalp for me. Okay, so we got a nice pop NVDL. All right, I'm going to take this off. Okay. NVDL, I took it off just now, the scalp, okay, NVDL with a profit. Okay, NVDL, I just took the scalp off. You know I was scalping that because I told everybody I'm scalping NVDL. All right, I bought 200 shares down here. Okay, so that was a nice move. Profit. Okay, so I took 200 shares off there. I still got 100 shares left.
Nick, Carlos, we sit here, almost through the month of September, S&P up 20% year to date. Everybody was dusting off the post-Fed rate cut playbook after the initial ease. What does it all tell you at this point in terms of what's priced in and how the macro is tracking?
So far, look, the best thing about September is that we weren't down, right? The S&P volatility is very bad.
Nice move on NVIDIA. Okay, cool. I'm out NVDL. Good. That was a nice little pop. Nice little pop. All right, so I made my profit for the day that I was looking for. Secret to me. I like to do at least 1,500 a day, 15 to 2,000 a day. Although I will take 500 a day every day for a month. That's $10,000 a month. So that's nothing to be sneezing at. You got to get into the habit of being able to take a $200 trade. Okay. I saw Yoda the other day. I think you made like $300 or $400. You said, that's it. I'm out for the day. It was early in the morning. It was like what, 10:30, 11 o'clock. But get into the habit. If you make your goal for the day, take the rest of the day off. If you miss the morning trade, look for B and C pivots. I don't want to say it's easy, but it's a hell of a lot more calculated if you wait for a B and C pivot, especially on a bullish day. So I was going to say this earlier. I forgot to mention it. Why do you think ABCD patterns work? Think about it. What do I tell you? I look for at 2 o'clock, 2:15. Institutions. I'm looking for institutions to buy the dip. Why? Why do they come in the evening? The same reason I like to buy in the afternoon. Because they come in, they look at the markets, they say, oh, NVIDIA looks pretty good. I'm just using it as an example. Oh, Supermicro is bouncing. Okay. Maybe you want to buy some Supermicro. I don't think they would, but we'll see. Apple, maybe they look at Apple end of day and they say, oh, this looks pretty good. What are they looking at? They're looking at this dip. You're buying a dip in a stock that's otherwise bullish. So the reason why I look for institutions to show up in the evening session correlates with the whole ABCD pattern. Frank was mentioning in the trading room. Frank said it in the trading room before. What were they doing at the low of the day? They were looking to incite some liquidity so they could buy stocks like NVIDIA on the dip. So you shouldn't be afraid of the dips. You should be waiting for the dips because institutions do. Look at the time that NVIDIA bounced. 2:30. That's when we're looking for institutions to come in and buy. Do I know what's going to happen? No, but that's when I'm looking. Because I'm thinking the same way they're thinking, not the way people on StockTwits who say they know what the stock is going to do. We have no idea what the stock's going to do. We have a good idea what we're looking for. We want to see this kind of price action at the end of the day. And once they do, I see you talking about, Derek, you're talking about Hood. Cryptocurrency proxy on Robinhood. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, that's the close there. Okay, I got a hard stop, but I'm going to look at Robinhood real quick. Okay, yeah, nice pop there. Nice pop, Hood. Have a great weekend, everyone. Okay, I'm out of here. I got a hard stop. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 27th of September. Have a great evening, everyone. The weekend video will be out about 2 p.m. on Sunday, so be sure to look for that in the Slack channel, in the alerts. Otherwise, have a great weekend. Take care. I'll see you on Sunday. Ciao. Great week. Great week.